threw the young man out on the street because the lease had expired. He had no money, and if he didn't find the necessary amount by the end of the day, he would have to spend the night on the street. The prices for the books he wrote have fallen sharply, and the promised royalties are delayed, so the guy is forced to consider any, even the most dubious options. He looks at the small amount of money left in his pocket and soberly assesses that this money will only be enough to have a couple more bites. In despair, he decides to try his luck at the lottery because he simply has no other ideas left. A young man named Beiwu stares long and hard at the sign of a shop that sells lottery tickets. He slowly walks inside, convinced that in his situation it makes no difference whether he buys tickets or not, because everything in his life has already fallen apart. When Beiwu asks to sell him 5 tickets, the seller, not particularly interested in the outcome, suggests choosing anyone and leaving the choice to fate. The guy, not really hoping for anything, calmly says that if he really is a lucky person, then perhaps he will get lucky right now. He takes the first ticket he comes across, and after a long and anxious sleepless night, he begins to have a strange vision. The guy begins to see strange distortions, as if reality begins to float before his eyes. He does not understand whether this is real or a hallucination. The seller continues to hand over the tickets. The guy suddenly notices strange information marked 100%. He wonders what exactly is in front of him. He reaches out with his fingers to the image, trying to touch it, and thinks about the nature of this illusion, wondering if he is the only one who can see it. Since doubts do not leave him, he decides to buy a couple more tickets to check if it was just an obsession. Beiwu begins to think about the fact that through the paper you can see the probability of each ticket winning. Wanting to test his guess, the guy scratches off the protective coating on one of the tickets and is surprised to see that he has won 10 yuan. Confident that he is right, he impatiently demands 2 more tickets from the seller, believing that his calculation will definitely be justified. When he is satisfied that the numbers above the ticket do indeed reflect the chance of success, he announces his intention to buy 10 more tickets. The seller gives him a displeased look, mutters something under his breath, but doesn't object and hands him a new batch of lottery tickets. There are 9 tickets with a 100% chance on the table in front of him, but for some reason Beiwu reaches for the ticket with a 0 chance. Having confirmed that this ticket is definitely not a winner, he experiences a real shock, realizing that he is able to see the percentage chance of success. When the salesman notices that the guy has just lost, he tells him that gambling can be harmful and that it is important to stop in time. To the vendor's surprise, Beiwu calmly hands over the money and asks him to sell him 10 tickets for 20 yuan and another one for 10. The seller asks if he is sure about his purchase, while thinking to himself that the guy is now about to finally say goodbye to his money. He transfers money to the young man's account, which only increases his feeling of the complete unreality of everything that is happening. Beiwu begins to wonder if the percentages displayed above lottery tickets do indeed show the chance of success, but do not reveal the size of the winnings. He believes that it would be much more useful if one could see not only the probability, but also the amount of winning. He begins to think about how exactly this probability is calculated, trying to understand whether some kind of pattern can be identified. Suddenly his eyes widen as he comes up with what he thinks is a brilliant idea that could change everything. He points to a stack of lottery tickets lying on the table and asks the seller for those. Beiwu looks at the tickets he received in his hands with great surprise and carefully examines each of them, assessing the probability percentage. The seller decides to himself that the guy was just lucky and is sure that this time he will definitely lose and everything will finally end. Beiwu feels great and decides that it is worth taking another chance, as his intuition tells him that luck is clearly on his side. The seller begins to get irritated, because the guy has already won about 20,000, which means it's time for him to lose. The young man scratches off the protective coating on another ticket and easily wins another 20 yuan, without showing any particular surprise. After a series of lucky wins, Beiwu begins to feel that luck is now truly on his side and he has no reason to stop. The seller clutches his heart. He simply cannot believe what is happening. The guy wins for the 6th time in a row. Beiwu hands the man another winning ticket and calmly says that today he is just incredibly lucky, and that is why he won again. Beiwu looks closely at the lottery tickets and begins to wonder what the maximum amount he can possibly get from them is. Suddenly he realizes that the percentage of success displayed depends on what kind of question he asks before making his choice. He understands that as long as he formulates his requests correctly and uses the percentages to his advantage, he will be able to fool the owner of this shop without any difficulty. The seller begins to be wary of what is happening, because he sees in the young man either a madman or a brilliant manipulator. He comes to the conclusion that it is definitely not a matter of luck, and the guy is most likely the reincarnation of some gambling deity. Beiwu seriously believes that his new ability is of divine nature, and since he is lucky today, he asks for several dozen tickets at once, or better yet, a couple of packs. The man admits that the young man is unusually lucky today, but asks him not to give in to excitement and not to become addicted. The guy calmly replies that there is no reason to worry, and he hopes that he will be lucky this time too, because he is going to win another 20,000. The salesman sighs heavily as he watches the young man and tries to explain to him that one cannot build one's life on luck alone. He watches with tension as Baewu uses a coin to scrape off the protective coating from yet another lottery ticket. The tension builds. Beads of sweat begin to run down the seller's face. He carefully watches the guy's movements. Suddenly, he is overcome with great relief as he sees Baewu finally pick a ticket that does not bring any winnings. With an important look, he begins to tell that in this world there is no concept of infinite luck, and everything comes to an end. Baewu just smiles calmly, because he knows it's not about luck at all, but about his ability to see the chance of success in advance. He no longer relies on chance, because he now only selects tickets for which the desired percentage is already known. In order not to arouse suspicion, the guy began to deliberately lose, hoping that the seller would not notice anything. The man smiles happily and says that he warned him, but Baewu did not listen, and now, having lost, he has completely exhausted his luck. Baewu suddenly feels his luck return to him again, and even he himself does not have time to be surprised by his unexpected internal reaction. At first he thinks that he has just won a large sum, but it turns out that everything is much more modest than it seemed to him at first. Baewu continues to admire his new ability, and deliberately buys zero-chance tickets to distract the seller. The seller, seeing that the guy is winning only small amounts, repeats that luck has already abandoned him, and now the chance of success is only 1 in 10. Baewu thanks the man for his concern and says with a serious expression that he cannot believe that his luck has turned its back on him. In fact, he doesn't think so at all, and believes that now is the time to use his new ability to the maximum. Taking a drag on his cigarette, the seller advises the guy to forget about it. He is convinced that he will not be able to win anything else. Baewu wins again, but this time, the man remains completely calm, because the winnings are only 20 yuan, and not several thousand, as he feared. The young man happily hands the man a ticket and says that he has won again and now received 10 yuan. The seller looks closely at the winning tickets and thinks to himself that this guy could very well be the incarnation of a demon. Baewu begins to call upon the spirits of heaven and earth, asking them to give him 1 million yuan on the last lottery ticket. The seller considers such a request naive, because despite many victories, the chance of 1 million does not increase, and the guy should understand this. It was at this moment that Baewu's face lit up with a beaming smile, and he handed the seller a ticket with a winning 15,000. This surprises and upsets the man so much that he is so taken aback that he can't even hold back and screams loudly. The guy watches with obvious satisfaction as 15,000 are credited to the account, and with a grin, reminds the seller of the recent conversation and the luck. The man decides to resort to trickery, knowing that the factories distribute the winnings evenly, and since the guy already has the main ticket, the chance of success is now negligible. He tells Baewu that he is really incredibly lucky today, and asks how many more tickets he wants to buy. Baewu begins scanning the tickets, trying to determine the probability of success. The guy notices that the maximum chance of winning is only 5%, after which he refuses to buy, and says that he has already exhausted all his luck, so he thinks it is time for him to stop. The seller tries to convince him and says that since the guy is so lucky, he should use his power to the end and not give up halfway. Baewu responds that he could lose and lose all his money, so he concludes that now is the right time to stop. He reflects on how incredibly lucky he is today, and wonders if this ability can be used elsewhere besides the lottery. Baewu touches the door and mentally asks what the probability of successfully opening it is at the current moment. He imagines himself opening the door, and at that moment the system tells him that the chance of success is 100%. However, he suddenly notices that the percentage of door openings is sharply decreasing, which causes him genuine surprise and concern. He jumps back from the door, realizing that the chances of opening it safely have suddenly dropped to 10%. At that moment, the sound of breaking glass is heard, and a large dog flies through the door into the room. Baewu breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that he was incredibly lucky to have escaped disaster, as that careless dog almost knocked him down. The seller gets furious about the broken door and starts loudly scolding the stupid dog that flew inside like a storm. After some time, he begins to suspect something because the guy's behavior seems increasingly strange and seems to go beyond the ordinary. The man suddenly grabs Baewu's hand and says that he can't just let him go after everything that happened in front of his eyes. Baewu realizes that he has clearly gone too far this time, and now the seller will definitely start asking too many unnecessary questions. The surprised salesman suspiciously asks the young man how he could have known in advance what was about to happen. Baewu is well aware that his behavior is starting to arouse serious suspicions in the seller, and therefore decides to act carefully so as not to arouse even more mistrust. He wonders in his mind what the chances are that the man will believe his claim that he is psychic. He gets information that the probability is 50%. Then the guy asks himself a new question. How will the chance change if he says that his parents were famous sorcerers? To his surprise, he notices that after this question, the chances of success continually increase. Baiwu proudly tells the man that he has psychic abilities and asks him not to put him in the same category as street charlatans. He claims that his gift is hereditary, and that in their family abilities have been developed and preserved for thousands of years, passed down from generation to generation. To this, the seller, with obvious skepticism, says that he is an educated person and is not inclined to believe in such fairy tales without convincing evidence. The man adds that if such a family really existed, it would have become famous throughout the world long ago. At which point Baiwu notices a sharp decrease in the success rate. He quickly realizes that the man is thinking rationally and scientifically, so he decides to change strategy and declares that his lineage is secret. Baiwu explains that if anyone were to learn of their powers, they could be used for selfish purposes or even destroyed. These words seem logical to the man, and his face begins to change, and the percentage of trust in the guy's words quickly increases. Baiwu states with complete confidence that the seller had just witnessed the manifestation of his psychic techniques himself and should have felt it. The man loudly exclaims that it is impossible to believe, while the chance of success rises to 80%. Baiwu smiles contentedly as he notes the increased percentage and says that this is indeed the case. The guy says that he can calculate the chance of success, and whether he will be lucky or not will be decided by the will of heaven. Baiwu tells the surprised seller that all the winning tickets were a celestial omen. He says that when he wanted to leave, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, after which he heard a whisper that warned him, which is why he took a few steps back. The seller becomes friendly. He calls the young man sir and asks if it is not too much trouble to calculate something. The guy realizes that he has an opportunity to test his new ability. He believes that the task is not really difficult, because you need to pay attention to the causes and consequences of the response. The seller starts telling the story of how his house was recently demolished and compensation has not been paid, and he wants to know how much money he can get. Baiwu asks the man a counter question, asking what reasonable compensation would suit him. The seller begins to count out loud, remembering that his apartment was 200 or 300 square meters, and each square meter costs about 10,000. Baiwu asks what is the chance of getting compensation of 2 million. At this moment, the answer comes that the probability is 100%. After which he asks a question about compensation of 5 million. To which the answer comes that the chance will be only 5%. The guy continues asking questions, this time asking what the chances are of a 4.5 million payout. The salesman looks closely at the focused young man, and he is increasingly overcome by the thought that the guy really does have abilities. After a short silence, Baiwu looks up at the man with a heavy gaze, full of confidence and mystery. Clenching his hands hopefully in front of him, the salesman joyfully calls the young man a master, and asks if he has found out the answer. Baiwu reports that if a man asks for 4,200,000, he will not be refused. However, he warns that if the seller asks for 4.5 million, the chance of success will be less than 80%. Baiwu suggests that the man call and ask directly if he doesn't believe him, and at the same time test his new skill. The man takes out his phone and says that he will call the agency immediately. He quickly dials the number with trembling fingers. After a short conversation, the seller is very surprised and says that he cannot believe it. The amount of compensation is exactly as the guy said. After which the man thanks the young man and says that he really is a real psychic. The seller believes that the master gave him a useful prediction and promises to pay 300,000 yuan as gratitude. Baiwu continues to play the role of a mysterious psychic and says that it will be the will of heaven. He closes his eyes and folds his hands in a prayer gesture. He thinks to himself how lucky he is today, and then receives a notification from the bank about the crediting of 300,000 yuan. Baiwu can barely contain the joy raging inside him as he got a huge amount of money so easily. He looks at the salesman and thinks that with this ability to see the percentage of success, he can make any wish come true. Baiwu says goodbye to the man, the seller calls him master and wishes the guy a good day. He smiles warmly and watches him go. Baiwu believes that if he uses this gold mine correctly, he can radically change his life and achieve success. He goes outside and immediately notices that stupid dog who broke the door of the store. He is surprised that the dog is still here. He thinks that perhaps he is looking for someone here. The guy asks this mental question and gets confirmation that the chance is 100%. He remembers how this dog helped him earn money and decides that now he must repay the favor and return it to its owner. Meanwhile, the dog happily grabs the ball lying near her and throws it sharply into the air, wagging her tail in excitement. The ball begins to ricochet violently off nearby buildings and advertising signs, before returning and hitting the dog in the head. And then the same ball, after hitting the dog's head, rushes at great speed straight into the guy's head. In severe pain, the young man rubs his head and wonders how his owner copes with such an animal. The guy thinks what's happening is stupid, but decides that he still has to find the owner since he's already taken it on. Suddenly the dog takes off, and the young man decides to follow the dog, believing that it can lead him to its owner. While running, the young man thinks more than once about whether he should continue the pursuit. But curiosity turns out to be stronger than doubts. After a few minutes of running, he finds himself in a central park, where he notices a girl standing near a bench. Beiwu looks closely at the girl, amazed by her appearance, and decides that such coincidences only happen with incredible luck. The young man thinks that this girl looks no less than a 9 out of 10. The next moment he wonders what the chances are that this girl is the dog's owner. He mentally formulates a request to the system. The system reports that the probability of success is 100%. The guy is surprised that this beautiful girl is the owner of the dog. He admits to himself that at first he only wanted to test his abilities and earn a little money. But in the end, he got much more. The guy notes that the girl looks too relaxed and takes selfies despite the fact that her dog is missing, which seems strange to him. Beiwu pauses for a moment and begins to think about how to start the conversation, running through the possible options in his head. The guy turns to the girl, who immediately stops taking a selfie and turns to him with a questioning look. He asks the girl if this is her dog, to which the girl says that the animal is strikingly similar to her dog, but begins to argue, assuring that her dog is much cuter. Beiwu is very shocked by this answer. He finds it strange that the girl is not even able to recognize her dog, and he gets the impression that he is being played a joke. The girl continues to claim that her dog is more cheerful and smarter, after which she adds that its fur is smoother. Beiwu is unable to hide his surprise. He cannot understand how one cannot recognize his dog, to which the girl, frowning, turns to him and asks what is wrong. Beiwu claims that the problem is that it is not his dog, but the girl's dog. The girl says that this is not a very funny joke, and laughingly says that her dog is tied to that bench over there, gesturing to the side. Despite the girl's questionable intelligence, the young man points out to her a torn collar located near the bench. The guy doesn't dramatize the situation and simply hands the girl the torn collar, after which she is clearly surprised, finally realizing that this is her dog. After 5 minutes of conversation, the girl thanks the guy, to which he states that he was glad to help, because the main thing is that the dog found its owner. Beiwu is stunned that he spoke to such a girl. He internally rejoices at his success, feeling his pulse quicken. He catches himself thinking that this is the first time he has added such a beautiful girl as a friend, and looks at her feed, where she posted a photo of her walking her dog. After that, he looks at the photos of the husky, and thinks that this dog really is behaving inappropriately. Judging by the destroyed interior in the background of the photos, he states that if he had behaved in this manner, he would have been beaten and kicked out long ago. A moment later, he sighs and thinks that it is not for him to talk about this, because the guy himself was kicked out of his rented apartment today, and even the locks were changed. The girl cites being busy, after which she says goodbye to the guy and wishes him all the best. Suddenly, Beiwu realizes that he can see the success rate of any business, and wonders why he should pay rent when he can become rich and buy his own house. Even though the guy now has 300,000, it is not enough even for the initial payment, and he is going to come up with a quick and effective way to make money. He notices a bright sign for an antique market in front of him, and suddenly comes to the idea that antiques are a quick way to make money if you know how to find valuable things. A guy stands near a huge gate that leads to a square where old antiques are sold, thinking about new possibilities. As he passes the rows, he hears the loud voices of merchants offering ancient items at a very favorable price. Beiwu immediately finds himself surrounded by merchants, one of whom persistently offers him a porcelain bowl from the Northern Song era, assuring him that it is genuine, and asking for only 50,000 for it. The other two merchants, watching from the side, whisper among themselves. One of them smirkingly asks his comrade to look at this idiot newbie who clearly doesn't understand antiques. Beiwu sadly realizes that these people treat him as a brainless newbie and easy prey, seeing him only as an opportunity to make a quick buck. His thoughts are interrupted by a merchant sitting opposite him, who pompously declares that all these items were inherited by him, and that his ancestors were famous connoisseurs of art. The guy asks to show the goods with a joyful smile, but thinks to himself that the merchants don't even realize that such a seemingly naive newbie has an unusual ability. He mentally asks himself what the chances are that there is a real antique among this junk, and gets the answer that the probability is 100%. Beiwu thinks that all these items cannot be genuine and senses something fishy. He looks at the things laid out in front of him with distrust. He understands that he really has antiques in front of him, but he doesn't know how old these things are, and he wonders how to find something truly rare and valuable among them. The guy wonders what the chances are of finding an antique worth 5,000 here. The system replies that the probability is 0%. After scanning the surrounding objects, Bai Wu became interested in the prayer beads, which had 100% authenticity and a 5% chance at a price of 300 yuan. The merchant says that the boy has a keen eye and explains that these beads are the most valuable item because they were worn by the empress herself. Hearing that the man is asking 20,000 yuan for the item, the guy leaves, realizing that the seller is clearly deceiving him. Bai Wu is inclined to think that most of these traders are just street scammers, and decides to use 10,000 yuan as a price determinant. He approaches the vendor next to him and asks what the chances are that this shop will sell anything for more than 10,000 yuan. Having received an answer of 10%, he begins to ask about 20,000 and 30,000. After receiving the answer, he continues to raise the price and asks for the probability of items worth 50,000 yuan. He keeps asking higher and higher for the items and gets a 10% chance, after which he thinks that he can make good money here. The salesman gives the guy a contemptuous look and thinks he needs to teach this newbie a lesson. The seller tells the guy that the purchase does not depend only on luck, and claims that he runs an honest business and does not deceive customers. After this, the man tries to sell the guy another item, claiming that it is a truly worthy and valuable thing. However, Bai Wu interrupts him and firmly states that he wants to buy the glass, which has a 100% chance of being worth it when valued at 500,000. The guy thinks that he is not a simple newbie who can be easily deceived, because he has the skill of probability management. The merchant in turn wonders why the guy is interested in the last of the 10 bronze items sold, which he considers trash, and decides to raise the price. Bai Wu catches the seller's intention, silently calling him a fatso, who tries to raise the price at every opportunity. Bai Wu begins to scold himself for showing interest too early, at which point the salesman offers him to look at the porcelain. He shows off an old vase and invites the young man to take a closer look at it to appreciate its details. The man asks to pay attention to the circles on the bottom left by the potter's wheel and claims that it is completely handmade. The man asks for 50,000 for it and says that he can make good money if he resells it. Bai Wu feigns surprise. However, he thinks to himself that this fatso is again trying to sell some garbage, the price of which is no more than a couple of yuan. It suddenly occurred to him that this fat man didn't even realize that among other things, he had antiques worth 500,000 yuan. Bai Wu asks for forgiveness and says that buying antiques is certainly a fun activity, but he is not interested in porcelain. This statement alarms the merchant, and he tries to hide his disappointment at not being able to sell the vase. Bai Wu says he likes this wine cup, saying it casually so the seller doesn't start raising the price. The man starts to smile and says that the guy has a very keen eye, capable of immediately noticing worthwhile things. The merchant says that this cup is a good item, bought by him for 8,000, and offers to take it for the same price. Bai Wu pretends to be very surprised by this price, but to himself he thinks that it is still mere pennies. The guy understands that the seller does not know the real value of the cup, and this circumstance now plays into his hands. Bai Wu tries not to show his true feelings, because 8,000 is nothing compared to the real price of the glass. A smile appears on his face as he gets an answer to his question. The guy asked what the probability is that the seller knows the real cost of the glass. The probability of this happening is 0%. The guy thinks that he should pretend to be a poor newbie to lower the price even more. He asks about the likelihood of buying this glass for 4,000, after which he begins to lower the price further and further. Even at a price of 1,000 yuan, he gets 100% probability, and this seems like the right time to him. Bai Wu believes that it is not worth lowering the price below 1,000, since the probability drops sharply, and 2,000 is quite reasonable. He tells the seller that 8,000 is too much for him, and asks him to lower the price a little, hoping that he will agree. The seller thinks that this vase is not worth even 10 yuan, and suggests that the guy name his own price. Bai Wu states that he is ready to pay 2,000, which causes obvious surprise in the merchant, who did not expect such a move. The man is unhappy that the young man has lowered the price so much, but comes to the conclusion that 2,000 is also profitable. Bai Wu reiterates that he will not pay a penny more and asks if the merchant is satisfied with this amount. The seller agrees, although he complains that it is too cheap, since he allegedly sold the same glasses to a girl for 8,000. Bai Wu says that if the seller doesn't want to sell, it's no problem, and the man eventually reluctantly agrees to the deal. A loud phone sound is heard, which confirms the completion of the transaction. The deal is considered completed. Without showing his great joy, the young man calmly takes the box with the glass and leaves the merchant. The guy is beaming with happiness, because he paid mere pennies for a truly valuable thing, and in fact, hit the jackpot. The seller is also happy because he sold the goods he bought for next to nothing for 2,000 and thinks he deceived the naive newbie. At such moments, he especially enjoys his job because he sells junk as antiques and earns thousands of yuan. He considers the young man a naive fool who bought a cheap product with the intention of reselling it. Looking at the guy leaving, he calls him an idiot, thanks to whom he managed to earn 2,000. After this, the merchant boasts to his neighbor, telling him that yesterday a girl bought an old thermos for 9,000, and today a guy bought a trinket for 2. The man looks at the braggart with distrust and wonders what exactly makes him so proud. Suddenly he points his finger forward and asks if this is the girl the man sold the thermos to yesterday. The man happily informs the salesman that he seems to be in serious trouble. The girl approaches the shop. The seller, without looking up, immediately states that he does not return money for items already sold. The girl does not react to his excuses, carefully examines the counter and notices with surprise that the item she needs is not there. The seller does not understand what the girl is trying to achieve, because he was expecting a demand to return the money for yesterday's thermos. Suddenly the girl asks where the bronze wine goblet is, and declares that she is willing to pay tens of thousands of yuan for it. Hearing that the girl is raising the price to 50,000, the seller loses his composure and starts shouting at the top of his voice. He looks at the young man walking away and thinks that somewhere out there right now is his 50,000. The man is very surprised by the fact that the bronze goblet turned out to be so valuable, and he is at a loss to guess how the guy could have known about this. The girl wonders why this fat man is so stunned and staring at her as if he can't understand what's happening. She assumes that the man is not satisfied with the proposed price for the glass, and decides to increase the amount to speed up the deal. Gradually she raises the bid for the bronze wine goblet, offering 70, then 80,000. The neighboring merchant, hearing the announced amounts, freezes in place from shock and opens his mouth wide in surprise. The girl begins to get noticeably nervous. She wonders what is wrong with men and asks if they even hear her words. The merchant can no longer hold back his tears because he regrets his lost 80,000, and also the fact that the inexperienced goose so cleverly outwitted the old one. The neighbor begins to find what is happening amusing, and he thinks that this swindler himself got caught on the hook, although he always tried to fool customers. The fat man gradually pulls himself together. Greed overcomes him, and with a greedy gleam in his eyes, he offers a price of 100,000 yuan. To his amazement, the girl doesn't even think about bargaining and calmly states that she's happy with this price. Suddenly, a loud scream is heard and the girl turns to the merchant with a frightened expression on her face, not understanding what is happening. The man falls to the ground from severe shock and, breathing heavily, presses his hand to his heart. The man, with difficulty pronouncing words, tells the girl that the merchant has already sold the very glass she was looking for. He clarifies that the item was sold for only 2,000 yuan because the seller considered it to be ordinary junk. This statement greatly surprises the girl, and she asks the seller again whether he really managed to sell that very glass. The merchant asks the girl to wait for him a little and not to go far. He assures that he will return very soon. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by loud shouts, and someone nearby enthusiastically offers a price of 300,000. They immediately fall silent and turn to face the crowd where the noise is coming from. Someone calls the young man lucky, saying that he is holding a bronze goblet worth no less than 300,000. The man asks the merchant with a grin if this is the glass he just sold for next to nothing. The girl's face changes dramatically. She becomes serious, because she realizes that another serious problem has arisen on her path. Bai Wu gestures to the man to understand that the proposed price does not suit him at all and is not even being considered. The old man refuses the deal, stating that the price quoted is too high and the item is not worth that much. A merchant who recently sold a glass runs into the crowd and shouts that if 300,000 is not enough, he is ready to give 350. The next second he receives a powerful blow that throws him to the side with force. The old man approaches Bai Wu and firmly states his price, 400,000 and not a yuan more. Bai Wu believes that this is not the limit, but still decides that this amount suits him quite well. The young man also concludes that the old man is apparently a real expert who is not so easy to deal with. After some time, he asks the system about the chance of selling the glass for 500,000 and receives a confident answer, 100%. The old man sighs heavily, declaring that the younger generation is too impatient, after which he agrees to pay 500,000. The seller of the glass is unable to hold back tears of despair, while those around him discuss that the item was bought very close by, and the seller probably already regrets it greatly. One of the passers-by, noticing the expression on the merchant's face, asks in bewilderment whether he had accidentally sold that very item. The crowd is genuinely shocked that such an experienced and well-known seller made a mistake and gave away the valuable item without recognizing it. Suddenly, a loud female voice is heard through the noise of the crowd. The girl confidently declares that she is ready to pay 550,000. Baiwu is impressed by the beauty of the girl with white skin and long legs. He thinks that she is a real beauty, and appeared in his life like the goddess of fortune descended from heaven. However, the young man does not know that he absolutely should not test her patience, because the consequences could be much more serious than he thinks. Baiwu thinks that before he would never have dared to talk to such a girl, but now he believes that he can easily charm even the most beautiful beauties. He stared at the girl, causing her to become noticeably irritated, while she thought that she needed to get that wine glass at any cost. Otherwise, her grandfather would never forgive her. The guy decides to find out if the girl is ready to pay more, and thinks about how to play on her strong desire to buy this cup at any cost. Baiwu notices the vendor who sold him the glass in the crowd and happily announces that the item he bought for 2,000 turns out to be worth more than 500,000 yuan. The girl, in turn, raises the price to 550,000 and insists on an immediate deal. The older man objects, saying that he proposed first and considers the girl's demands to be unreasonable and contrary to the rules. The girl reacts to his words with irritation and declares that no agreement has yet been concluded, which means she has every right to participate in the bargaining. The guy begins to think that the girl is not buying this item for herself, but is just accompanying someone else's antique deal. Baiwu says he is not at all against selling the jug, but suggests that the buyers first come to an agreement among themselves to avoid disputes. The girl confidently states that the winner in the antique market is the one with the highest price, and she believes that this is how real rules should work. The elderly man does not give in. He begins to raise the price and calmly offers 560,000 for the cup. Showing determination, the girl immediately answers his challenge, and without hesitation, sets the price at 570,000. The price increase continues. The older man looks closely at the girl and suddenly says that she reminds him of someone. He calls the name of his old friend, which greatly surprises the girl. She says that this man is actually her grandfather. The man starts laughing loudly and happily declares that her grandfather is an old friend of his, after which he asks if he really asked her to buy this bronze goblet. The man begins to tell that he is a professor in the history department at the university, and the girl remembers that she had indeed heard about him before. Baiwu asks its customers whether they are going to buy the glass or continue talking about their personal lives. The stranger interrupts her conversation with the elderly man, turns to the guy and firmly says that she will buy this glass. She tries to lead the man away and tells him that if he has some free time, he can meet her grandfather, have some tea with him, and she will personally give him a ride home. Baiwu happily looks at his phone screen as he just received a message that 600,000 yuan has been transferred to his personal account. He hands the girl a glass and thinks with a satisfied face that he has practically become a millionaire, after which he wonders if maybe he should get to know this stranger better. Inspired by his success, the young man politely asks the girl for her contact information so he can add her on WeChat. Such statements and such an open offer cause not only great surprise in the stranger, but also noticeable irritation. The guy tells the girl that she looks like someone who is interested in antiques and promises to write to her if he has anything interesting. The girl thinks with disgust that this mad little frog has seriously decided to try swan meat. The guy gradually begins to understand that the girl considers him a pathetic dreamer, striving for the unattainable and impossible. She reacts aggressively to his advances and indignantly declares that he doesn't dare talk to her like that. However, a shadow of doubt appears in the stranger's eyes for a moment, and she wonders if the guy really considers himself blessed by the goddess of luck. She asks the guy if he is really sure that he is older than her and therefore can allow himself to speak in such a tone. Baiwu wonders if the girl might actually be older than him and decides to use his ability to check for sure. The system tells him that the probability that she is older is 0%, and the guy begins to think that with this ability, he can win her trust. He asks what the probability is that the girl is 20 years old, and gets the answer that the probability is 100%. After which he begins to go through the months of the year one by one, trying to find out in which of them the girl was born. The guy determined the month and continues his calculations to find out exactly what day and time the girl could have been born. The stranger watches the guy giggling and muttering under his breath, and wonders what could be wrong with him. Baiwu asks the girl not to worry, and continues to calculate her estimated time of birth. He tries all the time intervals from morning to lunch and from lunch to evening, but each time the chances of success are 0. The young man is inspired by his success, because he finally gets an exact answer, and learns that the difference between their births is only 1 minute in his favor. Baiwu states that he will under no circumstances call the girl big sister. The stranger in response thinks that he is some kind of crazy. Baiwu believes that he needs to tell the girl her exact age and time of birth to prove that he is a real genius. He proudly states that the girl is 20 years old and was born at the very end of September. The stranger was about to leave, but suddenly turned around and wondered where he got this information from. The guy gives her a self-confident look and thinks that everything was extremely simple. He just calculated the necessary options. The stranger starts to get angry and thinks that in front of her is an ordinary pickup artist with disgusting acting and a questionable approach. She believes that anyone can find out such information, and she does not intend to waste time on another city freak. Baiwu believes that the girl is underestimating him and decides to use his abilities once again to surprise her. He tells the stunned girl that she was born on September 30th at exactly 15:30. The surrounding onlookers are very shocked, wonder how this is possible, and begin to speculate that the guy is a psychic. There is an elderly man in the crowd who is the first to want to buy a glass. He begins to suspect that this young man has some kind of secret. The stranger is about to leave in annoyance, but Baiwu does not stop and declares that she was born earlier than the specified time, namely at 15:24. Baiwu believes that it was not difficult to figure this out, since he simply started from the moment of his own birth. The stranger becomes very agitated and, with trembling hands, takes out her phone to check what she heard. Her mother's voice comes from the phone, asking what happened and why her daughter suddenly called her. A girl asks her mother what time she was born, and a second later she receives an answer. The stranger tries to clarify the exact time of her birth, and asks her mother if she was really born at 15:24. The mother asks to wait a little to find the documents, and after a few minutes, reports that the girl was born at 15:24 and 36 seconds. Baiwu guesses that the girl must be extremely curious about how he learned such accurate information about her. However, to his surprise, he hears from the stranger that she is absolutely not interested in this, and she demands that he not waste her time. The girl is in great confusion, but the guy is not going to give up and declares that he has guessed absolutely everything. The stranger claims that he accurately named the time of her birth down to the second, and wonders how it is possible to guess such a thing. Despite the girl's anger towards him, Baiwu believes that her beauty is comparable to that of a deity. Baiwu asks the girl to calm down and promises that he will explain right now how he got this answer. The girl takes a step back and says angrily that she is about to hear another lie from a madman. The stranger declares that all fortune tellers are ordinary charlatans, to which Baiwu objects that not all psychics should be called that, and she herself will now see for herself. Baiwu is confident in the accuracy of his calculations, and tells the girl that she is wearing black panties today. The stranger demands that he shut up immediately. At this time, Baiwu decides to calculate whether she has a boyfriend. To his surprise, he finds out that this girl really does not have a boyfriend. At this moment, the stranger screams loudly, demanding that he move away from her and stop looking at her like that. Baiwu wonders if his guess that the girl hates men and deliberately does not have any relationships could be true. Suddenly, he receives confirmation. The probability percentage is exactly 100. The guy believes that the received confirmation is an extremely alarming and bad sign. The stranger begins to experience increasing stress and tensely asks the guy what exactly he just said. She notices how the crowd around them suddenly becomes silent and begins to listen attentively to their dialogue. The girl grabs the guy by the sleeve and sharply orders him to follow her immediately and not to ask unnecessary questions. Pushing through the crowd, the young people head to a less crowded place. As soon as they are around the corner, the stranger aggressively demands that Baiwu immediately tell him how he knows everything. Baiwu states with complete confidence that he has calculated everything, and there is no mysticism in this process, and there cannot be. An expression of extreme surprise appears on the girl's face, and she barely audibly says that this is completely impossible. Baiwu states that if she doesn't believe him, he can guess the exact location of her moles right now. The guy approaches the girl and claims that he is acting solely for the sake of science, without the slightest personal interest. The stranger is in great shock and still cannot understand how the guy is capable of such a thing. After adding the girl as a friend, Baiwu tells her that he will let her know if he finds anything interesting related to antiques. He also tells the girl that she can contact him at any time, and he will share his advice using his precise method. Baiwu whistles a cheerful tune and reflects on how he has no trouble finding out other people's secrets with his ability to see success rates. However, he never expected to meet such a beautiful girl here, and even more so to use his ability on her. Baiwu notices an older man who has stepped aside and is now talking on the phone. He begins to wonder if he could have heard their conversation, and who exactly he is calling now. The guy decides to check the probability that Chin-kin is currently wanted at home, and gets the answer that it is 0%. However, after some time, the percentage suddenly starts to increase. Baiwu makes a guess that it may have something to do with their meeting. He is genuinely surprised and believes that his sudden acquaintance with Chin-kin is predetermined from above, and is not a simple coincidence. The guy asks what the probability is that this old man is currently talking to someone from the Chin-kin family. Instantly, he receives multiple confirmations with 100% probability. Chin-kin is still in a state of great shock after the strange conversation with Baiwu and continues to stand silently in the alley. She receives a message in which Baiwu calls her a beauty, and offers to tell her fortune one more time for 600,000. He tells the surprised girl that her secret may have already become known to all her relatives. Chinkin suddenly starts running into the busy street in an attempt to catch up with the strange young man as quickly as possible. Baiwu decides to find out the probability that the girl's parents will call her within the next 30 minutes, and gets 100% probability. He wants to clarify a little and asks himself whether it is possible that the call will come in 15 or even 5 minutes. The guy tells the girl that she will be called in exactly 5 minutes, and at that very time a call comes from her mother. Mom asks Chinchin to come home as soon as possible and states that she wants to ask her one question urgently. The girl starts to worry because her mom sounded worried. Baiwu believes that now the girl will have to somehow explain this whole strange story to her parents, otherwise serious questions may arise. The guy remembers how much his life has changed since he left his home and suddenly gained the ability to see the percentage of success of various actions. Suddenly he is startled by the sharp ringing of the phone and wonders why his mother decided to call him now, when the day was already strange. Baiwu asks what happened and is told that his mother arranged a date for him, which makes him very angry. He says irritably that a blind date is not serious, and assures his mother that he will not go anywhere because it is not his style. However, after a few minutes he realizes that there is no point in arguing with his mother, and if a date has been set, it is better to arrive on time. Baiwu looks at the photo of the girl sent and thinks that she looks too hot to need a blind date. Baiwu turns around and looks away with genuine surprise, gradually realizing that something in what was happening definitely did not go according to plan. He notices a girl standing in the doorway of the cafe where his mother has arranged a date with him. After a brief moment, he notices Chinkin, who is clearly trying to dissuade the girl standing next to her. This girl rudely pushes away Chinchin's outstretched hand. Baiwu in shock wonders to himself what the probability is that there is a romantic relationship between them. The answer comes instantly, 100%, and from surprise he almost chokes on his tea, spitting it back into the glass. He realizes that one of the girls clearly wants to end the relationship, while the other is desperately trying to save it, and he finds this an extremely cruel development. Baiwu notices that there is determination in the girl's eyes, and she is definitely determined to go all the way. With a sharp movement, the girl jerks away her hand, which was held by Chinkin. Tears appear in Chinkin's eyes. The guy thinks that this situation is clearly too complicated, which makes him feel internal discomfort. He catches Chinkin's murderous gaze and becomes clearly uneasy. A stranger approaches a guy and says that her name is Muir, after which she extends her hand to him for a handshake. Muir tells the young man that he considers him decent and unexpectedly offers to date. The girl's voice sounds too loud. All the visitors of the cafe are surprised to hear such a direct offer. Baiwu himself is in great confusion, as the guy clearly did not expect such an outcome of the situation. He turns his attention back to Chinkin, who is unable to hold back her tears. Baiwu is very tense and thinks that all this is somehow wrong. The guy feels growing anxiety. Muir, meanwhile, demands an answer from the young man and asks if he really doesn't like her. Baiwu says that it is not that at all, adding that no matter how you look at the girl, she is very beautiful, thinking to himself that she looks like an angel. Muir leans over the young man and in a quiet voice says in his ear that she is not joking and is absolutely serious, after which the girl unexpectedly presses herself against Baiwu, which causes a storm of emotions in him. The guy cannot believe that everything that is happening is real. An internal response comes that the probability of success is 0%, and Baiwu finds himself thinking that he has a bad feeling about this. However, the girl is determined and is not going to retreat, continuing to persistently pursue her goal. She takes a step forward, hugs the young man tightly, and kisses him on the lips, showing unexpected courage for such an acquaintance. Qingqian is speechless with surprise. She opens her eyes wide and silently watches what is happening. Unexpectedly, Moore invites the guy to go with her. The young man wonders where exactly they are going. The girl says that it is obvious, and they will go to her house to meet her parents. She says this phrase with theatrical pathos, as if quoting a cheap novel. At this time, Qingqian runs out of the cafe. The guy, feeling that he is getting a benefit, still feels a strange feeling of guilt. He begins to think that Muir used him to break the girl's heart. Baiwu asks the system a question, and is told that the success rate is 100%, which only adds to his confusion. He looks at the girl's determined gaze and understands that she does not intend to back down. The guy begins to doubt whether he should go or not, and whether the girl is really taking him to meet her parents. Muir loudly asks the young man what he has decided, and whether he is going with her or not. Baiwu still wonders what the girl is planning and how she will use him. He comes to the conclusion that Moore is looking for a guy in order to calm his parents down. A moment later, he receives numerous system responses stating that the probability of success is 100%. Baiwu stops and after a short pause, loudly calls the girl by name. Moore asks what's wrong and wonders if the guy regrets what just happened. Baiwu feels very angry and irritated. realizing that the girl, being a beauty, thinks that she can do anything. He is surprised to see tears welling up in Muer's eyes after his harsh words, causing him to feel conflicting feelings of anger and unexpected pity. Baiwu says that he has no regrets, but begins to analyze the possible relationship between the girl and Chinkin. The guy is very sorry that he does not know what Muer is thinking. In a cozy and expensively furnished apartment, the voice of a girl is heard loudly announcing her return to her parents. A disgruntled mother appears on the threshold and irritably asks her daughter if she has returned from another unsuccessful blind date without results. Moore proudly announces that she wants to introduce her new boyfriend to her mom and dad, gesturing to an embarrassed Baiwu standing in the doorway. Baiwu is very worried, feeling as if he was dragged here against his will, and everything that is happening is just a performance in which he must play an assigned role. The guy resigns himself to the fact that he will now have to finish playing this strange comedy, since he has already found himself drawn into it. The mother immediately asks her daughter why she hadn't said anything about having a boyfriend before, looking suspiciously at the unexpected groom. Suddenly his father's voice is heard from the next room, asking if he had heard wrong. The father enters the room, takes Baiwu's hand and notes that the young man looks extremely agitated. Moore improvises, stating that they have known each other since middle school, but broke up when Baiwu's grades dropped, and now they unexpectedly met. The father, still holding the young man by the sleeve, suggests not to stand at the entrance like strangers, and tells his wife to prepare a festive dinner. The mother asks her daughter why she didn't warn her in advance about such a joyful event. The father leads the young people into the room, inviting them to chat while he and his wife prepare a snack. The situation becomes more and more strange, and the young man wonders if Moore is really the daughter of these people. He mentally asks the system if Moore is the biological child of these parents, and gets a 100% confirmation, which confuses him even more. At this moment, the mother appears on the threshold of the room with a plate of fruit and smiles sweetly at the young people. The father, noticing this, drives his wife away, asking with displeasure what she is doing and why she is interfering with the young people. He apologizes for disturbing the young people and asks them to continue their conversation, after which he informs them that dinner will be ready soon. After the door closes, the girl begins to tell that her parents have long hinted at the need to find a boyfriend, as they are concerned about her future. Baiwu begins to think that he is most likely the first guy she has brought home in a long time, which explains her parents' strange behavior. The young people continue to communicate, while their parents stand quietly behind the door and eavesdrop on their conversation. The father wonders why nothing is happening. He becomes nervous and suspects that the guy might want to take advantage of the situation. The woman asks why the man doubts the sincerity of this boy's feelings. The man turns to his wife and asks her not to speak so loudly because they might make a noise and the guy will suspect something. He clutches a huge kitchen cleaver in his hand and tells his wife that everything is planned and under control. Baiwu is still confused. He hasn't quite figured out the situation yet, but he wants to clarify something. He takes a decisive step towards the girl and declares that it is time for them to talk directly. The girl, in turn, takes a few steps back. The guy feels her tension, thinking that he needs to stay away for a while. Baiwu asks the girl to calm down, explaining that he only means the need to sit down and calmly discuss everything that is happening. Muer apologizes for her behavior and says that she needs some time to get used to their relationship. Baiwu can tell the girl is nervous, and when he gets closer, she chooses to keep her distance. The girl thanks for understanding and says that everything is fine, and with time she will be able to get used to it. Baiwu admires the girl's beauty and thinks about the likelihood that she will feel comfortable if he takes her hand. After getting a high percentage of probability, he asks about the kiss. The high percentage surprises him greatly. Baiwu tries to think rationally and not deceive himself, finally coming to the conclusion that the girl is using him only to deceive her parents. Baiwu begins to reflect on the fact that, first of all, the girl must be honest with herself, and with visible effort he reaches out his hand to her. The guy takes a hesitant step forward and accidentally trips over his own foot, completely losing his balance in that awkward moment. Losing his balance and unable to stay on his feet, Baiwu falls to the floor with a crash, causing a loud noise to echo throughout the entire apartment. The next second, an enraged father runs into the room, holding a huge kitchen cleaver in his hands, and loudly asks what happened and if everything is okay with his daughter. He stops abruptly and looks in surprise at his daughter and the young man kneeling next to her. Muer is very irritated and angrily turns to her father, asking what he is doing. The mother quickly replies that everything is fine, and states that the father is simply very worried about his daughter. The wife drags her husband out of the room by his ear, while the guy thinks about the inadequacy of the man who burst into the room with a cleaver. Baiwu is very surprised by what is happening, because he did nothing. And besides, the man himself brought him into the room, and now he burst in with a knife. The guy gradually calms down and thinks that this is a very strange family. At this time, outside the door, a woman scolds her husband, calling him crazy and asking why he is running around the apartment with a huge kitchen knife. The man justifies himself. Even if the guy has a good heart, they cannot blindly trust him with their daughter. Baiwu is a little upset and wonders how he can possibly qualify as the girl's boyfriend after her parents almost stabbed him to death. Moore slowly approaches the young man and asks if he is okay. Baiwu continues to wonder how much longer he will have to play this role, and tells the girl that they need to discuss this issue later. Moore asks in response if the guy really regrets everything that happened between them. Baiwu counters by asking if she really thinks that she can hide the truth from her parents with this theater. He states that he wants to resolve the situation honestly, because her parents care about her, and she is going to deceive them. The guy tells the surprised girl that the only way to solve the problem is to simply talk to her parents. Baiwu takes Muer's hand and resolutely pulls her towards the door. The girl pleadingly asks him to help her just this once. A strange smile suddenly appears on Baiwu's face, and he begins to laugh quietly, as if realizing the absurdity of the whole situation. The parents, pressing their ears to the door, continue to eavesdrop. The mother whispers that the young couple is arguing because of her husband's ridiculous behavior. She indignantly states that her husband behaved thoughtlessly, and most likely the quarrel arose precisely because he burst into the room with a knife. The woman continues to express her dissatisfaction, to which the husband irritably replies that now is not the time for reproaches, and they must immediately end this conflict. They notice that the young man is about to leave and rush towards him in panic, trying to prevent his escape. Baiwu silently walks between the confused parents, thinking that if he stays, the only thing he can do is cause the girl even more pain. The parents look at the departing boy in confusion, feverishly thinking about how to stop him. Suddenly, the mother shouts loudly at the boy not to put on his shoes, apologizes and explains that she accidentally spilled soup on them. However, it's too late. Baiwu already puts his feet into the boots and immediately screams in pain, burning himself with hot and sticky soup. He looks at his shoes, then at the girl's parents, and wonders what kind of madness is going on here. Moore indignantly asks his mother why she was in the hallway with the soup and not in the kitchen. The father supports his daughter, calling it irresponsible. The man, seeing the wet boots, asks how the young man will get home now, to which the mother immediately offers him to stay with them for the night. Baiwu understands that now everything depends only on the girl. The parents insistently offer him to stay. He politely but firmly refuses, making up a story on the fly about how he needs to go to the hospital today to visit his grandmother's niece, whose son is sick. Moore smiles faintly at this ridiculous excuse, while her parents nod and begin to discuss the young man's complicated family ties. Lying on the bed, the guy thinks about how easy it has become to earn money now, and firmly decides to visit the antique shop tomorrow. The next morning comes and Baiwu heads to a huge square where dozens of antique dealers have set up their stalls. The seller irritably polishes an antique vase, thinking about how yesterday he went into the red because of some newbie, and also publicly disgraced himself in front of other sellers. He is thinking with annoyance about the great opportunity he missed to get rich yesterday when he suddenly notices a shadow hanging over him. The seller automatically smiles at the visitor and offers to examine any product that he likes. A second later, he notices with horror that standing in front of him is the same guy who yesterday bought an extremely valuable item from him for pennies. While munching on street food, Baiwu casually greets the vendor, noticing the new items on the stall, and asks if there is anything new since yesterday. The salesman, quickly pulling himself together, exclaims in a mocking tone what an amazing coincidence it is that the guy arrived just in time, and assures that he really does have something to show. Inside, he is jubilant, believing that this is the perfect opportunity for revenge, because this time he has specially prepared several special items for the unsuspecting buyer. Baiwu, continuing to eat street food, nods indifferently and says that in that case the man can safely show off his goods. The seller triumphantly points to new items that he supposedly brought from a remote village where the locals do not understand true value. After asking about the cost, the man confidently names the price of 50,000 for the entire set. He whispers to the boy that he spoke with the village elder and learned that one family received this inheritance back in the late Song dynasty. The man whispers that this porcelain is probably incredibly expensive, after which the guy theatrically feigns great surprise, opening his eyes wide. The seller, running his finger over the pattern, confidently declares that judging by the carving and texture, this porcelain was made using the technology of ancient masters. He says that the guy is his best customer, and therefore the price will be especially attractive. The man explains that the price of 60,000 yuan is more than justified, because it is an extremely rare work worthy of a museum. Baiwu loudly repeats the stated price and asks in bewilderment whether the seller is really ready to give away such valuables for such a ridiculous amount of money. The guy, with false indignation, declares that in his opinion, This porcelain is of excellent quality and should cost several times more. The seller gloats internally, thinking how wrong the guy is in his conclusions. Baiwu states that 60,000 is a negligible amount. He pompously declares that if he buys a set for such a sum, his conscience will torment him for the rest of his days. The salesman begins to feel very irritated, but through clenched teeth he politely says that the guy's words touched his heart. Baiwu pats the man on the shoulder in a friendly manner and states that he cannot allow such a kind person to suffer. He asks for some time to think and promises to name his price, at this moment mentally asking the system for information about authenticity. The guy is disappointed to learn that the authenticity of the set is no more than 14%, but suddenly his eyes widen in surprise. Among the 7 figures, one turned out to be genuine. Baiwu quickly calculates in his mind that if there really is an original among the figurines, then its value must be at least 1 million. Having learned that the probability of the price being 1 million is over 90%, the guy indifferently asks again how much the merchant wants for the whole set. The merchant experiences wild joy and barely holds back his evil laughter, internally rejoicing that his plan has worked, and he is about to get rich at the expense of this fool. Suppressing his laughter, the man, with false seriousness, announces that he is offering a new price, 600,000. Baiwu carefully studies the joyful merchant, who is already mentally trying on the image of a rich nobleman. The seller, playing at generosity, declares that if this price is too high, he will make a discount and sell the set for 500,000. Baiwu says it's no problem and takes out his phone, ready to transfer the money immediately. After scanning the QR code, the young man transfers 500,000 yen to the stunned merchant, after which he quickly grabs the box with the figurines. To the man's complete bewilderment, the guy instantly disappears into the crowd, running in an unknown direction. The merchant began to be tormented by the strongest doubts. What if among these figurines there really was an original, and he had just given away a fortune for a pittance? However, a moment later he reassures himself that the younger generation always thinks they are smarter, and confidently concludes that the set was definitely a fake. Rubbing his hands with pleasure, he recalls with pleasure how he bought this antique for only 15,000, and now has earned 500,000. His joyful thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the sharp screech of brakes. An SUV stops next to him, and an angry girl gets out. She immediately pounces on the merchant, asking where the 15,000 fake porcelain she sold him the previous evening is. The girl, with a trembling voice, declares that she is ready to buy the porcelain for 1 million. This news shocks the merchant. His face instantly turns pale. She begins to plaintively explain that this porcelain set is extremely important to her grandfather and begs him to return it. The merchant's mood immediately sours, and he admits in a choked voice that he sold it to another buyer just a few minutes ago. A neighboring merchant, hearing this, confirms that he actually saw some guy buy fake porcelain for 500,000. He sarcastically tells the stunned fat man that he is terribly jealous of his luck today, to which he proudly replies that skill comes with experience. The girl suddenly starts crying, confessing that she mistakenly put her grandfather's favorite china in the wrong box, and now the family heirloom is lost. The merchant tries to calm her down, muttering uncertainly that even if it is grandfather's favorite porcelain, it is still just a fake. Suddenly the girl starts screaming, furiously asking who told him that the porcelain was fake, since one of the items was a genuine relic passed down to them from their ancestors. The fat man's mood worsens again. He understands that this time he screwed up big time and could have earned many times more. The neighboring merchant begins to openly mock him, reminding him how yesterday the fat man sold a glass for 600,000, and today he sold the porcelain for less. The girl demands that the sellers immediately tell her where the young man who bought the porcelain went. Baiwu is in the home of an antique expert. An elderly man carefully examines the piece, noting its impeccable gloss and state of preservation. The expert continues his examination, and after many minutes of silence, declares that it is a magnificent specimen. Suddenly, the grandfather notices that he has exactly the same figurine at home. The man explains that this porcelain is over 1,000 years old, and asks suspiciously how such a rarity could have come into the possession of a young man. Baiwu mentally asks the system if this porcelain really belonged to the old man, and receives a 100% confirmation, which takes his breath away. When the expert asks what's wrong with him, the young man clears his throat and mumbles that everything is fine. He just choked on his tea. Baiwu wonders if the fat merchant stole the porcelain, and the answer is that the probability is 0%. After which the guy suggests that the old man's granddaughter sold the porcelain to a street vendor. The probability of this is 100%. The guy, looking at the old man, thinks that he has a crazy granddaughter, which explains the strange behavior and unusual circumstances surrounding the deal. The expert says that this item is being sold at auction for 12 million, and he is willing to buy it for 9 million. Baiwu believes that 9 million is quite a lot, considering that this is just the beginning of his career in the antiques world. The guy smiles at the old man and confidently says that they have come to an agreement. The old man says that this is a good start to their cooperation and takes his business card out of his pocket. The expert tells the guy that if he finds anything interesting in the future, he can call at any time. Baiwu takes the old man's business card, says goodbye to him, and slowly walks out into the street, feeling satisfied with the result achieved. At that moment, a car suddenly parks next to him, and a girl jumps out of it. Baiwu looks at the girl running fast. He wonders where she is rushing to and assumes that she will fall. There is a 100% chance that the girl will fall, and the guy loudly warns her. She stops and asks the young man in surprise why he thought she would fall. The girl aggressively tells Baiwu that she is not stupid and does not need to be warned in this way. Suddenly the guy gets the idea that this girl is the granddaughter of the expert who sold expensive porcelain for next to nothing. He receives the answer that the probability that the girl is the expert's granddaughter is 100%. The young man begins to become noticeably nervous. He understands that the situation is getting more complicated. While passing by the guy, the girl stumbles literally on level ground and falls to the ground with a loud scream. Baiwu also starts screaming loudly in fear. He stretches out his arms and rushes forward to catch the girl. The guy manages to grab the girl and hugs her tightly. The girl wonders what kind of trick this bastard just pulled and why she fell on level ground. People around them look closely at the young people hugging and wonder what is wrong with them and why they do not observe the rules of decency. The stranger starts screaming loudly and demands that she be released immediately. Baiwu, reporting that everything happened as he said, believes that the girl should have listened to his words. The girl is very excited and asks the young man how he could know about this. She frees herself from the guy's embrace and jumps to the side with a sharp movement. After which she asks the question of who he even is. Baiwu says that they have nothing more to discuss and says that he is going to leave. However, the girl asks him to stay put. Baiwu says that he did nothing and asks not to bother him. With a sharp movement, she snatches the phone from the guy's hands and says that she has an urgent problem, after which she says that she will contact the guy next time. Having left her contact number, the girl returns the phone and leaves the guy alone, ending their short dialogue and parting. Baiwu is walking along a busy street in high spirits, thinking that he has a lot of money and can spend it wherever he wants. A young man is thinking about what to buy first, a car or an apartment. At this time, he meets an antiques seller. The fat man tries to find out how much the young man sold the porcelain for. Baiwu, smiling, says that he got 9 million for it. Baiwu is surprised by the merchant's calmness, because this fat guy looked so calm and was not even surprised. This makes the guy puzzled. The merchant hides his true feelings very skillfully. Watching the guy go, he calls him a stinking bastard and believes that they will still get even. At this time, the girl looks into the room of her grandfather, who is looking at a porcelain figurine he recently bought for 9 million. She believes that everything worked out, and that her grandfather found his porcelain, after which she plans to leave unnoticed, wanting to avoid unnecessary attention. However, the old man notices his granddaughter and asks her suspiciously why she suddenly decided to visit her grandfather. The girl, realizing that she was already late, and that the porcelain had already been bought by her grandfather himself, remained silent in confusion, not knowing what to answer. The old man, looking intently at his granddaughter, asks what is wrong with her. She, smiling nervously, begins to convince him that everything is perfectly fine. The expert catches himself thinking that his granddaughter has been acting strangely lately, as if she really had sold his favorite porcelain. This guess is instantly confirmed. He realizes that he is holding his porcelain in his hands. The girl, feeling that the situation is getting tense, declares that she urgently needs to go to the hospital because everything hurts. She takes out her phone and through tears begs her grandmother to save her, because her grandfather will definitely punish her now. The old man takes on a demonic appearance and loudly demands that the girl look at what she has done. The granddaughter runs out into the street and thinks about who managed to sell the porcelain so quickly. She instantly remembers the guy who was leaving the house. The girl believes that this is exactly the young man who predicted her fall. Suddenly, Baiwu feels a powerful bolt of lightning strike him. He turns his head from side to side, trying to figure out where the fat antique dealer has disappeared to, and thinks that something is wrong with this fat man. He thinks that the merchant is playing some kind of tricky game, and the answer comes that the reality of this is 100%. Baiwu wonders how the fat man will try to take revenge. The system reports that the probability that the merchant wants to take the money is 100%. Baiwu calms down a bit, as he still has a reliable power that shows the success rate, which gives him confidence in his actions. The guy thinks that dealing with antiques is a profitable business, but even with superpowers, it is quite difficult to find gold in this trash. He remembers that the girls he met recently were all very strange, and he thinks that for safety's sake, he'd better not get involved with them. However, the The guy would be interested to see what would have happened if he had not missed this opportunity. He learns that the probability of having a genuine antique on the market tomorrow is 100% and decides to continue speculating on it. Baiwu is counting on a daily income of 1 million and is thinking about where to spend such a huge amount of money. He thinks he needs a car and wonders if he can get to the dealership from this stop. Suddenly, he notices the expert's granddaughter at the bus stop, who is glued to her phone and is intently reading messages. From the message, he learns that the girl was unlucky today. She mixed up the boxes and sold her grandfather's figurine. After which, because of his anger, she did not dare to get behind the wheel. Baiwu smiles and wonders if this girl is really that stupid. After this, the guy notices a strange man in the crowd of passengers and thinks that this guy looks extremely suspicious. Baiwu asks if the person is a threat and gets a 50% chance of success. The chance that this guy is a bus pickpocket increases to 100%, and the guy texts the girl that the man next to her is dangerous. The granddaughter reads the messages, after which she is surprised and suddenly lifts her head up. She notices Baiwu next to her and wonders what he's doing there, before thinking that nothing good can come from this guy. Baiwu writes a message saying that an ungrateful person cannot distinguish a good person from a bad person, and says that the girl is such a person. Bus number 666 slowly approaches the bus stop and slows down near it. The passengers begin to slowly move towards the entrance of the bus. The pickpocket has clearly spotted his new victim. The girl notices the touch and turns towards the man. The pickpocket apologizes and says that it wasn't on purpose. Someone just pushed him. The granddaughter accepts the apology and immediately goes back to looking at her phone, returning to her previous activity and ignoring what is happening around her. Baiwu is irritated. He thinks that this girl does not listen to him at all. The guy notices how the man extends his hand to the girl and understands that the pickpocket has started to act, and the girl does not understand anything at all. Baiwu begins pushing his way through the dense group of passengers and loudly orders them to stop immediately. Suddenly, the granddaughter delivers a powerful elbow blow to the pickpocket, who began to act, demonstrating determination and fighting skills. After this, she grabs the opponent's arm and delivers a powerful kick to his groin. Baiwu feels uneasy. He finds himself thinking that he would not want to be in the place of this pickpocket. Meanwhile, the granddaughter makes a sharp turn, grabs the opponent by the elbow, and intends to throw him. With a powerful, professional move, she throws the large man onto the floor of the bus. The pickpocket lands on the floor of the bus with a loud thud, wheezing loudly and in severe pain. The bus stops, and the surprised passengers begin to discuss what is happening. The girl points her finger at the pickpocket lying on the ground and says that this nasty guy wanted to grope her. Baiwu feels fear. He realizes that the girl is a martial artist and is still standing in front of him. The granddaughter looks at the young man and wonders what the guy has jinxed again. She wonders whether he wanted to help or whether there is something wrong here. Baiwu thinks that this is the end for him. This strong girl is the same porcelain seller that he bought. Baiwu heads to the next bus, thinking that he needs to get away from this girl as soon as possible. He only needs a few dozen minutes to get to the car dealership. Suddenly, he gets the answer that the probability of getting to the car dealership is 0%. Baiwu thinks that today is an unlucky day and asks whether a traffic accident is possible. The probability of accidents or traffic jams is 0%. But the young man still has a bad feeling that haunts him. The rude man demands that he immediately step aside and let him pass, which makes the guy suspicious and afraid. He believes that there may be a criminal inside. The guy gets the answer that the chance of a bus being hijacked or hostage being taken is 0%, which doesn't relieve his anxiety. Baiwu is very upset because he can't figure out what will happen, but he knows for sure that there is a criminal on the bus, with 100% probability. The guy doesn't know what to do because if the criminal's plan comes true, many people could suffer. He learns with horror that there is a 100% chance that the bus will catch fire, and he wants to prevent it, but he is not sure that he can cope. Baiwu realizes that he has no time at all and needs to urgently call the police to report the criminal on the bus. In a quiet voice, he informs the operator that there is a criminal on the bus who intends to start an arson, after which the dispatcher asks him to state his location. The duty officer reports that he has marked the call as an emergency and assures that all necessary measures will be taken to prevent tragedy. Baiwu reports that the criminal has 8 or 9 liters of gasoline, to which the operator demands proof. He asks how the boy knew about the intentions to set the bus on fire and warns of severe punishment for false information. Baiwu realizes that he cannot prove his words in any way and is outraged that they do not believe him. He understands that the police will not have time to intervene, and in this case, he will have to stop the criminal himself by any available means. Baiwu notices the expert's granddaughter boarding the bus behind him, who gives him a displeased look. However, he understands that now is not the time to be distracted by personal matters, and the main thing is to save people, which becomes a priority for him. Remembering the powerful kick to the groin, The guy thinks that this girl is really dangerous, but at the moment he needs to focus on how to catch the criminal. Suddenly, an officer from the police station calls him and informs him that there is a police officer on the bus and asks him not to take any hasty action. Baiwu becomes a little calmer. He feels an unexpected relief when he realizes that there is a police officer on the bus. This gives him confidence. He slowly turns his head and is surprised to see the expert's granddaughter staring at him with an attentive and wary gaze. Baiwu realizes that just like him, the policeman has no idea what the alleged criminal looks like. When he becomes aware that the perpetrator is almost certainly occupying a seat in the back of the bus, Baiwu begins to move down the narrow aisle between the seats. Baiwu soon senses that someone is following him, and turning around, he notices the same girl, after which he wonders why she is following him, because now is not the time for games. The guy reasons that it would be extremely difficult to bring 8 to 9 liters of gasoline onto the bus, which means that the criminal probably has a roomy backpack with him. He stops next to a man with a backpack and seriously wonders if this suspicious man could really be a criminal capable of setting the fire. Baiwu carefully studies the man's appearance, noticing how sloppy he looks and how different his appearance is from the usual passengers. After that, he notices how he nervously and convulsively clutches his backpack with his hands. Baiwu approaches the man cautiously, thinking that he shouldn't act too provocatively, as being too suspicious could ruin the whole plan. The guy is tense to the limit. He is tormented by doubts about whether he should lie low and wait for the moment or take advantage of the chance and suddenly neutralize the man. The bus jerks sharply and begins to brake smoothly. Someone's hand suddenly reaches out to it from the crowd of passengers. Baiwu tries hard to hold back a scream, trying to maintain his composure, but the girl's sudden touch on his shoulder almost knocks him off balance. Baiwu instinctively jumps to the side, turns sharply, and realizes with horror that the same aggressive granddaughter of the expert is again next to him. The guy gets 100% confirmation that there is a police officer next to him, and to get his attention, he approaches the man and starts talking loudly. He glances at the man next to him and figures it's the perfect moment to both get the officer's attention and expose the suspicious guy. Baiwu comes to the unequivocal conclusion that there is no longer any room for delay, and action must be taken right now. He looks back at the girl standing right in front of him and clenches his fists. Suddenly, the girl pushes Baiwu aside and makes a powerful lunge towards the man holding the backpack. The man sitting by the window was completely unprepared for the attack, and the guy manages to grab his bag, which opens to reveal several bottles. The man instantly jumps up from his seat, his face contorted with anger, and he screams and demands to know what Baiwu is doing. The guy falls to the floor of the bus and watches closely as an enraged man approaches him menacingly. Baiwu is literally shaking with fear, thinking about how quickly events have unfolded and how he doesn't have the slightest chance of dealing with such a big guy. Suddenly, with lightning speed, the girl's fist crashes into the man's face, knocking him off his feet and causing him to stagger back. Baiwu lets out an involuntary cry of surprise, his mouth falling open in surprise. Meanwhile, the girl does not stop for a second and methodically continues her attack, delivering a series of precise and powerful kicks to the man's body. Despite her modest physical characteristics, the girl behaves like a real fighting machine, and, shouting loudly, delivers a final and very powerful kick. After this lightning-fast and devastating attack, the man is left lying on the floor of the bus. Baiwu can't stop wondering where this girl got such strength from. A metallic ringing sound is heard. The girl calmly takes the handcuffs out from behind her belt. She loudly and clearly states that there are police on the bus, and the man is officially under arrest for attempted arson. After this, the girl carefully reaches for the bottle that fell out of her backpack, takes it in her hands, and lifts it from the floor. Bringing the bottle to her nose and sniffing it carefully, she quietly confirms that there really is gasoline inside. Baiwu, in complete confusion and horror, realizes that this aggressive creature is actually a police officer, and decides that he needs to get out of here immediately. Taking advantage of the general commotion at the bus stop, the young man tries to leave the landing area unnoticed, hiding behind the girl's back. However, the girl immediately turns around sharply, calls him by name, and suspiciously asks where exactly he is going. She grabs him by the shoulder and says that she heard that it was he who informed the police about the planned crime on the bus. The guy is confused and wonders why she is still stalking him, and realizes that he won't be able to clearly explain how he found out about the arson. He begins to panic and spout nonsense about a monk who came down from the mountains and told him about it, immediately realizing how absurd it sounds. Baiwu realizes that the situation is getting worse, and now there is a risk that he himself will be suspected of preparing the arson. He decides that he needs to get out of here as quickly as possible. At that moment, the girl suddenly hits the wall next to his head with her hand. Her face becomes menacing. She looks at him with fury and demands to know how he knew about the crime before it happened. Baiwu becomes increasingly amazed by the physical strength of this girl and begins to realize that he is in a very serious mess. The girl again asks the question of how an ordinary citizen became aware of the planned arson of a bus. Beiwu gently moves the girl's hand aside and says that it wouldn't hurt to thank him for warning her about the crime in advance. To this, the girl mockingly remarks that she personally finds it hard to believe this version of what happened. She abruptly twists his arm and reminds him that he called the police before he got on the bus, then asks him if he knows the criminal. Suddenly, Moore appears nearby, attracted by the noise and crowds of people near the bus stop. She notices a crowd of onlookers and immediately turns her attention to the unfamiliar girl, pinning Beiwu against the wall. Beiwu tells the policewoman that all her conclusions are nothing more than guesses, but she indifferently states that they will go to a more suitable place where he will tell her everything. The number of onlookers is rapidly increasing, and the guy increasingly feels that he has found himself in an extremely humiliating and unpleasant situation. He thinks about how cunning and dangerous this policewoman turned out to be, because of whom he is now drawn into serious trouble. Muir addresses Beiwu by name and asks in confusion what is going on. The guy notices the girl with surprise, and in response, asks himself what she is doing here, and how she ended up at the bus stop. The policewoman turns a heavy gaze to Muir and asks if she knows this young man. Muir begins to explain that her car broke down, so she left it at the workshop and ended up here by chance. After this, the girl again asks what is going on and why this lady is so persistently pestering Beiwu. Beiwu feels like the situation is starting to look more and more like the scene where he was caught with his lover. He decides that this is a great chance to get out of this, and discreetly winks at Muir, counting on her help in this absurd situation. The girl looks at him defiantly, obviously expecting an explanation that could somehow clarify what was happening. Beiwu breaks free from the girl's grip and addresses Muir, assuring her that it is not at all what she thought. After which, the guy falls to his knees in front of the girl, insisting that he has nothing to do with the stranger. This causes shock among those around. One of the onlookers, chewing a cookie, says in surprise, Well. Beiwu points to the police officer and claims that she was the one who started harassing him, emphasizing that he does not know who she is. He reveals that he has a girlfriend whom he truly loves, and then asks the police officer to stop following him. The female officer, surprised by such accusations, tries to explain that she did not harass the guy at all. At this time, onlookers begin to gossip, discussing that Beiwu has a beautiful girlfriend, but he was just caught with another. The policewoman orders the guy in a stern voice to look at himself and asks who is chasing him anyway. To which Beiwu replies to Moore that his words are the pure truth, and asks him to pay attention to the fact that the girl does not let him go. Muir makes it clear with her look that the guy will owe her if she helps him this time. She tells the police officer that this young man is her boyfriend and asks her to stop touching him. The female officer blushes with anger and clenches her teeth with all her might. Beiwu feels extremely uncomfortable as he notices more and more people gathering around him. The officer calms down a little and notices that Muir is quite determined and has no intention of backing down. She is again overcome with intense anger, and she slowly and quietly calls the young man by name. After which, with a sharp movement of her left hand, she delivers a powerful and stinging blow to the guy's solar plexus. The guy immediately falls to his knees and tries to catch his breath, while the female officer turns around and begins to walk away silently. Passing by Moore, she declares that she is not interested in this brat, but advises the girl to be careful with him. She talks about how this guy is most likely not who he claims to be. Moore looks at the young man pitifully and asks how he is, and if everything is okay with him. Beiwu thanks the girl, and says that thanks to her he was able to get rid of this problem at least for a while. Muir reminds him that they have an unspoken agreement. She helped him, and now he must help her. At this moment, pushing aside numerous passers-by and onlookers, Chinkin approaches the bus stop. The girl immediately notices the young people who are chatting pleasantly with each other. She watches with irritation as Beiwu whispers something quietly to Muir. Chin decides that since the guy decided to pester Muir, he won't get off so easily this time. The next morning comes. Beiwu, sitting in an expensive car, thinks that he is not decisive enough to show any feelings, and is generally confused about them. He thinks that in the future he will stay away from all this and focus on making money. The guy does not notice at all how Chinkin is watching him. A young man parks near an antique market and believes that only money is real, as opposed to feelings. He catches himself in a familiar and pleasant feeling, which he has known since yesterday, this feeling of money. Beiwu hopes that today will be a wonderful day that will bring good profits, and does not notice at all how Chinkin looks at him with hatred from the car. However, when he approaches the stall of his friend the seller, the guy's mood changes. He asks the man where his salesman is, to which he replies that the fat man has gone to the village for new goods and will be gone for a few days. Beiwu immediately asks what the chances are that the fat man will have a genuine antique, and gets a 100% chance. The guy thinks that nothing can be done, and wonders if he will be able to find himself an antique today. The answer stuns him, as the system tells him that the probability of success is 0%. He asks the next question, wondering what the chances are of buying a genuine antique on the market. The system also reports that the probability is 0%. Bai Wu begins to wonder why this data is so different from yesterday. He thought there were antiques here, but he can't find them without the fat man. The young man decides that he will handle this task himself, while Qin, hiding around the corner, continues to watch him. 30 minutes later, Bai Wu returns to the fat man's neighbor and begins to examine his goods. While examining an old cup in his hands, he suddenly notices an inconspicuous vase. After asking the question, the young man learns that this is a genuine antique with a 100% success rate. He approaches the merchant and asks if he can sell him this vase, to which the seller states that it costs 3,000, but he can give the guy a 5% discount. Bai Wu is very indignant and asks what this 5% discount is. The young man demands 50. The seller agrees to the stated conditions and calmly says that if it's 50, then let it be 50. Bai Wu tells the man that he agrees to the proposed terms, as he is quite satisfied with the 50% discount. The guy thinks that the merchant still doesn't realize that he has a real product in front of him, but the system warns him that the chance of success is minimal. Suddenly, Qin announces that she is willing to buy the item at its original price, without bargaining. Bai Wu is very surprised to hear the familiar voice of the girl, because he did not expect her to appear right behind him. He turns around abruptly and begins to think anxiously about why she appeared here and what exactly she is going to do. Qin continues to silently and haughtily examine the young man, looking at him with obvious arrogance. The merchant beams with joy at such an unexpected offer and immediately informs the girl that, of course, she can purchase this item. The guy asks the man not to rush into selling and emphasizes that he was the first to come to his shop. He offers 10,000 for the vase, but the girl interrupts him and immediately names the price at 30. The merchant beams even brighter from such luck and believes that today really was a particularly lucky day. While the guy is sure that the girl is acting out of spite, Bai Wu understands that the seller has finally figured out the real value of the item and realized that it is significantly higher than its original price. The guy raises the bet to 50,000 and tells the girl that paying a large sum for this vase would be downright stupid. Qin doesn't react to the young man's words. She just smiles and says that she is ready to pay 100,000 for this vase. The girl approaches the guy and mockingly asks what he will say to this. Bai Wu realizes that he will not be able to outsmart the girl with such methods, because she will continue to raise the bet without thinking. The guy casts a determined glance at her and begins to frantically think about how he urgently needs to come up with some other way. Qin is sure that the guy won't be able to deceive her, because she just bought what she considers to be useless trash, and now she is interested in what he will do. Bai Wu admits that this time the girl outplayed him. He is not so naive to compete with rich people in the amount of money. The guy is very angry with the system, because it claimed with 100% certainty that success would be on his side. Qin is clearly pleased with herself and is thinking about how she will continue to bother this guy in the future. She is distracted from her thoughts and begins to examine the vase she bought with interest, suddenly noticing that it may belong to the Ming dynasty. Watching the guy leave, she suddenly realizes that he is not as simple as she thought at the very beginning. Bai Wu notices that the girl is constantly following him and rudely asks when she will finally leave him alone. The girl calmly replies that she is in a public place, and no one has the right to forbid her to be where she wants. Approaching the next merchant, the guy confidently offers 100,000 for the goods, but Qin immediately interrupts him and names the price 200. Bai Wu approaches another merchant and is about to buy an item for 3,000, but the girl interrupts again and immediately declares that she is ready to pay 100,000. Bai Wu becomes very irritated and angrily yells at the girl, demanding that she leave him alone. The guy angrily asks why she is doing all this, not understanding her real motives. Qin calmly replies that if he can't afford anything, then it's entirely his own problem. She claims that the young man can, of course, continue to raise the stakes, but she doesn't care at all, because she has a lot of money. Suddenly, the girl comes close to him, which causes obvious tension and anxiety in the guy. She mockingly informs him that he is barely 20 years old and a recent high school dropout, and then asks how he can afford a luxury car. Qin asks a provocative question. Does it seem to him that everything that is happening in his life has happened suspiciously quickly? Bai Wu tries to justify himself and says that he was just lucky and found a really good source of income. To this, the girl reminds him that earlier he mentioned some supernatural abilities, and this confession greatly frightens the guy, because he understands that she is digging into his past. Qin finds it extremely suspicious that the boy had nothing until he was 20 and was an ordinary person without any rich inheritance. She frankly admits that she doesn't know what tricks the guy used to achieve success, but she is sure that he was a pathetic loser before. The girl claims that he now really has a good income, and she intends to do everything to destroy him. Chinkin suggests the guy forget the old Chinese proverb that even salted fish can suddenly come to life. The guy believes that it is not his fault that he is different from others, and begins to think about what he should do next. Chinkin demands an immediate answer to the questions posed, and is convinced that the young man is frightened by the possibility of losing his source of income. Baiwu scolds the girl for repeatedly interfering with his daily earnings and wasting his precious time. He claims that Chinkin underestimates him and is unlikely to be able to completely block his ability to earn income. Chinkin asks him defiantly if he really believes that she is incapable of depriving him of his earnings. Baiwu replies that no matter how hard she tries, she will still fail, and he is 100% sure of it. He turns around abruptly and walks away, and the girl mockingly asks if he will cry today if he suddenly suffers a defeat. Turning around, Baiwu realizes that Chinkin really doesn't intend to leave him alone for a minute. Chinkin follows the young man and thinks that if he decides to buy something, she will deliberately inflate the price. The girl watches what is happening with interest, wanting to understand how the guy will behave in a similar situation. Baiwu's attention is drawn to the loud voice of a merchant, who insistently offers to take a look at his most valuable goods. Baiwu greets the seller and tries to engage in friendly and casual conversation with him. Chinkin watches closely as the boy whispers something to the merchant and becomes irritated, thinking that he is acting extremely stupidly. Much to her surprise, Baiwu, after carefully examining the goods, does not purchase anything, which causes the girl obvious confusion. He happily says goodbye to the saleswoman, which further increases her bewilderment. She is even more confused as she watches Baiwu approach all the merchants and whisper something in their ears, but does not buy anything. Chinkin can't figure out what exactly is going on, because the guy is just talking to the sellers and not making any purchases. Meanwhile, Baiwu makes a request to the system and receives a message that the success rate is 100%. A smug smile appears on Baiwu's face, and he thinks that today is just the right day to teach the girl a good lesson. After which the guy turns to the sellers and calmly says that he intends to buy from them absolutely all the goods that are available. The girl is surprised to realize that Baiwu decided to buy up the entire assortment from all the merchants and hid his plan until the last moment. She considers the young man naive and is convinced that he mistakenly believes that she is not able to stop him. Chinkin gives the guy a haughty look, confident that he will ultimately fail and his plan is doomed to failure. The guy in turn turns to the sellers and says that if they don't mind, he is ready to make a deal right now. Suddenly, the girl intervenes in the conversation and announces that she also wants to buy absolutely all the goods that the merchants have. Baiwu is clearly indignant about this and tells the girl that she is going too far in her confrontation. Chinkin asks what exactly is wrong and states that, like the guy, he wants to buy all the goods from these sellers. Baiwu is genuinely surprised by what he hears, because although he knows about the girl's financial capabilities, he understands that there are a lot of goods. He wonders whether his rival is really ready to throw around such words just to intimidate him. Chinkin wonders if the guy thinks she's that stupid, and wonders where he got his courage from. She asks the sellers to state the total price of all their goods and states that she will add another 10% to the final amount. Numerous sellers are very surprised by the girl's unexpected offer and look at each other in confusion. Chinkin urges merchants not to waste time and to hurry up with the decision, adding that they can still earn money on delivery. The girl begins handing out numerous bank checks to satisfied sellers, who ask her for a delivery address and promise to bring everything. Chinkin asks sellers to leave their contact information and says that its assistants will contact them shortly. She asks the young man how he is going to react to this, since she has just completely deprived him of the opportunity to earn money. The young man is worried about the current situation, but does not show it, and smiles reservedly at the girl in response. With a satisfied smile, Baiwu silently walks past the girl and heads towards the vendors to complete the deal he had started. He thanks the merchants for their participation and informs them that, as agreed in advance, the money received will be divided between them equally, 50-50. The sellers express obvious satisfaction that they were able to sell all their goods, and ask the guy to immediately inform them of such opportunities in the future. Chinkin's expression suddenly changes as he realizes that this scoundrel has once again skillfully tricked her. Baiwu shows the details of the transaction, and ironically asks the girl if she is surprised by this development. Chinkin reacts violently to the realization that the guy was in cahoots with the traders from the very beginning. Baiwu does not hide his joy and reports that he was simply strolling around the market, offering cooperation to interested sellers. The young man clearly enjoys watching how irritated his rival looks now. He believes that he is in a winning situation, because even if the girl buys all the goods, he will still be in the black. The guy claims that Chinkin will never be able to deprive him of his source of income, no matter what method she tries to do it. Chinkin answers with restraint so that he doesn't get too excited too soon. The girl feels very irritated, turns around and, without saying another word, walks away. Baiwu responds by feigning goodbye to her and loudly saying that he is not going to see her off. To his surprise, he notices a message on the screen about the start of downloading a new system update. The guy reflects on the fact that thanks to the girl's actions, he managed to earn a fortune, but understands that her family is too influential for open confrontation. He thought that with the system update there would be important changes, but since no noticeable changes have occurred, Baiwu comes to the conclusion that if he wants to increase his income, he will have to expand his circle of useful contacts. The guy takes the car keys out of his pocket and regretfully thinks that it will be very difficult to implement this now. Suddenly near the car, he runs into a stranger who introduces himself as Mrs. Chinkin's assistant and politely asks if he could go with him. Baiwu wonders why, after everything that happened between them, the girl still wants to meet, and these thoughts cause him a slight bewilderment mixed with suspicion. The assistant informs that his task is to come pick up the guy and take him to a social event as an apology for today's misunderstanding. Baiwu thinks about the assistant's words and thinks that the girl most likely has something bad in mind, because such proposals are not made just like that. However, he agrees because he believes that this is a great opportunity to expand his social circle, despite the fact that there are some risks. An hour later they arrive at Chinkin's house. The girl stands on the threshold of a huge mansion and watches them carefully, not taking her eyes off the guy. She confidently tells the young man that she was not sure that he would agree and come, but she still prepared properly. The guy believes that even if the girl invited him with evil intent, he still shouldn't be afraid, because it's a sign of weakness. The girl orders the young man to follow her. She wants to introduce him to her friends and see his reaction. Baiwu peers into the vast, richly furnished hall and watches the cultural bohemians socialize within it. Chinkin introduces his friends and says that among them are future chairmen, company owners, and CEOs. Baiwu realizes that there are indeed many influential people here and becomes a little nervous. Chinkin smiles contentedly, noticing how this upstart is visibly fussing in front of the guests, and wants to see how he screws up this time. The guy looks at the girl's satisfied expression and understands that she is clearly waiting for the moment when he will disgrace himself and lose face. He thinks that he needs to stop being nervous immediately, because it would be very offensive if he really became a laughingstock. The guy is convinced that no matter how high-ranking those present are, they are still ordinary people who eat and go to the toilet, and this thought helps him calm down. Baiwu extends his hand to the numerous guests and tells them his name, demonstrating confidence and openness in dealing with members of high society. Chinkin is very surprised, as he notices that the guy has become more relaxed and confident. 5 minutes later, the young people find themselves at the table, and the girl tells the guy that he did well in a new environment for him. She admits that she was very surprised at how quickly the guy found a common language with those around him, and was able to adapt to the situation. Looking at the expensive wine in the elegant glass, Baiwu confidently states that there is not much difference between the people of the upper and lower classes. The girl categorically disagrees with this statement, and thinks to herself that the difference between classes is visible even to the naked eye, and is expressed in everything. At this point, the silence is broken by the host, who asks those present for a moment of attention, and invites the ladies and gentlemen to come into the auction room and take their seats. Baiwu is surprised to realize that the charity auction is about to begin and prepares to watch the event unfold. Chinkin dismissively calls the guy a country bumpkin and asks if he needs to explain what an auction is. Baiwu calmly states that he is not stupid and of course knows what an auction is. The girl announces that she has a Ming Dynasty porcelain bowl in her hands and intends to put it up for auction, wanting to draw the attention of those present to the value of the item. Handing the guy the box, the girl states that he is well versed in antiques and hopes that he will help her correctly evaluate this item for a successful sale. Baiwu says that he can handle the task without any problems and asks what he will receive in return for his services in appraising antiques. Chinkin states that she is in a good mood today and will therefore allow the guy to sell the item on her behalf. She understands that it is important for him to earn money and make a good impression on the guests. Baiwu thinks that this is a great opportunity for him to earn some reputation among the guests here. However, a minute later he expresses his distrust to the girl and says that he does not believe that she just wants to help him. Sighing heavily, Chinkin confidently states that she has no malicious intent and that she truly wants to help, despite the guy's doubts. Baiwu thinks it's best not to trust this girl and is 80% sure that this is a scam. After which he takes the box to check the authenticity of the antique. The system reports that the success rate is 100%, confirming that the item is indeed from the Ming Dynasty. Having learned that the vase costs 12,500,000, the guy wonders what is wrong with this auction and why he has doubts about it. He learns that the auction has a 100% success rate and thinks that in that case, he has nothing to fear or worry about. The girl asks the guy if he agrees and warns him that if he refuses, he can forget about her kindness and support. The guy replies that he agrees, because even if the girl decides to give him some kind of surprise, he has an excellent system that can cope with any difficulties. The host announces in a loud voice that Baewu will now present the first lot of the charity auction, and all the guests turn their attention to the young man. Baewu watches the girl closely, still not understanding what plans she is planning and what traps she might prepare. Meanwhile, Chinkin continues to watch the guy closely, casting a sly glance at him, full of hidden intentions. Baewu begins to get very worried, because from the girl's expression one can say with certainty that she has planned something unpleasant and dangerous. The host officially announces that the lot is represented by Baewu. The guy tries to suppress his anxiety, trying not to think about possible troubles. He sets himself up for success by holding in his hands an authentic antique, the probability of a successful sale of which the system estimates at 100%. However, Baewu's mind is still filled with disturbing thoughts, wanting to understand what kind of tricks the girl might use to hinder him. Trying to show confidence and calmness, the guy starts smiling at the guests, says his name, and in a joyful voice tells them that he is going to present them his lot. He carefully opens the box, trying not to show his excitement in front of the audience. Unexpectedly, inside he discovers not an antique but an ordinary roll of toilet paper. The young man is in complete shock and does not understand how this could have happened. The people in the audience are no less shocked and amazed that the guy brought a roll of toilet paper to a charity auction, which causes bursts of laughter and ridicule. Baewu thinks to himself that he suspected something was fishy, and laughter and praise for the organizers for creating such a fun and unexpected atmosphere can be heard from the audience. He finds himself so shocked and scared that he can't even move. The guy knows that he has calculated success 100% and suddenly remembers what the reason is. When they were sitting at the table, the girl suddenly said that her earring had fallen right at the guy's feet and asked him to help. While the young man was bending down to pick up the earring, the girl deftly and completely unnoticed replaced the box of antiques standing nearby. Baewu feels annoyed and angry for falling for such a simple trick that didn't even require any special effort or sophisticated plan from the girl. He comes to the conclusion that the girl has clearly crossed all acceptable boundaries. Chinkin at this moment shines with a satisfied smile and playfully waves his hand at the guy, demonstrating his superiority. The host, trying to save the situation and divert attention, asks the guy if he wants to go to the toilet, and adds a humorous hint about the strange choice of accessory in the form of a roll of toilet paper. Chinkin, enjoying his cocktail, reflects with pleasure on how spectacularly the guy disgraced himself this time. Having received a well-deserved lesson, Baewu realizes that he must find a way out of this situation immediately. Because if he runs away now, he will completely lose face and turn his failure into a complete disaster. The people present in the hall insistently demand that the show continue. They say that the guy is playing the fool well, and there is no need to end this performance. The presenter, leaning towards the guy's ear, quietly but insistently suggests that he leave the stage before the situation gets completely out of control. The guy is fiercely resistant to the thought of losing, especially considering that up until this point the auction had been a 100% success, and everything was perfect. He is convinced that there is always a way out. And in such moments one cannot blindly rely on the system, one must act independently and decisively. Baewu is going to use his entire arsenal of skills and talents, because it's not for nothing that he has been writing books professionally for so many years. He holds up a roll of toilet paper and begins to talk about how for most people it is a banal hygiene product. But for him it is a priceless relic that holds deep meaning. The hall immediately falls silent. The audience, intrigued by the unexpected turn, freezes in anticipation of the continuation of this strange story. Chinkin begins to fidget nervously, a sense of foreboding gripping her, and she wonders what new trick this restless guy has planned. The guy continues his speech, stating that those present will probably not believe that such a tall, stately, and courageous man was a crybaby as a child. He talks about how older kids constantly made fun of him and compared him to a little girl who was always crying. He could burst into tears at any reason, unable to contain his emotions even in the most insignificant situations. The parents, having finally given up hope, came to the conclusion that it was no longer possible to influence him with simple persuasion. One memorable morning, his mother prepared a huge bowl of his favorite noodles and affectionately called him to have breakfast. Suddenly, during the meal, his father silently placed a roll of toilet paper in front of him, leaving little Baewu completely bewildered. The boy, staring at the roll in confusion, asked his father directly why he had given him this hygiene product. The father calmly explained that since his son was constantly crying, he should at least wipe his tears properly, and then firmly stated that it was time to finally become a man. He taught the boy that real men don't cry, and the next time he felt like crying, he should just use this toilet paper. Little Beiwu picked up the ill-fated roll, but immediately heard encouraging words from his father that his dad would always be on his side, no matter what happened. Beiwu, continuing the story, bitterly admits that soon after this incident, his parents died, leaving him penniless, with a bunch of debts and this roll of toilet paper. Every time the boy remembered his father's words, he had a hard time suppressing the urge to burst into tears. Tears welled up in his eyes as he quietly told those present that he had been through an incredible amount of life's trials. However, he firmly remembered his father's instructions, which led him step by step to his goal. And now, he was finally here. Toilet paper became a symbol of all the trials he had endured, and he decided to put the roll up for charity auction. Those present in the hall suddenly fell silent, and judging by the expressions on their faces, many were deep in thought, touched by the guy's words. Chinkin watches what is happening in surprise, because she did not expect that the guy would be able to get out of such a difficult situation so deftly. She glances at a few of the guests and thinks that, fortunately, some of them are not impressed by this story. Beiwu stands at the podium and listens anxiously to the prolonged silence in the hall, tormented by the thought of possible failure. But a moment later he hears loud applause from the next table and looks at the man, touched by the story. The man stands up and enthusiastically says that he really likes this guy, after which he declares that he is ready to pay 10 million for the role. The auction host officially congratulates the man, and once again clearly states the current price of the lot. Beiwu begins to become noticeably nervous, and despite his considerable experience in writing novels, at this moment he is overwhelmed with a feeling of shame. The guy quickly looks around the room and notices Chinkin at the next table. At the same time, understanding that the girl initially wanted to set him up, he is nevertheless glad that he managed to get out of a difficult situation with dignity. The girl tells the guy with displeasure that he was lucky this time, but immediately warns him that luck cannot last forever. Beiwu wipes the sweat from his forehead, thinking about how he just managed to save himself from the embarrassment of almost becoming a laughingstock in front of all the guests. After this, he begins to watch as numerous guests leave the main hall one after another. The guy thinks with disappointment that his plan to meet famous people seems to have completely failed. He goes down to the underground parking lot, thinking about how he got out of this thanks to a fictitious story. But in the eyes of those around him, he remains a clown. He realizes that Chinkin has already left, and without her support, no one in this society will pay any attention to him. To achieve a high position, you need to work hard and earn really big money. Otherwise, you can forget about status. With these heavy thoughts, he slowly walks to his car, feeling emotionally exhausted. Suddenly, he hears the sound of an approaching car, turns in that direction, and is surprised to notice a familiar silhouette. He sees Moore driving past him in an expensive car, with an unfamiliar man in the passenger seat. He immediately remembers that this is the same man who previously bought a roll of toilet paper from him, and wonders about his connection with the girl. The guy watches the car drive out of the parking lot and still continues to wonder why these two ended up together. At this point, he receives a message informing him that Muir has a joint business with this man, and they are going to get married soon. The guy is pleased to realize that after updating the system, his abilities have noticeably improved, because now it also provides useful information. He begins to think about the girl's marriage and gradually understands why she decided to break off relations with Chinkin. Beiwu believes that these rich people are too difficult to deal with, and it is better to stay away and focus on your own earnings. Getting into the car, he comes to the conclusion that he needs to find help among antique dealers, since he himself is not very knowledgeable about this business. The guy decides that he needs a reliable companion and immediately remembers his recent acquaintance, an antiques dealer. Beiwu wonders if the seller has found anything valuable recently. He soon learns that the fat man has some worthwhile things again, after which he thinks with admiration that this guy is simply amazing. The fat man somehow always manages to find something really valuable that makes Beiwu rich, and so he believes that collaborating with such a person would be a great success for him. Thinking about how beneficial it would be to have such an ally in the antique business, Beiwu gets into the car and confidently presses the gas pedal. The next day comes, and the fat man is at the market where he is negotiating, and eagerly asks the supplier where he is. The seller sighs heavily and thinks that he has been waiting for the supplier for half a day, not noticing that Beiwu has been standing behind him for quite some time. The fat man suddenly turns around and shudders in fear, as the guy frightened him with his sudden appearance. Looking at the young man with distrust, the fat man says that he has nothing and cannot have anything for someone like him. Beiwu politely asks the seller not to hold a grudge, and says that he came not to make fun of him, but to discuss possible cooperation. The man is genuinely surprised by the guy's words, and directly asks what kind of cooperation they can even talk about after all this. Beiwu confidently says that luck always favors the seller who finds expensive antiques, and he himself knows how to appreciate their true value, and therefore they are made for each other. Beiwu continues to persistently persuade the fat man, and suggests that once their joint work begins, they will share the profits from sales equally. The man remains extremely unfriendly because the guy has already used him twice, and according to him, it is the same as if he ate meat with soup, and the merchant did not even lick the plate. He angrily tells Beiwu how dare he make offers of cooperation after everything that happened to him. The man is convinced that the young man did not come for business, but simply to laugh at him and his trust. Beiwu realizes that the seller blames him for those two incidents, and he is now too angry to have a constructive conversation, so he decides not to press him further. However, he intends to take advantage of any opportunity that arises, because in time, he believes, the seller will come to him himself. Beiwu passes between two unfamiliar men, and suddenly hears the voice of a fat man behind him, who irritably asks them why they are taking so long. The guy stops and begins to listen intently to the conversation that the seller is having with two strangers. Beiwu's gut instinct tells him that the seller seems to have a serious and very large deal coming up. The man scolds the suppliers for taking so long to get to him and demands that the goods they brought be inspected immediately. The old man unfolds the rag and declares that in his hands is the very same 7-star dagger of the legendary general. The seller suddenly snatches the weapon from the old man's hands and begins to examine it carefully with obvious surprise. Beiwu watches the scene with skepticism and thinks that it is unlikely that this product is genuine, but rather a cheap fake. He watches closely as the merchant examines the weapon, wondering if it could possibly be real. At this point, the seller declares that the item is, of course, not bad, and asks the suppliers to name a price for it. Beiwu learns from the system that the authenticity is 0%, and wonders if the fat man is crazy to buy such a fake. The guy believes that this fake is specially made in such a way that it is impossible to distinguish it from the real thing, because the probability of detecting a fake is 0%. The fat man is quite a sly one, however. He cannot distinguish this dagger, which means that the level of counterfeiting is really very high, although Beiwu has a secret ability that allows him to recognize a fake. Beiwu tries to communicate with the system to detect any flaws, while pondering how exactly this ability works. Suddenly, an image of a dagger appears in front of him, with an enlargement of the stone that is embedded in its handle, and looks suspicious. The guy decides that perhaps the whole thing is about this stone, and it may turn out to be a fake element of the product. However, after some time he dismisses this assumption, because he believes that the fat man has been in this business for a long time and would immediately recognize a fake stone. Beiwu concludes that the defect may be hidden behind the stone and believes that he needs to demonstrate his skills to the merchant so that he will decide to cooperate. The guy approaches the fat man and calmly declares that now he will show everyone present a real masterclass. Beiwu claims that there is no need to hide or worry about the dagger, as it is in fact just a skillfully crafted fake. These words stun everyone present, and the fat man asks incredulously how this could even be possible. Beiwu tells the merchant that he has become completely lax and has lost his professionalism by making such a mistake. The fat man aggressively states that he carefully examined the knife, and if the shape or blade were damaged, he would have noticed it immediately, because everything in this example is flawless. He defiantly reminds that he has been working in this field for 10 years and understands perfectly well what the guy is really trying to achieve, after which he once again refuses to cooperate. Beiwu asks if he will agree to work together if the guy proves that this knife is indeed a fake. The man continues to insist that the blade is genuine and accuses the boy of simply using the situation to lure him into a partnership. Beiwu decides to change the subject and ask how much the fat man is going to sell this supposedly valuable dagger for. The fat man irritably repeats that he already said that he would not work with him, and names the price, 500,000 yuan. Beiwu says it is willing to pay 10 times the amount the merchant is asking for, in the event of a mistake. This statement arouses the man's interest, and he says that everyone has just heard about the bet the young man offered. He then, in a sarcastic tone, asks Beiwu to open his eyes wide and point out exactly where the dagger is fake. Beiwu begins to examine the object slowly and with concentration, after which he confidently tells the fat man that he is now going to teach him an important lesson. Then the guy suddenly starts turning his head from side to side, clearly trying to find something he needs to demonstrate. Suddenly, he quickly grabs a nearby metal container, holding it tightly in one hand. The seller is closely watching Beiwu's actions and is puzzled as to what exactly he is going to do with this container. A smug smile appears on Beiwu's face as he swings the metal container in his hand with all his might. With all his might, the guy suddenly hits the precious stone decorating the dagger's handle, causing shock among those around him with his unexpected action. Those around him are frozen in stupor, not believing their eyes, because the young man has just deliberately damaged an extremely valuable antique. From the powerful blow, the precious stone is torn from the handle, flies through the air and hits the stone floor with a characteristic ringing sound. The fat man, whose face is purple with rage, screams at the top of his lungs, threatening the guy with immediate reprisals and saying that he will not leave here alive after such vandalism. Baiwu remains unperturbed, ignoring all threats and only smirking smugly, clearly satisfied with the result of his destructive experiment. Calmly handing the damaged dagger to the merchant, the guy asks the killer question. Is he sure that QR codes really existed during the Three Kingdoms? The fat man, at first not understanding the hint, peers closely at the stone's mounting and is horrified to discover a clearly engraved modern QR code there, which had previously been hidden. With a furious movement, the seller snatches the dagger from Beiwu's hands, realizing the scale of the deception and his own gullibility. Beiwu, enjoying the moment, states that he already tried to warn about this, because he is a real expert in antiques and immediately recognized the fake. The merchant, overcome with rage, begins to curse furiously, turning to the suppliers and asking how they dared to slip him such a crude counterfeit. Turning furiously towards his assistants, the fat man was surprised to discover that they had already disappeared, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Noticing the fugitives' figures flickering at the exit, the merchant bursts into a stream of loud curses, promising them terrible revenge for this deception. Having cooled down a bit, the fat man looks at Beiwu suspiciously and asks how he immediately guessed that it was a fake, his voice a mixture of curiosity and distrust. Suddenly, a suspicious thought arises in the merchant's head. Was it Beiwu himself who sent these swindlers to heroically expose the fake? The guy just grins, calling this idea absurd, because if he knew how to create such high-quality fakes, he would hardly help the fat man find them. He again offers cooperation, emphasizing his unique expertise and reminding that specialists like him are hard to find. The fat man almost agrees, but immediately snaps back, muttering through his teeth that he can no longer stand this impudent young upstart and his endless rantings. Beiwu reminds them of the terms of their bet. By exposing the fake, he won the right to partnership, and now the fat man is obliged to fulfill the agreement. The man admits that he is really afraid of dealing with Beiwu, in case he turns out to be the same kind of swindler as his previous partners. Beiwu's face changes abruptly, sincere indignation appears in his eyes. He reminds that they agreed on fair terms, and such suspicions are pure injustice. The fat man begins a plaintive monologue about how the antique market has long been controlled by bandits, where the word honesty is backed up only by fists and threats. Baiwu realizes with horror that he has entered a dangerous wilderness. It turns out that behind every stall here there are criminal groups ready to deal with those who are undesirable. The man sighs and declares that cooperation is out of the question, but in gratitude for the help he offers Beiwu to choose any item from his collection. Beiwu looks at the items laid out with disdain. He claims that this is not an antique, but real junk, not worth a dime. The fat man turns purple with rage, pointing his finger at his treasures and shouting that he has invested years and a fortune in them, and this upstart is not even able to appreciate their value. He grabs a tattered robe, pompously declaring that it is the authentic attire of the imperial courtiers, and waves it in front of Beiwu's nose. Beiwu barely holds back his laughter, noting to himself that the imperial robe looks more like a traveling actor's costume, and even has cigarette holes on the sleeves. Not giving up, the fat man grabs the battered bowl, proudly declaring it to be a rare artifact from the Song dynasty, worthy of the imperial table. Baiwu winces in disgust, declaring that such rarities are lying around in every eatery, and demands to show something really worthwhile, if there is such a thing at all. The man freezes, looking uncertainly at the cup, and his face shows the first signs of doubt about the authenticity of his own product. He furiously rummages through the pile of junk, muttering that he's about to get something really valuable that will shut this insolent fellow up. Baiwu, watching the fat man sort through his antiques, thinks with pity that this man's life is a sad spectacle, filled with self-deception and pathetic ambitions. Finally, the man joyfully pulls a tightly wrapped object from the depths of the rubble and, breathing heavily, announces that he has found what he was looking for. Beiwu looks at the package skeptically and sarcastically asks if this is another piece of junk that the fat man picked up in the park from pensioners doing their morning exercises. The man, unpacking the cloth, triumphantly shows off the twin swords and declares that these are the authentic weapons of the legendary commander of the Three Kingdoms era. Baiwu smiles with a confident expression on his face and immediately decides to use the system to verify the authenticity of the presented product. To his surprise, the system tells him that the item in front of him is 100% original, and that its owner actually lived during the Three Kingdoms era. The examination result stuns Beiwu. He quietly repeats, "Is this really the original?" The fat man, pleased with the effect, nods and admits that he cannot part with the swords. They are his ticket to a new life. Baiwu does not hide his surprise. Among all this pile of junk, a real treasure was indeed found. Now the young man is feverishly looking for a way to get these swords. The merchant, noticing the greedy glint in Beiwu's eyes, smugly declares that he immediately recognized his envy and demands to carefully examine the perfect preservation of the blades and luxurious scabbards. Suddenly, Beiwu reminds us of the recent incident with the fake 7-star dagger. This remark immediately deprives the fat man of confidence and irritates him. Taking advantage of the moment, Beiwu sarcastically asks if they will find the same telltale QR codes under the precious scabbard. The guy watches as the man turns pale and becomes very worried. Beiwu asks the fat man what he will do if it turns out that this item is also a fake. The man looks at the fake dagger and feels truly sad about it. The fat man compares the dagger and the swords in despair. Both look flawless, and this makes him admit that the creator of these fakes was a real genius of his craft. Tears well up in his eyes, because he truly believed that he had collected a collection of rare weapons that would bring him a fortune. And now his dreams are shattered into pieces. He begins to scream furiously that fate is mocking him, time and again slipping him fakes, and it seems that the gods themselves decided to bring him to the grave in such a cruel way. Baiwu tries to calm the upset merchant by offering to buy the swords, and asks him to name any reasonable price for them. Baiwu states that he will not bargain, but the fat man, overcome with sadness, waves his hand and says that he will simply give him the swords as a token of gratitude for his help. Baiwu thanks the merchant, wishes him luck, but inside he feels a heavy sense of guilt. He deceived this man twice, and now he is sincerely ashamed. The fat man, lighting a cigarette, bitterly admits that he has been a loser all his life, and even this last hope for success instantly crumbled to dust. Baiwu decides that he must somehow help the merchant earn money, otherwise he will be haunted by pangs of conscience, because he does not want to be in debt to this man. He then remembers that it is time to meet with the expert and heads towards his house, thinking about the upcoming conversation. On the way, he remembers the pleasure he felt after a successful deal with porcelain, and hopes that a new meeting will bring no less benefit. As he approaches the house, he is nervous, wondering how he might run into the same aggressive expert assistants who nearly ruined the deal last time. Upon entering, he immediately notices a woman who is carefully wiping the glass display cases and putting exhibits into boxes, bringing the room into perfect order. Baiwu greets her politely and asks if he can see the expert. The woman smiles but politely explains that the master is currently busy and does not accept visitors, no matter how important they are. Baiwu insists, asking directly whether the expert would agree to meet with him, and is confident that he will receive a positive answer, like last time. He asks to tell the expert that the same man who previously sold the rare porcelain has come to him, hoping that this will arouse his interest. The woman remains outwardly calm, but internally she begins to worry a little and asks Baiwu to wait a little. A voice suddenly comes from the far corner of the room, asking why the guy came here again. Baiwu instantly freezes in place and turns pale as he recognizes the voice, a cold fear permeating his entire body. He turns around with a fake smile, greets the girl, calls her madam, and reminds her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Lao doesn't react to the greeting at all, fully focused on the ongoing stretching. A moment later, the girl stands up abruptly, casting an aggressive and threatening look at him, filled with determination. She gloomily states that he gets in her way too often, and today she simply has to teach him a lesson. Baiwu gets a system notification that clearly states that if he continues to stand there, he will be 100% taken. At this moment, Lao makes a lightning-fast lunge forward and raises his right hand with the obvious intention of striking. Baiwu is in complete shock, as he did not expect such a reception from the girl. At the last moment, he manages to dodge to the side, and her blow only slides past the target, causing no harm. Lao is annoyed that Baiwu managed to dodge, and can tell from his expression that he is about to run away. The girl suddenly grabs an antique vase standing nearby and lifts it up, intending to use it as a weapon. Her eyes blaze with rage and she exclaims menacingly, asking where the guy intends to run. At this moment, Lao notices his grandfather standing nearby and watching what is happening with displeasure. An elderly expert is irritated to see a priceless vase end up in the hands of his careless granddaughter. He angrily asks his granddaughter what kind of mess she has made again. His menacing voice makes the girl shudder. She almost drops the precious vase. He sternly informs Lao that her behavior is becoming more and more unbearable with each passing day, and orders her to return home immediately to think carefully about her actions. Lao lowers his head guiltily, but continues to glare at the boy, quietly whispering threats as he walks past him. She tells Baiwu that if they meet again, he will be in trouble, and there is genuine hatred in her voice. Baiwu thinks that he was definitely lucky this time, but he understands that Lao is not the type to just stop. Lao slowly walks away and begins to wonder why Baiwu came to her grandfather. When the girl goes outside, she notices an open window and suddenly realizes that she can't just leave. The expert apologizes to Baiwu and says that Lao is spoiled by her grandmother, is spoiled and is not smart at all. Bai Wu looks closely at the old man and concludes that from his appearance, it is clear that something is bothering him. The guy is wondering why the system can't read thoughts, when the expert asks him to go down the stairs and talk in the tea room. A few minutes later, they find themselves in a spacious tea room, where the expert invites the young man to sit down at a large wooden table. Bai Wu reports that he was genuinely amazed by the tea room, as it is as unusual and unique as the expert himself. The old man slowly pours tea into the cups and again apologizes for his granddaughter's inappropriate behavior. The guy ponders why the old man is apologizing again, and comes to the conclusion that he is simply throwing dust in his eyes with these words. The expert suggests that the young man brought something with him when he decided to visit him. The guy confirms his guess and hands over the ancient double swords to the expert. Without hurrying, the man takes the weapon with great caution and begins to examine it carefully. The old man's face reflects genuine amazement, and he wonders out loud whether this is really an artifact from the Three Kingdoms era. Bai Wu reports that nothing can escape the expert's keen eye, as he immediately recognized the extraordinary thing. The old man becomes increasingly convinced that what he sees in front of him is an original worth millions. The guy adds that this weapon belonged to one of the legendary commanders of that era. The expert replies that if this is indeed the case, the value of the swords could increase tenfold. He says that if sold on the international market, the price of these weapons could reach fabulous heights. The guy continues to speak with admiration, claiming that antiques have only one path: to find a worthy owner. He emphasizes that these swords must belong to the old man, and even for untold riches he will not sell them to others. Bai Wu doesn't understand what's going on and wonders if the expert isn't interested in these swords, or if he's simply not happy with them. The guy gets a response from the system that the percentage of interest in swords is 100%, as is the interest in the young man himself. The man states that such a gift is too expensive, and for this reason he cannot accept it. He adds that in friendship, actions and relationships are important, and not the cost of gifts or their rarity. The guy believes that he heard a direct refusal because the old man made it clear that they were not equal in status for friendship. He turns to the system with the question of whether everything really boils down to his lack of proper status. At this point, the man writes out a bank check and says that the swords are excellent and their market price starts at 5 million. The boy realizes that the old man has authority in the antiques industry, and treats him the same way he treated the fat man at the market. Bai Wu realizes that the expert is absolutely right, and decides that the situation needs to be changed immediately, and not allow the man to form a bad opinion of himself. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a sound coming from the yard, and he is momentarily distracted. The guy says that business is business, and if an expert decided to buy swords, then the current price is not suitable for them. The old man politely addresses the young man, calling him sir, and asks what exactly the matter is. Bai Wu says the man himself admitted that the swords belong to the legendary commander, which means the price should reach 50 million. The expert asks whether the guy is sure that in front of him is really the weapon of that very commander. Bai Wu states that he is completely confident in this. He has never encountered things of this level before, and he wonders if it can be tested through swordsmanship. The man states that the young man's intelligence burns like fire, and asks if he comes from a family of scholars. Bai Wu replies that he does indeed come from a family of scholars, but he himself knows nothing about evaluating antiques and relies only on calculations. The man reflects on the fact that the guy clearly understands art, and wonders how much can be calculated like that. Bai Wu says the system can not only easily determine the authenticity of antiques, but also verify other things, such as whether Lao is listening outside the window right now. The expert is so shocked by what he heard that he asks again whether he had misheard, and whether he had correctly understood what the young man had just said. The guy expects that today's meeting with the girl will lead to an unexpected opportunity to resolve another long-standing suspicion. Lao, hanging by the window on a steep wall, is angry at the guy and considers him a scoundrel who decided to deceive her respected grandfather. Pulling herself up higher to the windowsill, she decides that since she can be made to feel guilty, it's worth at least listening to what exactly is being discussed inside. When Lao looks into the room, she is horrified to find that her grandfather and Bai Wu are already looking at her. The guy is pleased that his calculation was accurate. Lao makes a pitiful excuse to his grandfather, not knowing what to say, and says the first thing that comes to mind. Bai Wu mockingly says that he didn't know Lao could climb walls, to which she sharply scolds him and demands that he stop bullying her. Lao indignantly declares that she is going to teach the impudent guy a lesson, but the expert's intervention makes her instantly shut up. With a spectacular jump, Lao pushes off the wall, lands on his feet, and, already running away, shouts to his grandfather that he is hurrying home to repent and will repent doubly. Bai Wu asks the expert if he is convinced of his ability to foresee and understands what he is truly capable of. The man condescendingly replies that the young man simply heard a rustling sound outside the window. guessed that it was his granddaughter, and there was nothing special about it. Realizing that the old man still doubts his abilities, Baewu asks him to name a condition that, if met, will make him believe in his strength. The expert coldly states that if the guy really had the gift of foresight, he wouldn't have asked him such stupid questions. The percentage of Baewu being able to convince the old man of his rightness exceeds 87%, and he begins to think about how he should act. A slight smile suddenly appeared on Baewu's face as an idea came to his mind. He decides that if he can describe in detail all the antique objects in the room, it will help him earn the old man's trust. The system instantly confirms his thought, informing him that the probability of success of his plan is exactly 100%. Baewu confidently claims that he has just carefully examined the tea room and found 26 antique items in it. The guy says that he knows all the characteristics of these objects and he can retell them without mistakes. The expert, although skeptical of such a statement, decides to give the young man a chance and says that he will listen to him carefully. Concentrating, Baewu activates the system's abilities and begins a detailed scan of all the items in the tea room. Almost immediately, he receives complete information about all 26 antique items, including their history and value. Pointing to a set of sandalwood furniture, Baewu claims it dates back to the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. The old man looks at the young man with obvious distrust, but admits that his answer is indeed accurate and deserves attention. Baewu adds that the said furniture set was used in the imperial room, and its estimated value is 20 million. The expert confirms that this is absolutely true, but notes that one correct answer is clearly not enough for complete trust. Continuing the story, Baewu claims to be holding a top-quality jade inkwell dating back to the Ming Dynasty reform era and valued at 10 million. The expert, nodding his head slightly, confirms with satisfaction that the information matches again. Baewu clarifies that this inkwell was used in the palace by the chief secretary of the Ming Dynasty, a detail that clearly surprises the old man. The old man, amazed, asks how the young man can know such rare and precise information, which they had to collect for 2 years. He clarifies that in order to establish the exact origin of this inkwell, they had to spend 2 years studying historical sources. Baewu claims that all this knowledge is nonsense, because he calculated everything using his own approach. The expert repeats the word calculated in surprise and wonders how this is even possible, since it seems incredible to him. Baewu smiles and assures the man that his ears are not deceiving him, because this is all the truth. The expert is amazed by the depth of the young man's knowledge and, with obvious interest, asks him to continue the story further. Baewu begins by telling about a brush stand that was in the Imperial Library. After this, he describes in detail a turquoise teapot that came from the Song State. The young man then moves on to the Yunnan-era porcelain and explains in detail the process of its production and the history of its owners. Everything Baewu tells the old man is even more shocked, mixed with genuine admiration. Baewu finishes his story, covering all 26 antiques, and asks if the man now believes his words. The expert admits that he would never have believed it if he hadn't heard it with his own ears. After a short pause, Baewu asks if the man now believes that these swords actually belong to the great general. The expert, still in awe of the young man, explains that all the things in the room were passed down to him by inheritance and had undergone professional examination. He notes that to confirm the authenticity of the swords based solely on evidence would be an insufficiently substantiated decision. Baewu is deeply upset that despite all his efforts, the old man still continues to doubt his words. The system reports that the expert's level of trust is exactly 100%, and the guy begins to think about the reasons for the old man's answer. He wonders if the old man is trying to take advantage of him or is provoking him on purpose. The system confirms that the probability of this is 100%. Baewu thinks that the old man is not a fool and is clearly thinking about how to use him, and then asks if the man is bothered by antiques, to which he receives 100% confirmation. The guy learns that the expert intends to conduct an examination, after which he tells him that the man has some things and offers his help in assessing them. The old man opens his mouth in surprise and asks the young man in amazement how he knows about this intention. He admits that since the guy has already guessed everything, it's worth telling the truth lately. One ancient object has really been bothering him. He tells the guy that if he can tell whether it's a fake or an original, he will be doing him an invaluable favor. Baewu promises to do his best, because if he can help in this matter, he will get a great opportunity to establish good relations with the expert. The man thanks him for his willingness to help and expresses his sincere appreciation for his participation. He then suggests going down to the basement, and together they begin to slowly move down the stairs. Baewu could hardly contain his surprise, because he had absolutely no idea that this house could hide such a huge basement. The old man explains that they have to be extremely careful, because he has very valuable items in his custody. After some time, they reach a massive iron safe door, behind which, as is clearly visible, valuables are kept. The old man begins to tell the story of how one day, quite by chance, he came into possession of a vase with an image of 9 dragons. Baiwu listens attentively to the story and thinks about how influential this expert is and how reliably he guards his valuables. Unlike him, he and Fatty are just nobodies. The expert begins to open the massive lock and continues to talk about the vase, which he considers to be an impeccable masterpiece of the highest craftsmanship. Opening a heavy multi-ton door, they slowly enter a spacious storage facility filled with valuables. The expert claims that he has tried many methods of analysis, and no matter how he looks at it, the item is definitely genuine. Baiwu wonders why there were any doubts in the first place. The old man says directly that he feels uneasy because inside he has a nagging feeling that something is wrong. He states that he cannot finalize the deal, and if the guy can prove the authenticity, then he will immediately buy this vase. The man tells the boy that regardless of the result, he will still thank him with 10 million yuan. Baiwu thinks about the fact that the expert is absolutely sure that he is only here for the money. The system reports that the success rate for the question is 100%. The guy thinks that this was in the past, and now his goal is far from this. Approaching the next massive metal door, the old man declares that they have arrived and that the thing is here. Baiwu begins to get very worried, but he suppresses this feeling and takes a decisive step forward. The expert politely asks the boy to pass, but Baiwu is also polite and says that only after the old man. They walk into the center of the room, where a huge porcelain vase with blue dragon designs sits on an elegant stand. Baiwu can't hide his amazement as he finds this thing truly amazing. The expert begins to explain that this is the very vase with dragon patterns that he was talking about. Its market value is approximately 1 billion yuan. The young man is shocked by this price and cannot believe that he has such an expensive item in front of him. The old man really hopes for assistance. The guy says that there is no need to stand on ceremony and promises to try his best. Baiwu calms down and concentrates with utmost concentration, then thinks about where to start. He stares at the vase while the old man asks if there is any conclusion. Baiwu asks him not to rush and says that he is still calculating. The guy contacts the system, but it is silent. He is very worried, because before it responded immediately. He reveals his anxiety and wonders why the system is not working now. Suddenly he realizes that this system only answers and analyzes his questions, not those of an outsider. The guy gets a clear answer from the system about it being a 100% fake and wants to know if there is any evidence. The system reports that the counterfeit proof is at the bottom of the vase, and the method of recognition is to break it. The boy learns that the chance of finding evidence is only 5%, and wonders whether it is worth risking an item worth 1 billion yuan. He comes to the conclusion that without a sufficient percentage of confirmation, he has no right to act so recklessly. The guy realizes that if he breaks the vase and doesn't find evidence, he'll be digging his own grave. However, if the vase is not broken, it becomes obvious that his abilities will not make the proper impression on the expert. He notices that the old man is starting to get noticeably nervous, and he realizes that it is time to give at least some kind of definite answer. The expert loses patience, is eager to hear the conclusion, and asks the guy if his research is complete yet. In a confident voice, Baiwu says that he has come to the conclusion that this vase is a fake. The old man reacts with great surprise and asks again if the young man is really sure of his statement. He stresses that the item is extremely expensive and that such claims require serious evidence. After receiving confirmation from the system, Baiwu says that the proof is hidden at the bottom of the vase. The old man objects, reminding that the vase has been examined many times and no suspicious signs have ever been found. He reminds the young man that he had already warned him about the need for convincing evidence. Baiwu sighs heavily and says that the only proof is inside the vase itself. This statement stuns the man, and he asks in surprise if the guy really intends to break her. Baiwu firmly states that this is the only way to be completely sure that the vase is fake. The old man explains that the deal is not yet complete, and he has not yet formally received ownership of the vase. He emphasizes that obtaining a license is an important issue for him, and he should first consult with a lawyer. Baiwu is very afraid that he might not be able to handle the jug, but he still decides to take the risk. He asks the old man to contact the owner to discuss all the details regarding the examination. The expert replies that this is no problem and takes his mobile phone out of his pocket. Quite quickly, a breathless man appears in the storage room and immediately apologizes for the delay. He excitedly asks what exactly happened and why such urgency was required. Baiwu believes that the old man could have handled this on his own, but since he was the one who started this mess, he is obliged to take the initiative. The guy tells the man that, looking at him, he finds it hard to believe that the antique he is representing is genuine. The man's face distorts with anger. He loudly asks who this guy is, what he's doing here, and whether he knows his place. Baiwu gives his name and says that he is here solely to help the expert acquire the 9-dragon jar. The man angrily reports that he has visited 10 experts, and each of them has confirmed the authenticity of this ancient jug. He asks the guy what exactly is wrong with this item, and what exactly he can say in his defense. Baiwu believes that the man is too confident in his fake, and the probability of error is high due to the non-standard counterfeiting technology. The guy believes that, despite the risk, there is nothing left to lose, and loudly declares that now they will find out whether this is true or not. He picks up the massive mace and suddenly realizes that he has never experienced such feelings before such a decisive action. The guy swings his mace, and the man immediately rushes to the vase, shouting whether he has gone crazy, because the jug has not been sold yet. Baiwu says his reaction gave him away, and he just confirmed that what they had in front of them was indeed a fake. The man starts cursing and says that the guy will pay a very high price for daring to joke with him like that. Baiwu watches as the man literally explodes with rage and thinks that now is the perfect time. He delivers a powerful blow with the mace to the jug, breaking it into small pieces, leaving the man in a state of complete shock. The expert remains absolutely silent, as he himself is in a deep state of shock from what happened. The man quietly repeats the question addressed to the boy, what did he do anyway, but receives the answer that he is just a counterfeit seller. He asks the expert what is going on here, to which the old man replies that there is no need to worry, and he will settle the score himself if the young man is right. Baiwu looks at the old man carefully and understands that there is no turning back now, and if he does not prove the forgery, he will be in trouble. He is fully aware of the step he has taken, and understands that he could lose everything, since such an action is fraught with serious consequences. The guy thinks that the old man is not having it any easier, because he is also taking a lot of risks, and therefore they both can only hope for luck. The man looks at the boy menacingly, and quietly says that if evidence does not appear soon, he will skin him alive. Baiwu continues to break the remaining pieces of the vase into smaller pieces, wondering where the flaw might be hiding. The system suggests the exact location of the evidence, and indicates which fragment to focus on. The guy is about to strike hard, but stops, realizing that he could destroy the place where the flaw is hidden. The system confirms his fears, reporting that the probability of evidence being destroyed by a strong impact is 60%. Baiwu's heart almost sank into his heels, but he pulled himself together and began to work with the remains of the vase with extreme care. When the probability of destruction drops to 13%, he thanks the system with relief for the timely warning. He methodically continues to smash the porcelain with his mace, which causes obvious surprise among the men standing behind him. Baiwu is deep in thought, feeling that he can't afford to make a mistake because there's too much at stake. The man sarcastically remarks that all the experts recognize the vase as original, but only one boy stated the opposite and did not provide any evidence. The expert reassures the man, saying that if the guy turns out to be wrong, the boy will personally compensate him for all losses. The guy catches the old man's attentive gaze and begins to think about the consequences if evidence is never found. The old man is not joking at all. If he screws up, he really is finished. And with this thought, he strikes again. Baiwu is overcome with anxiety, and his previous confidence finally disappears. He desperately sorts through the broken shards of porcelain. He gets angry because no evidence has emerged and begins to think that everything has gone to hell. But just when the guy is about to lose hope, his gaze catches on something strange inside one of the pieces. With a happy smile on his face, he hands the shard to the man, offering him a look at what he can now see with his own eyes. The old man carefully picks up a small piece of porcelain and asks in surprise what it is. Inside the material, he notices a tiny metal plate with a QR code engraved on it that shouldn't be there. What he saw enrages the old man. He takes on an almost demonic appearance and seems ready to destroy everything around him. He demands an immediate explanation from the man, to which he, trembling with fear, barely audibly replies that this is impossible and remains silent. The expert subordinates lead the man out of the storage room without further ado. Baiwu breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that this time, everything worked out. The expert thanks the guy for his timely help and states that he is deeply grateful. The young man remembers that a similar QR code was also on the dagger, and understands that these items were clearly made in the same place. The old man tells Baiwu that if he has any difficulties in the future, he can call him at any time and he will provide support. Baiwu accepts the expensive business card from the expert and thanks him for his generosity, adding that it will definitely not be superfluous. The guy feels genuine joy, because everything worked out. Now he has a powerful patron and significant support. He received 50 million for the dual swords, and another 10 million for helping the expert, which gives him confidence. He believes it is time to move on to the next step, which is to try to make even more money. In a great mood, the young man gets into his car and heads to the historic center of the city. He remembers the fat merchant and decides that today is the time to visit his new acquaintance for further conversation. Baiwu is confident that after meeting such an authority as an expert, even a fat man will not be able to resist him. He decides that he must return the fat man 10 million for the twin swords and believes that he will definitely not refuse. At that moment, a minibus pulls up to the fat man's shop, and two strong guys with gloomy faces get out. Without further ado, they grab the fat man and begin to drag him by force to the car, and then roughly push him inside. The merchant tries to resist and shouts asking who they are and why they are grabbing him, but they don't listen to him. Baiwu notices what is happening and wonders with alarm if he has witnessed a real kidnapping. The system reports that the probability of kidnapping is 75%, and the guy decides to intervene immediately. He turns the car around sharply and gives chase, thinking that he cannot afford to leave the fat man in trouble. After some time, he reaches an abandoned industrial area and sees where the minibus turned. He wonders why this gang needed the fat man and comes to the conclusion that it was probably for ransom. The system shows that the probability of a ransom demand is 12%, but Baiwu considers this secondary and decides to call the police immediately. However, he is surprised to notice that there is no cell phone service in the area, and later learns that the chances of successfully rescuing the fat man are only 37%. Baiwu stops, gets out of the car, and notices a dilapidated building nearby with broken windows and cracked walls. He carefully walks past the guard, knowing that in 5 seconds he will go to the bathroom, and he will have exactly 3.5 seconds to sneak inside unnoticed. Running around the nearest corner, the guy tries to catch his breath and thinks that in order to save the fat man, he has to risk his own life. He requests information from the system, and it immediately sends him a detailed map with the exact location of the kidnapped merchant. After walking 30 meters forward, he notices 2 bandits, and thanks to the system, he already knows that in 8 seconds they will disperse, after which there will be safe passage for 13 seconds. Having received new data from the system, he learns that he needs to go another 50 meters straight and then turn right at the next intersection. One of the thugs talks to his partner and asks why their boss needed this nasty fat man, to which he receives the answer that it's all because of the loss of the 7-star dagger. In one of the rooms, he notices a fat man with his hands tightly tied and a gag in his mouth. Suddenly, the fat man hears a faint noise coming from behind the wall and sharply turns his head in that direction, barely making out a silhouette. Baiwu uses an open window and cleverly enters the room, trying not to make any noise. By raising his index finger to his lips, he signals the fat man to be silent, thereby preventing any possible noise or shouting. Looking around, the guy quickly begins to untie the ropes that bind the prisoner, constantly listening to the sounds outside. Having gotten rid of the gag, the fat man immediately asks in a hoarse voice how the guy even knew where to look for him. He glances suspiciously at Baiwu, wondering out loud if he's been following him all this time, or, even worse, if he's one of those sneaky bandits who kidnapped him. Baiwu angrily gives the merchant a light slap on the back of the head, and sarcastically remarks that his head is clearly not brains, but solid fat, after which he declares that the man has completely gone crazy from fear. Having calmed down a bit, Baiwu asks if the fat man knows anything about those who kidnapped him, or at least has any idea who might benefit from it. The fat man replies that he doesn't understand anything at all. These scoundrels suddenly attacked him, brutally beat him, tied him up and threw him in this damned basement without explanation. Baiwu states that they have no time to sit around here and suggests that they leave immediately. But the merchant only waves his hand hopelessly. He is too fat and also wounded, and therefore cannot escape. He persuades Baiwu not to risk it for him and to save himself, and when the guy gets out he can bring help and call the police. The merchant thanks Baiwu for the story with the fake dagger that saved him from ruin, and offers to forget all past differences. These unexpectedly warm words touch Baiwu to the quick, and he realizes that with his skills, getting the fat man out of here is not such a difficult task. A confident grin appears on his face, and he asks the merchant if he remembers their conversation about possible cooperation. The fat man sinks to the floor, muttering through his teeth that, of course, he remembers. But now they will only be able to cooperate in the next life. Baiwu states that now is not the time to die, and to cheer the merchant up, he takes out a large bank check from his pocket and unfolds it in front of him. The merchant begins to look at him carefully, after which he becomes very surprised. The sum of 60 million brings him to his senses and gives him additional physical strength. The man jumps to his feet and begins to jump joyfully. The salesman starts acting as if he hadn't been beaten at all and asks the guy where he got so much money. Baiwu says that they need to leave and they will talk about everything later, after which he announces that he will give the fat man 10 million. The merchant agrees to leave as soon as possible, the UN signs reflected in his eyes, expressing his greed. Meanwhile, 2 bandits approach the room with the prisoner. One of them says that the fat man doesn't know anything, The second replies that they'll have to dig a big hole for this fat guy. Baiwu and the merchant instantly fall silent as they hear the bandits approaching them. The seller begins to tremble with fear and thinks that the end has come for them. Baiwu, in contrast, is determined. He asks not to be afraid and says that he will definitely save him. One of the bandits kicks the door. It opens with a bang, and they enter the room. They are instantly overcome with anxiety. They look around and begin to wonder where the prisoner has gone. One of the bandits notices a rope sticking out of the window and orders an immediate pursuit. However, this was just a ruse. In fact, the young people hid behind a pile of boxes, carefully disguising their location. Cautiously peering out into the corridor, the fat man praises the guy for being witty enough and for setting everything up so well. Meanwhile, the bandits raise the alarm. They split into several groups in order to comb the territory of the abandoned plant and not miss the fugitives. As soon as two bandits run past a pile of construction waste, young men look out from it, carefully watching the movements of their pursuers. Baiwu points to the side and tells the merchant that they need to run in that direction quickly, without wasting a second to think. While running, Baiwu asks the system which side has the highest chance of escaping. Having received the answer that the chance of escape is higher if they turn left, they rush in that direction, following the directions without delay. The fat man is very surprised and asks the young man why he is so sure. Has he been here before? Baiwu responds with a general phrase that everything is possible. After which he says that it is not the time to chat and promises to explain everything later. However, the fat man does not calm down. He is interested in why the guy is so confident, and he wonders if it is intuition. Baiwu understands that the seller will not leave him alone, and reports that he has an extraordinary talent, and he has the skill of prediction. The seller says that he has dreamed of something like this since childhood. Baiwu says that in this case, as soon as they get out, they will begin to cooperate together. The seller agrees to the offer and says that he is very grateful to the guy for this. In one of the rooms, in front of a huge number of monitors, sits a man who slowly smokes a cigar and watches the fugitives, not missing a single movement. A man's voice is heard pointing at the screen and telling him that this guy is Baiwu. The man tells the man with the cigar that they still don't have enough information about the guy. The man with the scar asks his subordinate to tell him how much this kid did, making it clear that he is interested in the extent of the damage caused. The man reports that this scoundrel has disrupted their plans. He has ruined the deal with the 7-star knife, and also prevented the sale of the fake urn of the 9 dragons. The man with the scar is very surprised at how the guy found out about the deal, but he thinks that this kid and the fat man will not interfere with them. The man tells the boss that these little shrimps really won't make waves, and they'll solve the problem with the old man in the near future and catch him tomorrow. Suddenly, the man with the scar abruptly gets up from the table and delivers a powerful kick to the man, clearly not holding back his anger. He calls the man an idiot and says that if he acts in a crude manner, he will be the one to shed the first blood. Taking a drag on his cigar, the scarred man continues to ponder how this brat got wind of those items, and finds no rational explanation. He thinks that it must be that old Fox's tricks again. The man thinks that the old man knew everything and kept quiet, and also used that little rat to quietly destroy his business. Baiwu and the salesman are standing around the corner of a ruined brick building, waiting for the best moment to make their next run. The guy gets different chances to escape, but they are constantly changing, and he has to quickly navigate what is happening. There is a lower risk road, but it goes through the wall. He understands that there is no choice, and in this case, they will have to go along the near road and carefully watch the change in the percentage of success of the escape. They begin to move slowly along the narrow passage. The escape rate is 40%. The young men take a few steps. Baiwu notices that the escape success rate is starting to drop, which makes him wary. After which they walk another 15 meters and the escape percentage begins to increase, reaching 41%. Baiwu peeks around the corner to make sure there are no bandits nearby. He informs the fat man that at the end of this path, there is a passage through which he entered the territory, and they can get out the same way. Fatty believes that victory is just around the corner. Baiwu, in turn, does not think that one should delude oneself so early, and says that one must be very careful. They continue to move forward slowly and notice an open door inside a narrow corridor, which could be their chance to escape. Baiwu takes a few more steps forward and notices that the success rate of escaping is increasing. Approaching the doors, he notices that the chance of success is almost 100%. The fat man begins to rejoice and says that it looks like the bandits have lost them, sincerely believing that everything ended well. He happily announces that this is a wonderful ending, and the next second the door to freedom closes with a bang. Suddenly the success rate drops to 7%. Baiwu is in great shock and can't understand what's going on. The fat man throws all his strength at the doors, trying to knock them down, but the strong metal structure does not give in to him. Baiwu notices the sound of an engine behind him, and then bright halogen headlights flash behind him. blinding them and causing them to turn around sharply. A group of thugs emerge from the minibus, laughing loudly and telling the fugitives that their end has come. Baiwu tries to contain his excitement and wonders if it's all over. He realizes that there is nowhere left to retreat. The guy apologizes to the fat man and says that he thinks he screwed up. Surprisingly, the merchant has a strong fighting spirit, and he offers the young man to kick some bandits' asses together. Baiwu supports him and shouts loudly. The fugitives rush to attack the thugs, deciding to act decisively. The man with the scar watches what is happening with obvious pleasure. His thugs start shouting loudly, and as if on command, they all rush forward together. A fierce fight ensues, in which the young people have difficulty resisting the numerous and aggressive bandits. The young men are breathing heavily and trying to regain their strength after they manage to fight off the first attack of the thugs. The remaining bandits, having lost several men, silently watch what is happening and do not dare to launch a new attack. The man with the scar slowly gets out of the car and casually throws the butt of his cigar out of the open window. He notices that the young people are holding up well and asks them if this is really all they can do. Baiwu becomes very angry, screams loudly and raises the pipe fragment, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy. However, the bandit boss makes a sharp move to the side, dodging the attack and allowing the pipe to fly past. A moment later, he counterattacks and lands a powerful blow to Baiwu's head, causing him to lose his balance. After this, the gang leader turns his attention to the fat man and hitting him, knocks the seller down. The scarred man demands that the fight continue, claiming that he hasn't even warmed up properly. The fat man starts complaining, saying that he is too heavy and tired, and then asks to just finish him off. The gang leader wonders if the young people really thought they could die so easily after everything. Baiwu is very surprised by such a statement, and asks the man in bewilderment what he is talking about. After this, the guy decides that now is not the time to go into details, and it is important to get out of this mess as quickly as possible. He asks the system about the probability of a successful escape, and it immediately answers that the chance is 33%. The guy glances at the fat man and thinks that even with such a small chance, there is still at least some possibility of success. The seller assumes that Baiwu has a specific plan and decides that the most important thing is to buy as much time as possible. The salesman struggles to his feet and mentally admits that, despite his weight, he should still try again. The attempt is unsuccessful. The man with the scar delivers a powerful kick to him, throwing the fat man aside. The bandit leader then continues his attack and unleashes a series of hard and merciless blows to the merchant's head. Baiwu is impressed by the fighting spirit of the salesman, because despite his obvious fatigue, he fights quite well. Suddenly, Baiwu learns from the system that the seller is the key to escape, and the probability of this is exactly 100%. Baiwu hopes that this figure has nothing to do with the possible death of the merchant, and does not mean a tragic outcome. Baiwu tells his comrade that they have one last chance, and urges them to use all possible techniques. The merchant turns to the guy doubtfully and asks if he really wants to see him impersonate Kung Fu Panda. Suddenly, the seller throws himself at the feet of the gang leader, and begging for mercy, promises to pay absolutely any ransom amount required. The bandits instantly freeze, shocked by the seller's unexpected action. At this moment, the fat man suddenly uses a trick. He firmly grabs the leader's leg and forcefully throws him to the ground. A dark, demonic smile appears on the scarred man's face. He is overcome with rage that this fat freak dared to attack him. The man delivers several powerful blows, each of which throws the merchant aside, preventing him from getting up. Baiwu watches in horror as the gang leader furiously pounces on the prone salesman and begins to brutally beat him. The guy suddenly realizes that when people are angry, they lose control of their emotions, and the adrenaline rush allows them to surpass their own limits. He asks the system what the odds are that the fat man will win against the scarred man if he is angry, and gets the answer 78%. Having finished the brutal massacre of the merchant, the leader of the bandits swears loudly and lights another cigar. Looking at the defeated salesman lying motionless on the cold ground, the man indifferently says that he didn't even have time to stretch properly. At this point, the merchant remains lying completely motionless. He barely breathes, makes muffled groans, and cannot even move. Bloodthirsty grins appear on the bandits' faces, and they happily offer the young people the chance to say their last words before death. Baiwu begins to apologize to the salesman, saying in a guilty voice that he regrets hiding one important fact. The fat man continues to quietly moan, and with difficulty asks the guy what exactly he has been hiding from him all this time. Baiwu sighed heavily and admitted that those blades were actually genuine and not fake at all. The fat man lets out a desperate cry, full of pain and hopelessness, after which he falls backwards, exhausted, and the chance of escape drops below 7%. Baiwu continues the story, and reports that the amount indicated on the receipt does indeed reflect the real value of those swords. After this, the guy adds that he told many people about the contents of the store, and now the management intends to kick the seller out of the antique street. These confessions send the merchant into a fit of rage, and he goes into a rage, causing his chance of a successful escape to instantly increase to 40%. Baiwu continues to deliberately provoke the merchant, calmly informing him that the people who tried to sell him the legendary 7 Stars blade were actually his subordinates. This becomes the last straw for the merchant. His body suddenly distorts, turning into a demonic creature with a face twisted with rage. The fat man's ominous cry spreads throughout the area, at which point the system states that the chance of a successful escape has suddenly increased to 70%. With loud cries that everyone here without exception will die today, the enraged man rushes at the bandits. The probability of salvation has increased to 80%. The fat man quickly approaches the bandit leader and hits him on the head with his forehead. The system announces that the chance of escape is now 93%. Suddenly the seller turns around and lets out a chilling, inhuman scream. With incredible speed, he crashes into the young man, knocking him off his feet and dragging him along in a mad dash. A moment later, they both crash into the nearest wall at great speed. It can't withstand the impact, cracks and falls apart into hundreds of small fragments. The chance of escape has reached 100%. Baiwu, overcoming the hellish pain, slowly rises to his feet and takes out a slightly dented metal shield from under his clothes. The guy thinks with relief that it was not in vain that he thought of putting this piece of iron under his clothes. Otherwise, Fatso would have really killed him. Baiwu struggles to drag the fat man's unconscious body towards the car, muttering under his breath in annoyance about why the big guy has to be so incredibly heavy. He asks the seller not to go to heaven yet, because they still have to figure out where these bandits came from and what exactly they wanted. Suddenly, switching to a friendly tone, he calls the merchant brother and confidently declares that now is the time when they can begin to cooperate. The gang leader slowly comes to his senses after a powerful knockout, rises with difficulty, lights a cigar, and loudly declares that this guy will now have to constantly look back. A loud scream from a fat man is heard from the corridor of the medical complex, calling the guy a freak and indignantly asking why only he had serious injuries. Baiwu asks the merchant to calm down, admitting that he is indeed not in the best shape, but emphasizes that they should be glad that they are still alive. Baiwu says that apart from those same double blades, all the other weapons were indeed fakes, and the merchant was wrong to be so angry about the cheap copies. The guy apologizes for his behavior and says with a slight grin that in the future, if he deceives the merchant again, he might just leave him to die on the street. The fat man bursts into tears. He accuses the guy of being a shameless liar and a real crook who has been deceiving him from the very beginning of their acquaintance. Baiwu tries to calm his upset comrade and promises that he will definitely compensate him for all losses. The fat man reminds that the guy once swore an oath to take him as an apprentice and teach him all his clever tricks. Baiwu, assuming an important appearance, condescendingly informs that with the fat man's current skill level, training will be extremely difficult. A satisfied grin suddenly appears on the seller's face. He declares that he doesn't care about these difficulties and asks the guy to simply not forget that he is now his debtor. The fat man, suddenly in high spirits, hints that the guy could do with a small material gift. Baiwu informs his new friend that he is just a greedy, stingy psycho. The seller's mood noticeably improves. He raises his hand in a solemn gesture and pompously announces that from now on, they will begin a completely new, happy life. This sudden movement makes the seller suddenly wince from a sharp pain in his shoulder blade. He instantly grabs his shoulder and starts screaming loudly about how much pain he's in. Baiwu asks his comrade if he really doesn't know the people who kidnapped him. The fat man replies that if he knew them, he would have already made them pay in full, and then adds that he never had real enemies, only dissatisfied clients. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remembers that he recently examined a fake knife from the 7 Stars series, and it dawns on him that perhaps it is somehow related to the attack. Baiwu instantly realizes that all the fake items had a QR code, and he is now certain that these fakes were most likely made by the very gang that is hunting them. The system confirms his guess, reporting that the probability of this group's involvement is 100%. The guy is suddenly overcome with great fear. He realizes with horror that he has ruined 2 major deals in a row, which means the gang has been watching him for a long time, perhaps from the very beginning. The guy learns from the system that the probability of this event is exactly 100%, and realizes that the merchant is partly in trouble because of him. He reflects on the fact that it will be extremely difficult to resist the enemy now, and perhaps the guy himself has unknowingly stirred up a hornet's nest. His thoughts are interrupted by the merchant, who quietly asks for forgiveness, explaining that he feels guilty for getting the boy into such a serious mess. Baiwu suddenly realizes that Fatty most likely really didn't know anything about it, and since he acknowledges him as his senior, he shouldn't put the man in danger any longer. He firmly tells the merchant that from now on he will take on the solution of all problems himself, and asks the fat man to think only about how to get better faster. The merchant respectfully calls Baewu boss, and once again expresses gratitude for the care and support shown during difficult times. He confidently states that he completely trusts the young man and believes that he will cope and be able to resolve all their common difficulties. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a loud phone ringing. Baewu sees the expert's name on the screen, but does not immediately realize that it is really him. The guy accepts the challenge and cannot hide his sincere surprise that such a respected person personally contacted him. The old man confidently declares that he is aware of all the recent events, and the first thing he asks is if everything is okay with the young man. Baewu happily replies that he is fine, and mentally thinks that since such a person is calling him, he has already joined high society. The old man informs him that he will be out of town for 2 days, and asks Baewu to be extremely careful, as the gang will not forgive what happened. During the conversation, Baewu learns from the expert that they are dealing with a professional group of counterfeiters with a long history and a dangerous reputation. Baewu anxiously tells his friend that, according to the expert, they are in for a difficult period in the near future. The old man asks Baewu not to take any unnecessary actions until he returns and says that they will definitely meet later. The fat man is delighted that his new friend just spoke to such a serious person, and assures that such friendships do not just happen. He tells Baewu that now that they are both part of high society, they must act with extreme caution. Baewu begins to think that something really did happen to the expert, and it is directly related to the actions of that very gang. The young man comes to the conclusion that the current situation is actually much more complicated than he initially assumed, but all he wanted was to simply enjoy life in peace. He feels growing irritation and admits that perhaps he shouldn't have gotten involved with counterfeit items in the first place. The fat man, meanwhile, silently watches Baewu's internal struggle, greedily eating a banana and showing no emotion. A huge flock of crows flies over a luxurious mansion, cawing loudly. The gang leader assumes that the old man really does have serious connections, and they urgently need to think through possible options. On the phone, he tells his interlocutor that they recently managed to verify this personally, and they would like to avoid any complications. He assures his interlocutor that there is no reason to worry, because, despite the difficulties, he still has control over the situation. The interlocutor strongly advises to exercise extreme caution, and adds that he will involve his personal connections in what is happening. A few days pass, and the fat man's minor injuries heal fairly quickly, after which he is discharged from the hospital. The merchant puts a mask on his face and warns Baewu that they need to be extremely careful, as danger can lurk everywhere. Baewu asks his comrade not to panic and to relax a little, assuring him that it is morning now and it is unlikely that anyone will dare to attack in daylight. The fat man replies that this gang of counterfeiters is extremely dangerous, and suggests that they lie low in some secluded place until the expert returns. The merchant says that he knows of a quiet resort in the mountains, and asks whether he should go there and wait it out. Baewu replies that he has already considered this option, but believes that running away now would be unnecessary. It would be better to stay and sort everything out. As they head towards the parking lot, the guy tells his friend that sitting back and waiting to be found is not the best strategy, and suggests that they instead take the initiative and strike first. Having climbed into the car, the fat man takes off his mask and asks in bewilderment if the guy really wants to deal with an entire criminal organization himself. Suddenly he falls silent, noticing a suspicious passerby on the street who seems to simply raise his hand in greeting, but this gesture seems unnatural and threatening to him. The fat man, cringing, considers this a bad sign and thinks that a gang of these thugs can strike from anywhere. Baewu asks where all the fat guy's coolness went, and why all he does now is suggest hiding instead of taking action. The man, unable to find anything to answer, covers his face and puts on dark sunglasses. Baewu, sighing, reminds them that they are good guys, and it doesn't suit them to hide like some kind of criminals, after which he suggests that they just gather information about the gang to begin with. He pats the fat man on the shoulder encouragingly and promises that they will definitely dominate high society, as he always dreamed, if they show a little courage. Suddenly, the merchant's mood changes and he straightens his shoulders, declaring that only those who are not afraid of wolves and tigers can truly dominate this world. Baewu, shaking his head, thinks that the fat man is completely incorrigible and tries to change the subject. He asks where they can get the information they need. The merchant states that the guy has come to the right place and reports that there is a person they need in the northern part of the city. This man had his own sources, and there was nothing he could not find out for a certain price if it suited him. Baewu wonders about the usefulness of going to the Phantom Market and gets a clear answer of 100% from the system. However, the question turns out to be too complex, so the system says that visiting the Ghost Market can help, but does not indicate how exactly. Baiwu realizes that he needs to meet with the informant, as this will greatly increase the percentage of success. By asking the system if anyone else in this city can help, the guy gets a confident answer about 100% probability. With the thought that talking to oneself is pure torture for the brain, Baiwu turns the ignition key and tells his friend that it's time for them to move. With loud words that their path lies in the direction of the Phantom Market, the young people take off in a car at a very high speed. After some time, they reach the right place and begin to leisurely stroll through the numerous shopping rows, looking around. Baiwu thinks that this place is really interesting, because he has never been to the ghost market before. The fat man begins to talk about how many traders here are in the shadows and do not appear at the official market for various reasons. He thinks that they shouldn't rush to the informant and suggests that they take a little walk to get used to the atmosphere and see something. The young people are completely unaware that a stranger is watching them closely from the gateway, while simultaneously informing them on the phone that they have already arrived at their destination. He informs his interlocutor that he is able to easily cope with the task at hand and demands that he immediately act strictly in accordance with the instructions. The man feels great satisfaction from the promised reward, because for spreading just a few rumors, he will receive 100,000, and he wonders whether they will double the amount, since there are two goals. A sly smile appears on his face, and he quietly, almost in a whisper, asks the fat man for forgiveness, admitting to himself that he turned out to be a bad friend. The stranger continues to watch the young people, but does not notice at all that his actions are also being closely watched from the darkness. The fat man confidently states that he is an important figure in this market, and there is nothing he cannot find out if necessary. To confirm this, he greets the merchant enthusiastically, causing him obvious surprise and confusion. However, the merchant does not respond to the greeting, but abruptly turns away, as if he does not want to enter into a dialogue with the fat man at all. The fat man quickly switches to another man, also greets him, and says that he has good things. He asks permission to look at them. This man also shows no interest in communication and limits himself to a silent and distrustful look in the direction of the fat man. The fat man, clearly discouraged by such an attitude, sincerely does not understand what could have happened to these people and why they behave this way. Baiwu notices how his friend is treated by others and says that the fat guy is really cool. The fat man angrily replies that he simply made a mistake about the people, claiming that they were just small traders, and he was used to communicating exclusively with their bosses. He turns around and walks decisively towards one of the traders, clearly intending to achieve at least some normal communication. The man completely ignores his approach, not taking his eyes off the phone screen, and tells the fat man that he can look at whatever he wants and choose any items. The fat man, trying to establish contact, says that he hasn't seen the merchant for a long time, is interested in his child, and declares that he is going to buy a couple of things. The merchant seems to have recognized the fat man, because he suddenly says that he will have to look for another shop and he will not get anything here. These words immediately make the fat man angry. He asks with irritation what kind of jokes these are and what exactly the seller means. The merchant sharply and angrily replies that he has already said everything, and insistently asks the fat man not to pester him with his questions anymore. Baiwu, trying not to interfere in the conflict, turns away. He is obviously not pleased with what is happening. At this time, the men glare at each other. Baiwu tries to calm his friend down, asks him not to get excited, and suggests looking around because this merchant is clearly not alone here. The fat man obediently turns around and notices with surprise that all the sellers present are looking at them with obvious suspicion and hostility. Those around them really demonstrate an extreme degree of aggression and mistrust, as if the young people had broken an unwritten taboo. The fat man again wonders what is going on and why all these people are looking at them with such hatred. Baiwu realizes that he urgently needs information. It is obvious that all the locals are extremely hostile, and he concludes that this is definitely not his day. He grabs the surprised fat man by the hand and suddenly says that they urgently need to leave before the situation gets completely out of control. Shouts can be heard from the crowd demanding that they leave immediately and never return to this market again. Baiwu tells the fat man not to hesitate and quickly leads him around the corner, trying to hide from the angry sellers. Changli turns to the young man and says that something very strange is happening here, because he has been shopping at this market for many years. Baiwu seriously considers what exactly could have influenced such behavior of traders and why everything suddenly changed, after which he turns sharply to the fat man, asks him to be quiet, and says that now he must simply follow all his instructions. 10 minutes later, the young people return to the trading rows of the ghost market, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. This time they hid their faces. Changli even put on a mask, hoping that no one would recognize him in this form. Changli grumbled with displeasure because he had always been polite, diligent, and seemed to be liked by all the vendors in this market. He wonders why he suddenly finds himself among the enemies, as if something in him has changed dramatically. Baiwu asks his friend to be quiet and promises that very soon they will find out the reason for this attitude. Hiding their faces, the young men cautiously approach the merchants, who at this time are heatedly discussing some topic. Baiwu leans over to one of the counters, picks up a small box, and immediately attracts the attention of the seller. The man starts to smile in a friendly manner and says that the buyer can calmly choose what he likes. Baiwu continues to look closely at the goods and pretends to be interested, although in reality he is trying to eavesdrop on the conversations. One of the men reveals that Changli is now a member of the elite society and has become the expert's subordinate. He claims that the expert ordered Changli to smash the vase and slander the seller, accusing him of selling counterfeits. Another merchant picks up the conversation and says that Changli had an accomplice named Baiwu, and the loader was thrown into a reservoir outside the city. The man nearby is very surprised, does not believe what he heard, and asks why no one reported this to the police. The merchant replies that the expert is a man with huge connections, and Changli has nothing to fear. He is under reliable protection. The interlocutor says that Changli rejoices too early, because everything in this life comes back, and one will have to answer for everything. He continues to ask where all these rumors and speculations came from, and whether there is any evidence. The merchant replies that there is no evidence, but he is sure that there is no smoke without fire, and rumors do not just appear. The man wonders if this is all true, because Changli has been rarely seen lately, and perhaps he really is involved in something dark. Changli, hearing the lies and gossip about himself, becomes very angry and is unable to contain the emotions that boil within him. Baiwu shuts the fat man's mouth and immediately takes him away from the merchants so that he doesn't give them away with his behavior. Stepping aside, Changli angrily begins to tell his friend that they were set up and became victims of someone's conspiracy. Baiwu says that this is obvious and queries the system, trying to find out if this is all connected to a gang of counterfeiters. Meanwhile, Fatso does not calm down. He loudly says that they are crystal honest and begins to think about who could have slandered them. Baiwu confidently states that this rumor is not directed at them, but at Mr. Expert, in whose direction the accusations are thrown. He believes that the old man is a respected person, and therefore should not be afraid of such rumors, unlike the rumors themselves. Changli says that this really won't lead to anything good, because the merchants consider the expert their boss, and are aggressive. Baiwu tries to calm the fat man down. He says that it was an extremely dangerous trap, but fortunately they found out about everything in time. Changli believes that they need to find the person spreading the rumors as quickly as possible, and try to refute them. The guy says that the fat man is indeed right, and now they urgently need to come up with something to get out of the situation. The young man's ability tells him that some master must help in this matter, and he relies on this guess. However, he does not know who exactly this master is, and he understands that first of all, they need to find him as soon as possible. Baiwu turns towards the fat man, but is surprised to notice that he has disappeared somewhere, and is nowhere to be seen. Changli is located near the merchandise stalls. The seller says that this box from the Qing dynasty is an ancient and mysterious item. Baiwu is irritated to realize how quickly his new friend changes his mood, forgetting about what is happening around him. Upon learning that the ancient box is broken and won't open, Fatso begins to offer 3,000 wen for it. The seller disagrees. He claims that it is a very valuable item, and he cannot give it away for such a low price. Baiwu casts a disdainful glance at his comrade, thinking about how greedy and petty Changli is. The success rate is about 100%, and the guy decides not to interfere, allowing his friend to continue bargaining. The fat man partially agrees with the seller. He states the final price of 5,000 and says that he will leave if it does not suit him. The merchant admits that Changli knows how to bargain, but he believes that he will not make any money at all with such a deal. The fat man continues to press the seller and asks how much he wants. The man begins to tell that he got the thing from his father. Changli was about to raise the price a little, but at that moment the stranger snatched the box from his hands. A stranger appears next to him and tells the antique dealer that these two are unreliable buyers and should not sell anything to them. Baiwu immediately wonders who this man is and why he knows so much about them. The stranger continues to remain silent and looks at the young people with an appraising gaze, without saying a word. Fatso seems to recognize the stranger and hurriedly begins to put a mask on his face, while Baiwu ponders the importance of finding a master. The fat man asks the stranger why they are not allowed to buy any goods at this market. Hongtai says that this box belongs to the Ming dynasty, not the Qing dynasty, and the young people were greatly mistaken in their assessment of it. He states that its market value is no less than 300,000, which leaves everyone around him in great surprise. Baiwu asks the fat man who the stranger is, to which he replies that the man is a martial artist named Hongtai, who comes from a famous family of antique dealers. Baiwu thinks that it is more than obvious that this man revealed their identity and deliberately picked on them in order to provoke them. Hongtai calls the young people ignorant fools and says with disdain that he is very ashamed of customers like them. Baiwu believes that the master's behavior is a blatant provocation, and understands that he clearly understood who he was dealing with. At this point, Fatso tells the master that he thinks too much of himself, and asks if he really thinks that if he knows how to fight, he will rule the whole world. Changli sarcastically asks if Hongtai is not enough to be a martial arts leader, and is he really going to teach antique dealers too now? These words clearly touch the master. It becomes noticeable how he is trying his best to contain his irritation and growing anger. Baiwu asks if the fat man is really not afraid, and receives an affirmative answer, not understanding where he gets such self-confidence from. The guy notices how the surrounding merchants begin to angrily talk to each other and discuss how Fatso dared to talk like that to a martial arts master. Suddenly, loud voices are heard from the crowd, and someone present confidently claims that he has seen this fat man before. Baiwu understands that if they continue the confrontation, they will soon be exposed completely, and then the chance of finding the right master will become negligible. He apologizes to Hongtai and states that since the esteemed gentleman knows the true price of this thing, then of course they will not buy it. He then grabs the fat man by the arm and tries to drag him away from the crowd, insisting that they need to leave immediately. However, the master takes a sharp step forward and finds himself right in front of the young people. Holding out his hand, he blocks their way. Baiwu irritably asks what this strange gesture means and why the master decided to stop them in this way. The man claims that the young people did this deliberately, and deliberately did not disclose the real price of the antique box, thereby misleading the seller. He repeats the accusation with cold confidence, believing that such actions cannot be justified by ignorance or haste. The fat man begins to become noticeably nervous, realizing that he and his friend are trapped and their plan is rapidly falling apart. The guy urgently requests information from the system, and finds out that the probability that the box really belongs to the Qin dynasty is 100%. Baiwu politely addresses the master and apologizes for the recent criticism. He clarifies that he assumed the item belonged to the Ming dynasty, not the Qin. Hongtai accepts the challenge with an unperturbed expression, and declares that right now everyone will see who is really right. The fat man begins to loudly complain and demands to know how exactly the authenticity of this box can be determined. The man calmly replies that everything is elementary. A verification system will be carried out, and if he is right, the young people will buy the item at full market value. The fat man asks Baiwu doubtfully if he is really sure that this thing belongs to the Qin dynasty. After this, he loudly addresses the master, declaring that they accept the conditions, but if he loses, he will finally leave them alone. The man reacts to the attacks with restraint and readily agrees to the agreed-upon rules of this deal. Baiwu watches the master's actions carefully, and a faint smile appears on his face. With sharp, confident movements, Hongtai begins to put together a complex puzzle, which is in fact an ancient box. With incredible speed, he takes out some elements of the product and moves them to another position, transforming the structure before everyone's eyes. Those around him watch what is happening with increasing interest. They are amazed at the dexterity and precision with which the master manipulates the object. Baiwu feels a strong inner tension and grows excited to think that the master really knows how to handle antiques. After completing the transformation, Hongtai reports that the box consists of two parts, the outer layer being made in the Qing dynasty. Slowly revealing the inside of the object, he reveals a hidden compartment and explains that it was created by a Ming dynasty master. Hongtai confidently emphasizes again that the real market price of this product is no less than 300,000 yuan. The antique dealer sincerely thanks the craftsman for his help and respectfully acknowledges that he really opened his eyes. Baiwu looks at the item in amazement and cannot believe that there was a secret compartment hidden inside the box that he knew nothing about. Those around him start laughing loudly and asking where all of Fatso's courage and determination went after such a turn of events. The merchant looks at the young people carefully and with interest, after which he says that he seems to have met them before. The fat man becomes visibly nervous, calling Baiwu boss and admitting that it looks like they really did make a big mistake. Baiwu realizes that they are now in real trouble. The system was not lying. The core is indeed from the Qing dynasty, but no one knew about the secret compartment. He wonders why the master is pressing them so hard. But the system cannot give a precise answer, as its knowledge of this man is extremely limited. In an attempt to get out of the difficult situation, Baiwu steps forward and begins to compliment the master on his skill and insight. The fat man, trying to be sarcastic, quietly mutters that this Jackie Chan is really cool, and apparently it's not for nothing that he is respected. Hongtai does not react to the barbs and calmly reminds that the young people lost the bet and are obliged to fulfill the conditions. Baiwu notes to himself that although the master seems frightening, arrogant, and tough, he still does not give the impression of being an evil person. Suddenly, Baiwu has a revelation. He suddenly realizes that this man is the master he has been looking for all along. At this point, there is a noise among the traders. Many recognize Changli and loudly declare that he is the one who decided to harm their market. The crowd begins to shout and insult the young men, accusing them of intending to destroy the phantom market and deceive all its participants. The fat man responds sharply in an offended tone, calling the merchants idiots for believing in ridiculous rumors, and promises to prove that he is an honest man. Realizing that the situation is quickly getting out of control, Beiwu grabs the fat man's arm and tries to pull him aside to avoid conflict. He asks the system to confirm the master's identity. The result shows only 50% probability, but that's enough for the guy. Even despite the uncertainty, Beiwu is convinced that the man is somehow connected to the family he needs, and he continues to ask the system questions. The fat man looks at Beiwu in amazement, not understanding who he is talking to, because only the guy himself sees the holographic screens. Hongtai also notices Beiwu's strange behavior. A shadow of doubt appears in his gaze. He begins to wonder why the old man attaches so much importance to this particular teenager. Meanwhile, another man appears from the shadows of the gateway, discontentedly declaring that the old man has completely lost his mind. In a loud voice, he asks if this youth is really the one he was ordered to watch by the old man. The fat man, noticing the approaching stranger, again begins to become noticeably nervous. Beiwu, demonstrating calm, pats the fat man on the shoulder in a friendly manner and confidently states that he knows exactly what actions should be taken. However, Changli can't shake off the growing feeling of fear, and with a trembling voice, he asks his comrade to explain the plan of action in more detail. Beiwu loudly declares to those present that Master Hongtai has truly keen eyesight and amazing skills, which he sincerely admires. After this, the guy firmly asserts that the box in question is actually worth significantly more than 300,000 yuan. Master Hongtai is clearly surprised by such a statement and, with genuine interest, asks the young man on what basis he made such a bold assumption. Beiwu, maintaining a confident tone, replies that the master's family does indeed have a rich heritage, and he has no doubt that they have long known the true value of this item. They just haven't revealed it yet. The guy points his finger at the box and notes that everyone present has already managed to see that this item is clearly not simple, after which he suggests that there may be something hidden inside. Beiwu tells the assembled group that their family keeps similar boxes, and then invites the craftsman to try to open the item. Master Hongtai first categorically states that everything inside the box has already been thoroughly checked, but after some thought, he reluctantly agrees with the guy's arguments. With deft movements of his hands, the master begins to transform the complex puzzle box again, turning its elements. After some time, the secret lock finally gives in to his efforts. The lid of the box opens, but inside, just like last time, there is absolutely nothing. Master Hongtai sighs heavily and reminds Beiwu that he had already warned him that this box, like the similar ones in their family collection, was completely empty. Beiwu smiles contentedly. The young man confidently declares that they are still wrong about the box, and persistently asks for permission to take the item into his own hands. The guy picks up the mysterious object and begins to study it carefully, running his fingers over the surface, as if reading invisible signs. After careful inspection, he performs a complex sequence of combinations, skillfully transforming the box. But, to the disappointment of those present, the mechanism does not give in. The people around them watch in silence, their faces expressing a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, while Fatso already believes that they are close to complete failure. Some of the traders, unable to contain their irritation, begin to loudly complain, accusing the young people of ruining expensive antique goods with their inept actions. Beiwu, ignoring the disgruntled cries, makes numerous queries to the system, trying to find a clue, his eyes quickly moving over the data invisible to others. Having received the necessary information, the guy enthusiastically takes up the box, his fingers making dexterous, precise movements, reassembling the object using a completely new algorithm. Quite quickly, to the surprise of everyone gathered, he manages to activate the hidden mechanism and reach the double-secret bottom. The people around him, holding their breath, fall silent again and begin to watch the guy's actions closely. Their faces now reflect not skepticism, but burning curiosity. Beiwu carefully takes out a thin wooden plate from the false bottom, on which a mysterious ancient sign is engraved. With deft movements, he inserts the plate into a specially designated place under the lid and begins a complex manipulation of the sign. The first layer on the plate appears to be an exquisitely carved lotus flower, while the second layer is an incredibly complex labyrinth. Many craftsmen over the centuries did not even realize that this box was encrypted using a combination of Chinese and Western locks. Hongtai tries to keep a straight face, but he can hardly hide his growing excitement. Beiwu makes a few more precise movements, and suddenly, with a soft click, a secret compartment opens in the box, containing an ancient necklace. Master Hongtai cannot hide his shock. He sincerely does not understand how the numerous experts and professionals from his family who studied the box could not notice this hidden treasure. A satisfied smile appears on Beiwu's face. He has learned everything in detail from the system, and the complete shame is postponed. The boy hands the box to the master, modestly declaring that he may not have any special talent, but he can still do something. Master Hongtai folds his hands in a respectful gesture, and with genuine admiration tells the boy that he has exceptional abilities, after which he admits his defeat. Beiwu suddenly realizes that Hongtai is the legendary master he has been looking for so long, and most likely he did not interfere in this situation of his own free will. Hongtai states that since he lost a fair fight, he is willing to buy the box at the price he said earlier, and as a sign of respect, he gives it to Beiwu. The intense fear that gripped Fatso was instantly replaced by uncontrollable joy, and he, grinning sarcastically, asked the master where all his fighting spirit had gone. Master Hongtai, holding back his emotions, closes his eyes and lowers his head. He is clearly uncomfortable with the realization of his defeat. The merchants begin to whisper quietly among themselves, saying Beiwu's name with respect and discussing that this is the very same guy. From the crowd of onlookers, a loud voice of an unfamiliar man is heard, who approvingly announces that the current youth is incredibly talented. Beiwu's face begins to shine with genuine joy. The guy proudly thinks that he has finally appeared. Pushing aside the crowd of onlookers, a stately man in an expensive suit approaches the young people, whose confident gait and commanding gaze immediately reveal him to be a person of special status. The fat man begins to slap himself in the face and asks to be pinched to finally wake up. Beiwu is clearly pleased with what is happening, and is convinced that everything is going strictly according to the plan he had thought out in advance. Hongtai greets the man, calling him elder, while those around him quietly whisper, assuming that something serious must have happened for such an influential person to appear here. Beiwu steps forward, folds his hands in a respectful gesture, and greets the elder loudly, showing respect and reverence. The elder looks at the young man defiantly, and asks if they have seen each other before. The guy smiles and states that there is no one in this area who does not know the elder. A satisfied smile appears on the elder's face. Beiwu explains that his comrade almost made a mistake, but fortunately, he was helped in time. The elder points his gaze at Changli and asks if it is really about this fat man. He looks at Changli carefully and thinks to himself that he always thought this merchant was a complete idiot, not expecting anything decent or smart from him. Changli in turn begins to apologize in a trembling voice, which causes the elder to clearly become irritated and disliked. The elder asks Beiwu if that is really his name, to which the boy replies in the affirmative. After this, the elder laughs loudly and says that it is very good that the guy was able to beat Hongtai, and now he decides to test whether Beiwu can handle him. Beiwu pays his respects to the elder and asks how he can afford such a thing. The man tells the boy that he doesn't know much, and after these words says that he needs a little warm-up. Beiwu at this moment thinks that this man is their mysterious master. He is convinced that the old man is no slouch, and now he needs to show himself at his full potential. The guy states that if the elder asks, then he has no right to refuse, and asks the man what he wants from them in this situation. This kind of communication brings great joy to the old man, and he tells the guy that he is clearly no slouch and deserves respect for his determination. The man takes out 2 banknotes and says that now everyone will find out exactly what he wants from the young people. The young people look at the old man waving money in front of them in surprise and exchange glances, not understanding what is happening. The fat man claims that this is some kind of trick, to which the elder asks in an angry voice if he really thinks that a representative of such a family would be cunning. Beiwu asks again with displeasure, then why all these bills and what is the meaning? The elder states that the young people will have to buy the most valuable thing on the market in 1 hour, with only 100 wen in their pockets. In this competition, the winner will be the one who manages to buy the most valuable thing. Beiwu takes the bill from the man's hands and says that they have an agreement. The guy turns around, takes the fat man with him, and confidently walks towards the rows of merchants. The crowd of onlookers is very excited about the upcoming confrontation, considering today to be an amazing day and anticipating the Battle of Masters, because for 100 wen you can only buy small change on AliExpress. The fat man begins to distract the young man, pointing to one object after another, causing Beiwu to noticeably become nervous, and he asks him to at least keep quiet for a bit. Changli grumbles in displeasure, explaining that he only wants to help his comrade. The guy states that Fatso is only pointing to fakes, so he demands that he shut up immediately and not interfere with him so he can concentrate. Changli makes excuses that he didn't have time to see everything clearly, to which Beiwu confidently states that he will still lead them to success. He asks the system to show everything it can do, and instantly holographic screens appear around him that only he can see. The elder looks arrogantly at the fat man, who is holding a vase in his hands, and thinks that the young people are not able to compete with him. When displaying the piece, Baiwu explains that it is a blue and white vase that imitates the Qin dynasty of the early Republic of China. The elder is surprised by this expert assessment, despite the fact that it is a copy. The artist's craftsmanship is superb, and it is worth tens of thousands. He is surprised that the young man was able to find such a valuable thing, and in response shows him old books published after the founding of the Chinese Republic. The fat man happily reminds the elder that even a full set of these books only costs a few thousand yuan. He continues to rejoice and congratulates his friend on his victory, sincerely admiring how skillfully he coped with the task. The elder is very indignant in response. He says that Fatso's milk has not yet dried on his lips, and he is too self-confident. Changli begins to feel fear and anxiety as he realizes that he has greatly angered the elder with his behavior and words. The man annoyedly states what thousands we can talk about, because he knows his business very well and claims that these books are priceless. The elder believes that tens of thousands do not even come close to this truly priceless treasure. In response, Fatso says that these are some strange jokes, and he absolutely does not understand what there is to be so happy about. Baiwu realizes that the elder clearly has no intention of losing this fight, and will not miss the chance to save face. The man is very upset that these young people are trying to teach him, and wonders how they dared to doubt his rightness. He turns to the many onlookers and traders, and loudly asks what they think about what is happening. Numerous people have no desire to argue with such an influential person, and all unanimously confirm his words. Baiwu clutches his head with his hand. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Elder Wu to do something like this. The man declares that he will be fair, and does not intend to forcefully convince the young people of the pricelessness of his treasure. He tells Baiwu that today's battle ended in a draw, and orders the young man to come to his house tomorrow, as he has what the boy is looking for. The elder gives Baiwu an irritated look and quietly calls him an impudent boy, clearly not hiding his irritation. After which he turns around, telling the master standing next to him that they are leaving and there is nothing more to do here. Hongtai follows the elder's order without question, and bids farewell to the young men with a respectful gesture. Baiwu smiles contentedly, because he thinks that the old man is really something, and he was clearly not mistaken in his calculations. Suddenly, the elder turns around and asks the boy if he wants to find the one who was spreading the rumors, after which he says that he has already found the source. He feels the surprised looks of the young people and thinks that this teenager was looking for him for some reason, and the old man is still not in the city. Changli is very surprised by the elder's statement that he has already figured everything out, and wonders where he learned everything from. Baiwu doesn't know the number of members of the secret society, but he understands perfectly well that he is definitely moving up the right path. The guy doesn't know what exactly awaits them tomorrow, but he's looking forward to this moment, anticipating an important meeting. Suddenly, the young people realize that it was the fat man's informant who was spreading all these rumors, and this guess greatly shocks them. Changli tries to call him, but only receives a message that the subscriber's device is switched off or out of network coverage. He wonders what could have happened, because this man never turned off his phone and was always in touch. Baiwu asks the system whether the informant was really spreading rumors, and gets an answer with a 100% probability. He wonders why the expert would put on such a show and guesses that the old man cannot help him openly. All these thoughts tire the guy out a lot. He thinks that he needs to focus only on understanding the elder's plan. The fat man remembers that the elder invited them to his place tomorrow and asks if they will go to this meeting. To this, the guy replies to the surprised fat man that the elder actually called only him. The fat man says to this that they are comrades, and he must go where his friend is going regardless of everything. Baiwu states that the elder is not their enemy, and if he asks to come, then most likely the matter is really very important. The fat man has no intention of abandoning his new friend, and says that even on his deathbed, they will be together until the very end. The next day, the young people come to the specified address and look at the huge, expensive estate with surprise. Baiwu sighs heavily, because he thinks that this is the life he truly desires. Changli boasts that he has taken many photos of this huge palace, and is going to send them to his friends to show off. Baiwu doesn't understand why he's bragging about someone else's house, and says that in the future, he and the fat man will have their own much better palace. The fat man happily declares that the guy is right, and confidently says that together they will achieve everything they dreamed of. Baiwu shakes his comrade's hand, and offers to go together into a rich future without looking back. They continue to shake hands, and at that moment, suddenly the paws of a huge dog land on their hands. The young people turn around abruptly and notice a playful dog next to them, who is looking at them with curiosity. Baiwu feels a strange feeling and begins to remember where he might have seen this dog before in his life. The young man is very surprised and declares that he now feels a strange and obsessive feeling of déjà vu. A moment later, a girl appears next to them. She asks for forgiveness and says that she was going to leash the dog. Baiwu is very surprised as he remembers that this is the same girl he met in the park who couldn't recognize her own dog. The girl looks at the guy in surprise and says that he looks familiar to her, while wondering where exactly she could have seen him. She asks to wait a minute, stating that she will remember everything now, her face expressing a concentrated attempt to remember. The fat man asks his friend if he knows this girl, to which the guy replies that he could say so, since he had met her before. Suddenly the girl exclaims loudly and joyfully declares that she has finally remembered everything and is now confident in her guesses. She begins to jump up and down happily, and tells the young man that she remembers his name, as if it were a great personal achievement. After this, she asks what the young men are doing in front of her house, which clearly surprises the boys, and they wonder who she might be related to the elder. The girl says that the elder is her grandfather, and since the young people have come to him, she will take them inside. Together they head to the huge wrought iron gates, Baiwu thinking about how strange and unexpected all this is. The guy thinks that the girl has an open and good-natured character, but despite this, he still feels that something is wrong here. Meanwhile, the girl opens the gate, happily waves her hand, and invites us inside, as if she had been waiting for guests for a long time. The young people begin to slowly move through the estate, surprised at how expensive and well-groomed everything looks. The girl looks around in surprise and wonders out loud where her grandfather could be, since he is nowhere to be seen. The fat man asks in surprise if this girl knows what family she was born into, because she, without unnecessary ceremony, takes strangers straight to the head of the family. Baiwu at this moment warily thinks about what the girl has in mind, and whether her goal is to lure them into a pre-prepared trap. She is about to send the dog to look for her grandfather, but suddenly hears a loud male voice asking what she's doing here. The girl looks happily at the man, recognizes him, and calls him her brother with a smile, clearly happy to meet him. Her brother turns out to be the master of Hongtai. The girl points to the young people and says that they have come to see their grandfather, and she wants to see them off. After this, she begins to grimace, and, with feigned innocence, admits that she actually does not know where her grandfather is now. The master sighs heavily and reminds her that he has already warned her many times not to bring just anyone into the house without permission. He casts a heavy glance at the young men, and gloomily remarks that this is especially true of the suspicious, rootless strangers. The fat man is offended by this statement. He gets irritated and begins to express his indignation out loud. But Baiwu demands that he calm down immediately. The master orders the young people to follow him, explaining that the elder is already waiting for them on the terrace, and does not like being late. The young people silently follow the master. Baiwu waves goodbye to the girl, hiding his slight excitement. Looking at her, the guy thinks that he was imagining things too much, because in reality, this girl is pure and innocent. They climb up to the roof of one of the buildings, where the elder is lying in a relaxed pose in a chaise lounge on the terrace overlooking the garden. The master approaches him, bows respectfully, and quietly informs him that the young people have arrived at his invitation. The elder shows a flashcard and says that it contains information about a group of counterfeiters. He says young people must prove their abilities if they want to gain this valuable information. Baiwu approaches the man and asks how he is to prove his qualifications and suitability. The elder reports that he heard from an expert about the incredible talent of this young man. He explains that the conditions of the test are very simple. The guy will need to examine the treasures from his personal office and explain why they are considered so valuable. Wu begins to smile and says that if he recognizes the young man's abilities, then this flash drive will undoubtedly belong to him. Baiwu accepts the challenge with determination and subduedly states that they have reached an agreement, thereby confirming his readiness. After that, they reach the elder's office, and with a sharp movement the man opens the massive doors in front of them. With pride in his voice, he announces that this is his personal office, and that it contains treasures that he has collected over many years. Baiwu states that in this case, he will demonstrate everything he is capable of and prove his qualifications. The guy walks past an ancient vase, stops near it and begins to carefully examine every detail of it. After that, his gaze falls on an ancient teapot made of yixing clay, and he cannot take his eyes off it for a long time. The young man experiences strong nervous tension and wonders to himself what this object is in front of him. Changli looks closely at his comrade and is surprised to realize that he has never seen him so focused. He finds that his friend has a very strange and unusual expression on his face, and begins to wonder what could be wrong with him. The elder demands an immediate answer and asks with irony in his voice if there really were no worthy valuables in his house. Baiwu asks for a few more minutes as he wants to take a closer look at all the items on display. The fat man is very worried about his friend's silence and asks him what is going on, to which he receives a request not to interfere as he thinks. Changli states that the boss is clearly not in shape today, and asks permission to perform in his place, as he is confident in his knowledge. The fat man believes that nothing can be done and admits that he will have to show off his knowledge so as not to let his comrade down. Baiwu rushes to stop his comrade in horror, because he understands perfectly well that now Changli might say something that will ruin everything. He firmly blocks his way and asks him not to interfere in the conversation, since he believes that the situation is extremely serious and requires concentration. After this, the young man again plunges into silent and deep reflection, trying to grasp the important details of what is happening. The elder asks with displeasure why he continues to remain silent, because, in his opinion, this silence will not lead to anything good. The man, with a slight sadness in his voice, says that apparently he was wrong to hear so much praise for this young man. The fat man watches his upset friend and decides that perhaps he should intervene, since 2 heads are better than 1. He believes that if he says a few nice words, it might appease the elder a little, since rich people are often arrogant. Changli reports that the Buddha's head looks magnificent. Its rarity and uniqueness amazes him, and he believes that it is a priceless item. The elder asks in surprise what he is talking about. Does he really mean this particular head? Baiwu sighs heavily, then explains in a measured tone that this is a fake, although very high quality, but was made only a few decades ago. He adds that the approximate price of such a thing is about 30,000. Changli is shocked by what he heard, and cannot fully believe that the item is actually a fake. He tries to get out of the awkward situation and claims that even tigers sometimes miss, because there is no sage who would never make mistakes. Then he glances at the graceful figurines standing at the back of the shelf. One of them in particular catches his attention. Taking it in his hands, Changli confidently declares that he has never seen such ancient and unique objects, and claims that such a figurine could take a central place in any museum. The boy, with a slight smile, tells the elder that he is incredibly lucky, because not everyone can enjoy such items every day. Baiwu looks closely at one of the items again, and calmly informs that it too is a copy. Such fakes were especially popular about 20 years ago. Changli is once again deeply confused, finding it hard to believe that such an elegant and skillfully crafted item is a clever fake. The elder falls into silent thought and looks at Baiwu carefully without saying a word. The fat man panics and decides that everything is lost. It seems to him that the elder is now capable of incinerating him with a glance. He again tries to smooth things over, telling the man that he feels very awkward and adding that the elder is certainly an outstanding professional with amazing taste. His gaze suddenly stops on an ancient papyrus, and looking at it with admiration, he notices that perhaps the elder is also an excellent calligrapher. The guy comes closer, starts reading, and quickly realizes that this is an excerpt from an ancient book that he has already encountered somewhere. He turns to Baiwu and asks if it is possible to fake calligraphy, since in his opinion it is definitely real art. Baiwu shakes his head in a discreet manner, and says in a frustrated voice that this item is not genuine either, despite its impressive appearance. This statement shocks the fat man even more, and he wonders if this whole thing is some strange, drawn-out joke. However, he notices that the elder's face is becoming more and more stern, and, realizing this, he immediately falls silent, not daring to say anything else. He leans towards Baiwu's ear and whispers that it seems that the elder has begun to doubt his abilities, because it seems incredible to him to believe that all these works are fake. The fat man begins to worry even more, and carefully asks the guy if he is really confident in his assessments, because in front of them is a person who is better not to anger. Changli notes with alarm that despite the elder's appearance, he is likely capable of finishing them both off without even blinking an eye. Baiwu remains calm and begins to explain that this calligraphy was forged last year, using technology based on digital recognition of genuine works, adding that his words can be easily verified if one carefully analyzes the small features. He then approaches the vase and calmly states that it is only an imitation of the Ming era, but even so, its value can reach several 100,000 yuan. He slowly begins to talk about each of the items, explaining in detail what era they were faked for, and what modern technologies were used in their manufacture. The elder suddenly throws an object down on the table in anger, then stands up abruptly, showing growing anger. The fat man, paralyzed by fear, freezes in horror and is completely unable to even take a step, as if he was paralyzed. In this tense moment, Baiwu decisively and loudly declares that all 73 antiques in this room are fakes. The elder slowly moves away from the table and begins to approach him, and in the silence the hoarse voice of the fat man is heard, repeating under his breath that this is simply impossible. The man asks the young man in an icy tone if he really considers him a layman, since he is none other than the head of the family, already in the 17th generation. His face changes rapidly, distorted with anger and fury. He barely restrains himself and defiantly demands an answer. Does Baiwu really think that his entire collection consists of fakes? The fat man tries to intervene and begins to justify himself, saying that his friend did not mean anything offensive and could simply have been mistaken. However, with a rough and decisive movement of his hand, the elder pushes him aside, making it clear that he does not wish to hear another word. In a loud, almost booming voice, he turns to Beiwu and demands an answer for the last time, whether he is truly confident in his expertise and in every word he says. Beiwu feels a strong excitement and internal tension, but tries not to give himself away. He casts a sharp glance from under his brows and calmly says that he is sure that absolutely everything here is fake. The fat man holds his breath, watching what is happening, and tries with all his might not to scream. Seeing how the gazes of his comrade and the elder intersect in the air like lightning, from unbearable nervous tension, he suddenly feels his body giving way, and a moment later, he falls unconscious right onto the floor. However, after only a few seconds, he suddenly jumps to his feet, as if waking up from a bad dream, and, gasping for air, begging Elder Wu not to be angry, stating that there must have been an unfortunate misunderstanding. He begins to explain haltingly that his brother didn't get enough sleep today, and that's probably why he's talking complete nonsense that shouldn't be taken seriously. The fat man looks at the guy in despair and asks in bewilderment what he is doing, because he cannot believe that such a respected person could have collected a collection consisting exclusively of fakes. Beiwu is thinking at this time that this whole situation really does look strange, especially since the system could have failed, since it has already given contradictory results before. He remembers how the system informed them that they could get support from the master today, but he has no idea how this could be implemented. The fat man assesses the situation and offers to apologize immediately, realizing that otherwise they simply won't be able to get out of here alive. Keeping his cool, the guy asks the system if it's really that serious and if there's another way. The elder slowly leans towards him, boring his eyes into his, and sternly informs him that he is giving him one last chance. Beiwu apologizes, looking the man straight in the eye, and regretfully confirms that, unfortunately, everything in his collection is high quality, but still fake. The fat man lets out a muffled cry, overcome with wild horror, as if the whole situation threatens him with death, and begins to repeat without stopping that this is the end. Wu, barely containing his rage with a threatening expression on his face, demands from the guy whether he is ready to take full responsibility for every word he says. The fat man, in a panic, rushes to the elder and begs him to calm down, trying in vain to make amends. However, the man, in anger, roughly twists his arm and again forcefully throws him away, as if he was simply interfering with what was happening. Beiwu clearly states to the man that his friend has nothing to do with what was said, and should not be punished just for being there. The elder casts a heavy look at him, and with a casual but strong movement throws Changli aside again, making it clear that the conversation will be with him alone. He hoarsely says that since that's how it's going to be, they have no right to blame him for the consequences. The next moment, the elder assumes an ancient fighting stance, after which a blinding aura flares up around him with a deafening crack. Instantly, a furious energy blast erupts from this aura, crashing down on Beiwu with incredible force. The guy is unable to repel the attack. He feels his entire body being pierced by thousands of tiny lightning bolts, causing unbearable pain. He barely remains conscious and begins to think with horror. Is this the end, and the system made a fatal mistake by sending them here? The thought comes to his mind that perhaps the elder did not intend to help them in the first place. Despite the fear that has gripped him, Fatso, gritting his teeth, begins to slowly crawl towards his friend and, gasping for breath, weakly calls him by name. Suddenly, there is determination in his voice, and he answers the elder with a rude challenge, demanding that he not dare even touch his brother. Elder Wu, with a gloomy face, asks loudly whether the young man will change his mind now. Beiwu catches his breath and replies that the original can never become a fake, and the fake can never become the original, and no one can change that. At that very moment, an expert suddenly enters the room and, looking at the elder, coldly remarks that he was excessively cruel. He quickly walks up to Beiwu and uses 2 fingers to perform several precise touches on his body, activating hidden healing techniques. Beiwu immediately feels the pain recede. His breathing is restored, and he begins to greedily draw air into his lungs, returning to life. The expert asks him with a slight smile how he feels, since Wu activated an acupuncture point that blocked his airways. The elder patted Beiwu on the shoulder with a creepy grin, saying that the expert has a very cute disciple, although he is in bad shape. He continues that he did not attack with full force, and in these words one can hear both mockery and hidden praise. The fat man, in despair, rushes to his friend, kneeling down next to him, and, almost crying, begins to ask how he feels and if everything is okay with him. Beiwu replies that he is already much better and there is no serious danger. Then, suddenly, Changli falls to the floor with a crash, and sobbing like a child begins to loudly complain through his tears, telling how scared he was. The elder clearly doesn't like this behavior. He slowly clenches his fists and approaches the frightened fat man with a threatening look in his eyes. The fat man trembles and cannot even move from fear, watching as the enraged man gets closer and closer to him. Wu effortlessly lifts him by the scruff of the neck, then gently presses on several hidden acupuncture points, causing the guy's body to instantly relax. The expert begins to calmly tell that he and the elder have known each other for a long time, and it was he who asked Master Wu to look after the young man until his return. After this, the old man confirms what was said and adds that the elder was worried about the correctness of the choice, and therefore decided to personally test the guy in combat conditions. Wu agrees with him and says that this is the very reason why he went to the ghost market. Having already started playing out this entire complex combination, he begins to laugh loudly, praising himself for his acting skills, and stating that the young guests looked so scared that he could hardly contain his laughter. Changli chuckles softly in response and says that the elder is really a great actor because he was scared to death and even thought that they were finished. He pats the guy on the shoulder and says that he really has a sharp tongue, and for such endurance he deserves a reward, after which he decides to voice the amount. The elder announces that Beiwu will receive 50 million and Changli 10, which immediately causes the latter to become upset and protest. The fat man immediately asks why there is such an unfair difference between them, to which the man calmly replies that everyone gets exactly as much as they put in. After this, the elder again portrays an evil and stern man, but now in a joking manner. Beiwu is happy to himself. Everything ended well and turned out to be just a test. The expert asks the guy with interest if he would like to know why the place is completely filled with fakes. Beiwu confirms that he was incredibly surprised when he first entered this strange room. The expert asks Wu to explain everything, but he remains silent and important, not wanting to share the details right away, as if his story is worth a fortune. It turns out that all the objects in this room were not collected by chance, but exclusively for testing, because the members of this family are required to be able to accurately recognize fakes. Wu believes that in doing so they must not lose their honor and their own convictions, always remain vigilant, and not allow the demons of greed and self-interest to take over their minds. He argues that every fake here can look like a genuine work of great art, but this is precisely what makes their verification especially important. Wu explains that, firstly, he collects such exhibits to study the technique of their creation, and secondly, to temper his character in the fight against temptation. And thirdly, and most importantly, according to him, the majority of the counterfeits presented were created by the same criminal group of counterfeiters. He states that it is these falsifiers that the young man is looking for, because only by finding them will he be able to complete what he started. Only by knowing their methods well can this family defeat them. So this place was named the Room of Lies. Beiwu is seriously considering whether it is possible that someone from this family is related to a gang of scammers, because the system gives a probability of 7%. He wants to find out the truth and ask the elder to accept him as a disciple, because he feels that this is the way to solve the mystery and fight against falsification. Wu calmly replies that there is no need to get into formalities, because he has already seen an honest man in the guy, and is ready to accept him without long ceremonies. He then says that the family has one important proposal that he completely agrees with, his gaze becoming serious. The expert turns to Beiwu, looks at him closely and announces that they are both representatives of a secret society. They formally invite the young man to join them as a full member, giving him a chance to make a difference. Beiwu thinks that he should definitely agree because today is going just great and everything seems to be moving in the right direction. The men continue to praise the young man, assuring him that he has both honor and ability, and that he is the perfect person to carry out their mission. The fat man asks his friend not to worry about trifles, and assures him that everything is just beginning, because this is only the first step on the path to a great future. He states that he himself has certain talents, and therefore Beiwu should not be too proud, as if he alone is special. Beiwu is irritated because he is extremely hurt by the behavior of his friend, who, in his opinion, is unable to understand the seriousness of what is happening. The men discuss Mr. Beiwu's talents and abilities, and come to the conclusion that he may well become a core member of their secret society. The elder suddenly loudly declares that the young man is worthy of greatness, and suggests that they immediately begin to catch the vile falsifiers. Such a statement about the possibility of becoming a leading member of a secret society causes real shock and complete confusion among young people. Changli simply cannot believe that his friend could actually be one of the main figures in such a serious organization. Beiwu, still confused, asks who these people are, to which the fat man replies that they are extremely influential figures. He explains that there are only 17 such members, and even the decisions of the president and vice president of the society cannot surpass their collective opinion, which is why they are called the core. The fat man solemnly declares that being a key member of a secret society means being a true leader who determines the course of events. After these words, he suddenly falls silent and begins to carefully and appraisingly examine Beiwu, as if he was seeing him for the first time in his life. The guy is extremely surprised and begins to think about how Changli could know such things, because before this, he had never mentioned any society. The fat man enthusiastically runs up to the elder and anxiously asks if he can tell his friend the truth about the fact that he himself has long been an ordinary member of the secret society. He imploringly asks the elder if he can finally get a promotion, since he has served the organization faithfully for many years. Wu calmly advises the young man not to rush things and to continue working on himself in order to fully realize his potential. An expert intervenes in the conversation and says that in order to become a key member of society, desire alone is not enough. One needs colossal internal resources, knowledge, and the ability to constantly develop. Wu's face suddenly changes. He becomes gloomy and clenches his fists with force, then demands that Changli convince him right now that he has the necessary abilities. The elder sharply addresses the expert and asks why he is defending the young man and does not want to make a decisive decision on this issue himself. At this moment, Changli jumps up and loudly declares that Beiwu is his brother and he has always supported him, and therefore they are inseparable and always together. He recalls that key members of the society are added only when the previous ones leave, and now is just such an opportunity. The elder says that one of the positions became vacant after one of the leaders was bribed by a group of counterfeiters and committed numerous crimes. He adds that the evidence was overwhelming, and all members of the society voted unanimously to expel the man from their ranks. The expert shares that his long absence from the city was due precisely to the fact that he was investigating this high-profile case and collecting the necessary evidence. The elder says that he considers the expert too soft. The young people are genuinely surprised that Wu prefers to resolve issues not through the law, but relies solely on force. Baiwu politely asks the elder where this group of counterfeiters came from, and the room immediately goes silent. The men exchange tense glances with each other, as if deciding whether to reveal the truth. Wu sighs heavily and says that it is indeed time for the young man to learn the truth, because now he has become a part of this story. The expert suggests moving the conversation to a calmer place and discussing everything over a cup of tea, after which everyone follows him into a separate room. There they sit down at a tea table and slowly pour tea into bowls. Wu suddenly pulls out a gourd flask from under his clothes, offering to drink something more serious. He claims to be knowledgeable about strong drinks, and then, with extraordinary dexterity, uncorks the flask and begins drinking straight from the bottle, much to Changli's surprise. The elder reports that the secret society has existed for about 100 years and has been waging an uncompromising fight against the falsification of cultural values all this time. After he drains half of the gourd, a slight nostalgia creeps into his voice as he sadly recalls that those were once truly good times. Baiwu watches his every move carefully, trying not to show his surprise, because he didn't expect the respected master to be able to drink so much alcohol at once. Putting down his flask, Wu, with a straight face, states that, like all good things, those days have also come to an end, and things have changed a lot now. He says that one day a new face suddenly appeared on the trading platform and immediately began actively promoting counterfeits. And following him, driven solely by greed and avid interest in profit, others began to follow. It is extremely unpleasant for him to think about this. He begins to get noticeably nervous and hits the armrest of the chair he is sitting in with his hand. The fat man instinctively shudders, realizing that the chair the elder is sitting on is a rare piece of antique furniture and may not hold up. Beiwu, meanwhile, learns that the counterfeiting organization has a sinister history. These people don't just cheat, they purposefully develop their skills, honing their craft. The expert admits with obvious concern that even they, the highest-level specialists, already have difficulty distinguishing the fruits of their labor from the originals. At this point, Beiwu remembers breaking a huge porcelain vase during his first meeting with the expert. The old man reports with obvious alarm that the influence of this criminal group is growing, and they are already beginning to penetrate into the very core of the secret society. After being told that there are significantly more of them than they expected, the elder becomes furious. He suddenly gets up from the table and shouts loudly, calling them freaks and promising to tear apart everyone who crosses his path. Wu makes it clear that once the names of these secret agents become known to him, they cannot expect the slightest mercy. The fat man plaintively asks the drunk elder to calm down, trying to soften his anger and prevent further conflicts. Baiwu believes that it is better to burn in hell than to stand in the way of the elder, and is determined to find out which of this family might be the traitor. He tries to get an answer from the system by asking whether a man between the ages of 20 and 30 is a traitor. The guy understands that the system used to give answers to difficult questions, but now it is silent. After some time, the system reports that the content of the question is unclear and cannot be answered. The guy thinks that it looks like he will have to figure out who is behind this conspiracy on his own and find the traitor within the family without the help of the system, relying only on his own strength. The expert believes that since all parties have reached an impasse, they need to unite for a common goal and overcome the obstacles that have arisen. Wu warns the boy that becoming a core member could put him in serious danger, and therefore the final decision on joining is up to the young man alone. Bai Wu is already in a tense relationship with the counterfeiting gang. But even if the situation were different, he still wants to fight for what he believes is right and fair. In addition, the guy has a good opportunity to use the system, although recently it has started to act up a lot and does not give reliable answers. Bai Wu makes a decision, and with a sharp movement gets up from the table, expressing gratitude to those present for the trust shown in him, and declaring his desire to join them. He promises to make every effort for the common goal and says that he is ready to work for the sake of success and protection of the interests of society. Elder Wu thinks this is a good attitude, asks the boy not to worry, and promises support in any difficulties and trials that may arise. In a quiet voice, the expert says that there are still some formalities left, such as voting, but the young man should not worry about these details. The fat man is very surprised by the information about the vote, as he thought that the men had already taken care of everything in advance, and there would be no obstacles. Beiwu believes that he will be careful, and will definitely get the votes he needs. The interlocutor informs the man with the scar that their agent has been expelled from the circle, and the old man will try to put one of his trusted people in his place. The man calls the expert a cowardly old man who convinced everyone to vote to expel the agent, which is why his business suffers, and important connections are lost. He tells his interlocutor that he will not allow their plans to come true, and the next step must be successful. He then glances at the photographs of the young men and elders hanging on his wall, and hopes that he will not have to remember his old skills. A knife thrown by a man with a scar hits with alarming accuracy a photograph of the expert hanging on the wall among other pictures. Yu is noticeably tipsy from the alcohol he's drunk. He loudly declares that he's incredibly happy now, and suggests that everyone stay and sit like this until the morning. The expert smiles at the man, clearly enjoying how he takes childish joy in simple things, despite his stern appearance. The elder says that it is possible to invite these little ones, meaning his grandchildren. No one particularly objects to this idea. Changli, upon learning that they could stay, was very happy, because he had often heard from others about the skill of this family's personal cuisine, and had long dreamed of trying it. Unlike the fat man, Beiwu is silent and focused, thinking that this is a great opportunity to check on the rest of the family. The loud company continues to sit on the veranda, loudly talking to each other, and cheerfully discussing insignificant but pleasant things. Suddenly the fun is interrupted by the sound of a message. The expert silently takes his phone out of his inside pocket. He says that everything is fine, that his granddaughter wrote to him, saying that she would be a little late. Wu thinks that there is no point in waiting for her and suggests that they continue the banquet since they have already started and everything is going so well. He asks the guy if he is in a hurry, and then suggests playing a game called Guess or Pinch. The fat man supports his friend. He says that this is a great opportunity to show off his abilities and have a little fun. The guy doesn't know if the system can help him at the moment, but he's going to start and try to guess what time his granddaughter will arrive. He asks what the chances are that she will arrive by 6 o'clock in the evening, and is surprised to learn that it is 0%. He asks if it will be at 7 o'clock, but the system again replies that the probability of such an event is also 0%. He sets the time to 10 o'clock, but again gets a negative result and begins to wonder if something dangerous will happen to her. The system tells the guy that the probability of danger to her life is 76%. The guy tells the expert that he just calculated everything and came to the conclusion that his granddaughter is in mortal danger. This unexpected statement shocks everyone nearby, as no one expected to hear this in the middle of a quiet evening. The elder asks the guy why he thought this, because perhaps the granddaughter was just out for a walk and turned off her phone without any intention. The expert suggests that they stop making noise, and that everyone calm down. He says that he will call her himself now to check everything. The man dials his granddaughter's number. Everyone around him watches him silently, tensely, without saying a word. The phone doesn't answer, and the man thinks that the girl is probably busy, perhaps on a mission, since she usually turns off her phone there. Baiwu becomes very worried and asks the system where Lao is now, hoping to get an accurate answer. The system starts to reboot. The guy is very unhappy about this, because a person's life is at stake, and there is no time at all. Wu suggests not to sit back and do nothing, but to take action immediately. He is going to ask someone and find his granddaughter. The elder begins to call the girl, but also finds that her phone is not answered. The man claims that Lao was hunting a petty thief, and with her skills, she should be in no danger. The expert slowly gets up from the table and asks everyone to sit here while he goes and tries to find out what the matter is. Suddenly, Baewu abruptly gets up from the table and asks permission to find his granddaughter, a statement that greatly surprises the men. The guy resolutely declares that he will find his granddaughter, even if he has to go around the entire city, and no one will stop him. The old man is deeply moved by this statement and asks the young man to be careful and take care of himself during the search. Wu suggests that the guy start searching from the apartment where his granddaughter lives, especially since it is not far from here, after which he tells the young man that Master Hongtai will go with him. Baiwu thanks the men and asks them not to worry. He says that he will definitely complete the task no matter what it takes. The young people go out into the street. The master tells the guy that he will lead and asks him to tell him where to go. Baiwu is lost in thought for a moment, but the master urges him and orders him to get into the car without delay. The guy is very surprised why the master seems completely unconcerned, since he is the girl's older brother. Baiwu is visibly worried and thinks that the master must be very experienced and will have reliable backup next to him. He asks the system whether the road will be safe, and it responds that the probability of success is 100%. Baiwu begins to find himself getting irritated by the sudden change in scenery, as they were having such a good time. He believes that now he needs to put all these thoughts aside and fully concentrate on searching for the missing girl. Workers from the service organization carefully check the electrical panel and make appropriate entries in the log. However, these workers are fake, as Lao is undercover and reports via radio earpiece that they are there. The interlocutor answers the girl that they have already blocked the object at the window, and now he has no more escape routes. Lao makes a request for the next post, and is informed that there is no one nearby, and the situation around remains completely calm. The girl reminds all employees to remain cautious, as the criminal is armed and extremely dangerous. The team members receive the signal, and the girl and her partner begin to slowly and silently climb up the stairs. A man sits in the room surrounded by ancient vases, and tells his interlocutor on the phone that all that remains is to wait for a buyer. The interlocutor, in a threatening tone, orders the man to keep his ears open and not screw up again, after which he immediately hangs up. The man lights a cigarette, then leans back on the sofa and reflects on how today's deal will probably bring him a good profit. Suddenly, he is startled by a knock on the door and hears a voice outside greeting him and claiming that it is a gas system check. The man carefully approaches the door and slowly reaches for the belt behind his back. Coming closer, he begins to carefully examine the visitors through the peephole, not missing a single detail. He continues to stare at the pretty girl dressed in the management company uniform. Taking a pistol from his belt, he begins to slowly open the door and asks the guest to be less insistent in knocking. The partner gestures to Lao that he is completely ready and that the operation can begin without delay. Meanwhile, the car is rushing at high speed towards the location, whose coordinates were indicated by the system. Baiwu makes another request to the system, and is irritated to learn that the probability of the girl's death is 80%. Lao slowly walks into the room, smiling at the man and apologizing to him for the inconvenience. After this, she explains to the criminal that they are conducting a routine inspection and monitoring the state of the gas supply. As soon as the criminal relaxes a little, the girl abruptly rips the cap off her head and throws it at the man. A second later, she lunges forward and kicks the criminal. The man is not prepared for such a sudden attack, does not have time to defend himself, and is thrown to the side with force. Baiwu tells the master that after 700 meters, you need to turn left, then right and continue straight ahead to the next mark. The guy receives alarming data, according to which the probability of using a weapon is 100%, and the probability of the girl's death reaches 89. He orders the car to turn towards the residential complex, and the master behind the wheel immediately carries out the order. At this moment, Lao's partner takes out handcuffs, and they simultaneously rush towards the criminal, intending to neutralize him. The man smiles evilly, and wonders if these cops really seriously expect to catch him so easily. He tries to get to his feet and recover from the blow, while simultaneously pulling a pistol from his belt. Lao is very excited as he immediately notices a firearm in the criminal's hands. She loudly warns her partner to be extremely careful, and lunges at him to knock him to the floor and save him from being shot. The criminal immediately takes advantage of this. He deftly jumps away from the sofa, and quickly jumps out of the open window. The girl immediately rushes after him, shouts loudly that the criminal will not be able to escape, and also jumps out after him. The criminal lands on the ground and immediately realizes that the chase is not over, as the girl continues to relentlessly pursue him. He turns around sharply and smiling slyly pulls the trigger. The next moment the distinct sound of a pistol shot is heard. Lao manages to dodge at the last moment. She notices how the bullet flies very close to her head and crashes hard into the concrete wall. Suddenly, a huge black SUV drives up to her, which immediately takes on all the remaining bullets aimed at her. The criminal rushes towards the car with the intention of taking it, but the mechanic quickly opens the door and knocks the weapon out of his hands. After this, Hongtai completely cold-bloodedly puts the bandit on the ground, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. The girl glares at the criminal and takes handcuffs from her belt. At this point, reinforcements arrive. The police carefully pack the gun into a special evidence bag and begin to escort the criminal. Lao watches them go and says in a reserved tone that this bastard almost took her life. Baiwu is in the car, and at this time is struggling to recover from the extreme stress he has experienced. The master looks at his sister with displeasure. Lao sighs heavily and says with relief that, finally, it's all over. A happy smile appears on her face, after which the girl affectionately calls the master brother and curiously asks what he is doing here. At this moment, Baiwu gets out of the car. The girl immediately notices him. From her appearance, it becomes clear that his presence is extremely unpleasant to her. Baiwu looks in horror at the bullet holes left on the car body and slowly realizes that he survived the real shooting. The master remains calm and cool. He tells the girl that he came here to check how things are going with her. Hongtai claims that it was only thanks to Mr. Baiwu that they managed to arrive on time and thus avoid truly disastrous consequences. The girl angrily grabs the guy's hand and begins to scold him, asking if he understands how dangerous it was. She firmly states that this is a battle, and not something that should be dealt with by ordinary civilians who are not trained for such situations. At this point, Lao receives a message on her radio earpiece that new problems have arisen, and she is urgently asked to come over. Despite the strong dislike, Lao still thanks the young man for his help in a critical situation. After this, she leaves, and no one present notices how the girl's face turns red with excitement. Baiwu sighs heavily and admits to himself that he wouldn't have come if he didn't care what was happening to the girl's life. He begins to remember the incredible force with which she twisted his arms during the incident on the bus, and this memory makes him shudder. Baiwu takes a cigarette out of the pack and reflects on how he never expected gratitude or recognition. The guy takes a deep drag and hopes that no more trouble will happen. The master turns to him and says that it is time to return, after which he clarifies whether everything is all right with him. Baiwu thinks the problem is solved, but just in case, he asks the system again if there is any threat to the girl's life. A second later, he experiences severe shock, as he cannot understand how this is possible. The probability of no danger is 0, and of death, 90%. Baiwu rushes towards the girl with lightning speed, causing genuine surprise in the master standing next to him. They run into the entrance and begin to quickly climb the stairs. The probability of death increases to 91. Baiwu does not understand why the probability of death is increasing. Since the criminal has already been arrested, he assumes that perhaps he has accomplices. They continue to climb the stairs with all their might. The chances of the girl dying increase to 92. Baiwu gets to the right apartment, abruptly opens the door, and loudly calls the girl by name. Lao, along with the police, inspects the criminal's apartment, and then immediately turns around and looks closely at the guy. Lao is very unhappy with this behavior. She asks the guy why he is yelling like that and asks him to leave here. Baiwu is relieved as he thought something was going to happen, but wonders what could be threatening the girl. He notices a huge amount of antiques on the table and wonders who this criminal was. At this point, the police inform the girl that all the evidence indicates that the criminal had accomplices. Lao begins to wonder where these accomplices might be, and whether they are armed. Lao orders the police to seal off all exits and alert the rest of the squad to keep a close eye on any suspicious personnel. Baiwu looks at the girl and thinks what to do. There is little time, and something is clearly threatening her. The guy overhears the police talking and starts to think that maybe it's a hostage thing. He receives the answer that there is a 98% chance of death if the hostages are rescued, and tells the girl that he has something important to tell her. Lao is getting irritated as the guy starts to bother her, while the system tells the young man that the probability of death is not decreasing. Lao tells the guy that they will talk next time, since it is not safe here, and demands to go back. After which she orders the police to seal the apartment and leave. The guy tries to stop the girl. He tries to explain to her what the threat to her life is. Lao does not want to listen to the young man. She says that he has already gotten on her nerves, and demands that he immediately leave the room, expressing irritation and unwillingness to discuss the issue further. Baiwu throws the girl's hand aside and angrily states that he can't just ignore her possible death. He says that he is meddling in something that is none of his business. But doesn't it seem to the girl that she is relaxing too early? Lao is very surprised, as she did not expect such a reaction. The guy says that now she is looking for someone, but the search area is too large, and she has few people. He states that the more a girl delays, the greater the likelihood of losing control of the situation. Lao thinks that there is some sense in the guy's words. She thinks about it and asks him to continue. Baiwu says that he knows where to start and asks her to trust him. He wants the girl to listen to him and then make her decision. The guy really hopes that Lao won't send him away, because the girl looks sullen and probably doesn't believe him at all. Lao suddenly changes his behavior and begins to listen attentively to the guy, indicating that he really does take his words seriously. She warns Beiwu that if he really wants to help, he must take the situation very seriously, as it is an emergency. Beiwu concludes that Lao is a man to deal with, realizing that such responsible people are rare. The guy carefully examines the room and notices untouched plates of food, which makes him suspicious. He shows an empty cigarette pack and concludes that the criminals went out to buy cigarettes. Taking out his phone, Beiwu turns on the map and quickly finds a small supermarket nearby where the attackers might be heading. Lao agrees with his logic, abruptly grabs the guy by the hand and pulls him along, showing unexpected determination. Coordinating the group's actions through a radio earpiece, she gives the order to the team to head to the designated supermarket. Beiwu assesses the situation on the street. The large number of civilians increases the potential danger to 50%. The young men run out into the street, where Lao receives a message through his earpiece about a possible target being detected. The girl jumps into the car and gives clear orders not to let the criminal escape and ensure the safety of civilians. After getting behind the wheel, Lao yells at Beiwu, demanding that he hurry up and take his place in the car. Beiwu reports that if the criminal is heading towards the southern supermarket, they should move from the east, bypassing the fork, to intercept him in the commercial district. The guy explains that there are 2 multi-story residential complexes to the north, at which point the girl suddenly turns the steering wheel, causing him to hit his head hard on the side window. One of the criminals, noticing the police checking the documents of random passers-by, immediately starts running, trying to hide from the raid. The undercover agent immediately notices the fugitive and reports over the radio that the suspect has left the high-rise building and is now heading towards the unfinished buildings. After a few minutes of intense pursuit, the young men arrive at the scene where Lao masterfully executes a sharp police U-turn. Having stopped the car in the middle of the construction site, Lao quickly jumps out of the car and gives clear orders to block all exits and immediately evacuate civilians from the danger zone. Without wasting a second, she rushes forward and shouts to her partner to immediately send people to outflank the enemy. Beiwu gets out of the car. Suddenly his body bends in half and he starts vomiting violently. He tells the master that he is fine and demands that he immediately catch up with Lao without wasting precious time. The master, without asking any unnecessary questions, turns around sharply and takes off, developing incredible speed. Beiwu is relieved to learn that the probability of danger to her is 0%, and thinks that the worst is behind her. He thinks that this is most likely related to Master Hongtai. At that moment, an empty juice glass hits his head. The guy turns around and notices a small, mischievous boy next to him. The boy starts making faces at the young man and sticking out his tongue, demonstrating his disobedience and irritating Beiwu. Beiwu starts to loudly curse and scold the little rascal, but the boy does not listen to him. He jumps over the construction fence, not forgetting to grab his teddy bear. He looks at the boy and wonders how he can run so fast with a bear tied to him. The next moment, the young man is speechless, as the danger to Lao is 95%. He rushes after the boy. The probability of the child being taken hostage is 90%, which causes him great concern. Beiwu feels very angry and frustrated as he thinks about why he can't do anything despite all his determination and desire to protect. The rowdy boy stops and tries to catch his breath. He tells the guy that he will never catch up, after which he calls him trash. Suddenly he freezes in intense fear and slowly looks up into his eyes. The boy sees in front of him a huge man who is clutching a pistol in his hands. The criminal's eyes sparkle with wild anger, and a predatory smile spreads across his face. At this critical moment, Lao and her brother appear from behind a nearby construction column, rapidly approaching the scene. The criminal reacts instantly. His powerful hand reaches out to the child standing next to him. He tries to grab him as a hostage. The villain has almost reached the boy, who, unaware of the danger, continues to smile at the approaching police officers. At the last moment, Beiwu appears between the police and the criminal. He suddenly grabs the child and jumps to the side, saving him. Beiwu falls to the ground with a thud, feeling a sharp pain in his back. The next moment, a deafening sound of a gunshot is heard. The stunned boy cannot understand whether the criminal missed or the bullet hit them. His consciousness is clouded by shock. Next to them lies a teddy bear, past which a pistol shell rolls with a metallic clang. Numerous screens with system error messages flash before Beiwu's eyes. Coming to his senses, the first thing the guy feels is excruciating pain in his neck, as if he had been hit with a hammer. Lao opens the car door and gently wakes him up, respectfully calling him Mr. Brave. Beiwu instantly comes to his senses and anxiously asks about the fate of the child and whether the criminal has been caught. The girl reassures him that everything is fine, the child is safe, and the accomplice has already been arrested and will soon appear in court. She explains that the moment Beiwu lost consciousness, she shot the criminal in the shoulder, incapacitating him. Her brother continued the attack, delivering a series of precise kicks to finally neutralize the threat. Lao looks at the boy with genuine sympathy, assuming that he hit his head hard when he fell. She insists on a medical examination, remembering how scared she was when he lost consciousness. The girl is convinced that he needs to be examined, as the blow could have caused a serious concussion. Baiwu clearly remembers the moment he lost consciousness, but now he feels no pain, and although the system has failed, it seems that the main problem has been solved. Lao asks in bewilderment why the guy is silent and where he is staring, completely not noticing the holographic screen hanging next to him. The girl firmly states that it is definitely a concussion, and resolutely tells him to go to the hospital immediately. The guy tries to object, claiming that medical assistance is not needed, but Lao abruptly cuts him off, ordering him to shut up, and gets behind the wheel. The guy mumbles that they have no business in the hospital, and only then notices that the system has actually crashed and cannot make calculations. Beiwu suddenly grabs the girl's hand, causing her to stop and feel a strange sensation from this touch. The guy freezes, realizing how embarrassed he is by his impulsive behavior and this unexpected physical contact. He jerks his hand away sharply and declares that the hospital is not needed, the case is closed, and therefore he can calmly go about his business. Lao coldly replies that he is responsible for civilians and not in the business of coddling capricious boys. After a pause, the girl reluctantly admits that this time the young man really did save the situation. Lao thinks that the guy isn't so bad after all, since he risked his life for the sake of the child, and her attitude towards him begins to change. She sincerely thanks Beiwu and sheepishly admits that she had been too rude to him before. The guy starts to smile happily and says that everything is fine, showing that he doesn't hold a grudge. Suddenly, both of them start laughing. Lao is truly grateful, realizing that without their intervention, everything could have ended in tragedy. Beiwu modestly denies this, claiming that the credit goes entirely to the girl who eventually apprehended the criminal. Lao counters that the guy was a great help, to which he replies that the success was only possible thanks to their well-coordinated joint actions. Lao admits that she had previously formed a false impression of the guy, and now she is even a little ashamed of her previous judgments. Trying to smooth things over, Beiwu responds by noting that if the girl hadn't made a mistake back then, he wouldn't be in his current position. Suddenly, Lao becomes enraged and slams her fist into the car door, leaving a dent in the metal. The girl accuses the guy of intentionally selling the item to her grandfather, knowing full well who it originally belonged to. Baiwu shrinks into his seat, asking Lao to stop and give him a chance to explain the situation. Lao is literally shaking with anger. She clenches her fists, trying her best not to pounce on the guy. Finally, she leans against the car, sighs heavily, and waves her hand. It's too late to explain anything now. It's all in the past. Baiwu thinks with unexpected warmth that behind her anger lies genuine concern for her grandfather and fear that the old man will be deceived. He understands that her professionalism and heightened sense of justice make her wary of mysterious types like him. Suddenly, Lao abruptly changes the subject, and there are notes of concern in her voice, wondering if the guy has serious problems that she doesn't know about. The girl opens the door and sits down next to her. Her movements are sharp, but there is no longer the same anger in her eyes, only anxiety. Lao insists that Beiwu be more careful. If he doesn't want to get into trouble he can't resolve. She states outright that the guy has neither the strength nor the skills to truly protect himself in a dangerous situation. Suddenly the girl grabs him by the shoulders and shakes him. She is absolutely serious and is not going to joke. Lao warns that if dangerous criminals set their sights on Beiwu, he will be in serious trouble. Baiwu calmly states that he understands perfectly well that the fewer people know about his existence, the safer it is for everyone involved in this story. The guy asks if these criminals were just reselling antiques, or if there was something more behind it. Lao says that Beiwu is responsible for the predictions. Baiwu tries to lighten the mood with a joke, noting that real secrets are not so obvious and easy to spot. The girl reports that one of the detainees has enough criminal records to last a lifetime, but she cannot reveal details related to the case. Baiwu immediately understands that Lao will never go against the rules or violate the confidentiality of official information, no matter how much he presses. The guy thoughtfully reflects on the fact that this group of swindlers has yet to encounter an ancient and powerful secret society. Suddenly he realizes that the expert and all the other guests are still waiting to hear from them. Baiwu is surprised to see the master nearby, who says that he has already warned everyone. The master explains to the young people that the men are waiting for these two to finally return. Baiwu wonders if they will make it to the appointed time, or if they are already hopelessly late. Lao firmly states that it's time for them to move, adding with a slight grin that Beiwu can consider himself a hero today. She deftly moves into the driver's seat and sternly warns the guy not to even think about trying to escape on the road. Lao starts the car engine and with a sharp gesture orders his brother to immediately take a seat inside. With sharp movements, the girl shifts gears and presses the gas pedal hard to the floor. The car starts to roar and takes off at great speed. Lao is extremely focused on the road and licking her lips, thinking that she will definitely make it on time. At great speed, the car continues to move forward, and even the mechanic, who is usually calm, begins to feel a little nervous. Baiwu, unable to bear this style of riding, shouts loudly and warns the girl that her actions could lead to their deaths. Young people gathered around the table, enjoying another leisurely family banquet filled with quiet conversations. The young man, looking at his watch, asks the girl how much longer he will have to wait, and when her sister will finally come to the meeting. The girl reports that her sister said that she was stuck in traffic and would probably be delayed for a while. The guy sitting next to her says that she often has bad luck, suggesting that perhaps the girl was cursed in a past life. Fen happily gets up from the table and loudly announces that his grandfather has arrived. The doors open, and the elder enters the hall along with numerous guests. The elder points to the expert and informs everyone present that a distinguished guest has arrived today, which causes excitement in the hall. He then introduces Beiwu and his fat friend, who stands shyly nearby, not daring to show himself. The man says that the guy is his good friend, and despite the fact that they met recently, he thinks Beiwu is a wonderful person and hopes that everyone will get along with him. The elder invites everyone to sit down at the table and points the guy to the place of honor. Everyone starts to communicate amicably and joyfully, and only one fat man concentrates on food, trying not to participate in conversations. The young men whisper among themselves, thinking that Beiwu has managed to impress their old man and that he probably has something to tell. They take a close look at Beiwu and wonder how the boy could have deceived his grandfather. One of the grandchildren begins to feel very irritated and is going to show Beiwu where the crayfish spend the winter. Fen asks her brother to calm down and happily tells him that Beiwu is a good person and she already knows him. The second brother wonders how the girl knows Beiwu and speculates that he might be her ex-boyfriend. Fen suggests the guy to sit quietly and keep quiet, saying that with his face it must be very difficult to find a girlfriend. An ominous silhouette appears behind her, and a question is heard about who dared to mock her sister here. In a loud voice, the girl says that she can't wait to teach these people a lesson. Fen rushes to the girl and hugs her tightly, saying that she missed her very much and is glad to finally see her again. One of the brothers is clearly not happy to see the girl and rudely asks why she came here. Lao asks the young man not to get into trouble and not to speak to her in such a tone. The second brother tries to defuse the situation. He asks the girl to sit down and says that they did not offend anyone. They were just sitting and fooling around. One of the young people asks a question because he wants to know how they ended up with such unusual guests. The guy continues to be sarcastic and states that these people do not at all look like children of noble families, hinting at their simple behavior. His brother chuckles quietly and wonders where exactly their elders found these people. Lao understands that these children come from noble families, but without their family names they would be worthless and nobodies. She bluntly states that Beiwu is their guest, and that Grandpa personally acknowledged his abilities, making him worthy of respect. The girl demands that they behave decently and not create problems, after which she suggests that her sister go out, since they haven't chatted for a long time. Fen agrees to the offer, and as he leaves, begins to make faces at the brothers, rejoicing at how effectively they were put in their place. The elder fills Beiwu's cup and asks the boy not to be shy, showing respect and trust to him in front of everyone. Suddenly, the young people get up from the table. They think it would be nice to make a toast in honor of Mr. Baiwu. Elder Wu hopes that his grandchildren will be able to learn a lot from Beiwu, seeing him as a worthy mentor. After which he clinks glasses with the expert and says that they haven't sat together so well for a long time. One of the grandsons asks Beiwu for permission to ask for some advice, trying to start a conversation about his knowledge. He states that the boy must have extensive knowledge of ancient art, and he and his brothers want to learn a lot from him. Baiwu immediately realizes that he doesn't like these three anymore, as it's clear that they want to make him look like an idiot in front of everyone. The grandson tells the elder that they have recently acquired some good works of art, but he himself doubts their authenticity and wants Mr. Beiwu to help them. Hearing this, the fat man breaks away from eating a juicy crab and asks permission to look at these works. Baiwu thanks his friend, but asks him not to interfere, as now is absolutely not the time to embarrass himself. He thanks the young people for the opportunity they gave him and asks the fat man to stay at the table. The elder asks the young man to teach his grandchildren well, because it is useful for them to learn at least something worthwhile. Many people believe that Beiwu is a liar and a fraud, and they are going to expose him by proving his incompetence. They lead the guy to a table on which there are numerous antique items. One of the grandsons says he doesn't know much about antiques, and hopes Beiwu won't have any trouble telling them where they came from. The second grandson sarcastically states that for Beiwu this should be a piece of cake. Baiwu believes that these guys started it first and will soon fall into their own trap without realizing it. The elder doesn't show it, but he understands that these youngsters have decided to rein in Beiwu, testing his strength. The guy makes a request to the system, but is surprised to find that his request cannot be loaded, which he did not expect. A strong panic grips Beiwu, and immediately numerous holographic system screens appear in front of him. One of the grandchildren notices the young man's indecision and sarcastically asks why him. The elder is also overcome with doubts. He cannot understand what is going on, since the guy has always been given an easy assessment of antiques. Meanwhile, the grandchildren continue to mock Beiwu, questioning whether the assessment really requires such a long examination, and asking whether the young man had too much alcohol at the table. At this moment, a fat man comes up to them and rudely asks one of the grandchildren what he just said. Changli confidently states that his friend is the best at understanding antiques and has never made mistakes even in small details, to which the grandson reasonably asks why then the young man is silent. Could it be that the gods abandoned him at the most necessary moment? He sarcastically asks Beiwu how old these things really are, and points to the items on the table, after which he accuses the guy of lying to his family. This remark greatly offends the fat man, who demands that he keep his mouth shut. Changli demands that the young man shut up, because adults might hear their squabble. However, the elder and the expert have already noticed that the young people are communicating in raised tones and are clearly in conflict. Elder Wu wonders what happened. Could it be that the young man's capabilities have been reduced due to today's circumstances? He loudly declares that the guy is not a fraud, and he definitely has outstanding abilities, and his grandchildren have become completely impudent. Meanwhile, Beiwu continues to be very worried. He does not understand what happened to the system, because this has never happened before, and now these young people have also picked on him, and he doesn't know how to get out of this situation without losing face. The elder begins to get very angry. He asks his grandchildren how they dare to talk to the guests in such a tone. His loud cry shocks the young people, and the grandchildren experience great fear, not understanding what to do next. The elder approaches Beiwu and asks the young man not to be offended, stating that these beasts lack discipline. Beiwu, meanwhile, is under extreme psychological stress, and beads of cold sweat appear on his face. He looks at the elder and thinks that the system has failed, and he will not be able to determine the authenticity of the products now. Beiwu can't understand whether the old man is angry because he can't appreciate the product, or because of his grandchildren's behavior. Despite his advanced age, Elder Wu is still able to instill fear in young people and make them tremble in fear. He says that his grandchildren are being poorly behaved and demands that they apologize to Beiwu immediately without any excuses. This statement greatly surprises the young people, but they do not dare to contradict the man so as not to aggravate the situation. One of the brothers furiously declares that Beiwu is a common swindler and that he came here in vain. The old man becomes furious at this statement and gives the young man a powerful slap in the face. Beiwu decides that he does not need to get involved in this family squabble for his own good and peace of mind. He looks at the disgruntled and angry young people and thinks that he needs to calm down, because this is just an ordinary argument. The guy picks up one of the items and says that it is a fake, as it is only a few years old, but it is of good quality and collectors could appreciate it. Beiwu sighs in relief and moves on to the next item. The system has started working, so the guy gets information about the Yun-era jar and its manufacturing technique. The brothers immediately begin to double-check the information on their phones and are convinced that the young man is right. Beiwu philosophically notes that everyone has a completely different view of things, and this should be taken into account in any circumstances. Luckily, the elder helped the young man out of this situation, because it took him time to reboot the system. This time everything went smoothly, but the system failed him badly, and without it, he would not have been able to do anything. The elder tells Beiwu that he is worthy of being called a master, as even he could not determine the authenticity of some of the items present. Suddenly, Beiwu receives a message that one of the items is 100% fake and is related to fraudulent groups. Last time, the system told the guy that there was someone in the Wu family who had connections with the scammers, and now this assumption was confirmed. The young man asks his brother to calm down so that he does not anger his grandfather and worsen the already tense atmosphere. He pretends to tell Beiwu that the guy is worthy of being called a master and apologizes for their rudeness. The brothers continue to praise the young man and hope that they will meet more often, but one of them still feels strong anger and distrust. The young men offer Beiwu to step aside and have something to drink, trying to establish contact and hide the tension. Beiwu says that he doesn't want to offend anyone, but starts citing urgent matters, not wanting to stay here any longer. The guy understands that it is not easy to deal with this family. Besides, the system has failed, and besides, there is a traitor among them. The elder looks at Beiwu carefully and wonders if his spoiled grandchildren really made the guy angry. He tells the young man that all business can wait, and today he can enjoy alcohol and good cuisine. Beiwu begins to remember today and thinks that this situation makes him wary, and while the system has problems, he cannot be sure of his safety. The guy apologizes to the elder again and says that it is already late and he really has urgent matters, after which he suggests meeting next time. Baiwu starts to leave, but the elder suddenly grabs his arm and asks him to wait 1 second. The old man heard that Lao and this guy have known each other for a long time, and he thinks that maybe it's fate. The fat man whispers to Baiwu that perhaps this really is destiny. At this moment, Elder Wu's granddaughter enters the room and addresses her grandfather. The old man loudly declares that Baiwu is not married, and asks the young man, how about becoming part of the Wu family? Everyone around immediately fell silent, as this statement clearly shocked everyone present at the table. The expert is speechless, and then asks the elder in bewilderment what he just said out loud. The men at the table begin to whisper and wonder if this is all too sudden and too fast. The expert says that if Baiwu becomes a member of someone's family, it will only be his, and the guy has known his granddaughter for a long time and he blesses them. To which Elder Wu replies that blessings don't solve anything, and the guy and Fen have mutual feelings. Men begin to argue about who loves whom more and with whom the young man will truly be happy. At this moment, the girls burst into the room. They loudly ask what kind of nonsense their grandfathers are talking about. Lao is very indignant. She says that the old man doesn't care about her opinion, and he never asked her, but is already marrying her off. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. She turns around and runs out of the room, not wanting to listen to anything else. Baiwu clutches his head. He begins to frantically think about what exactly is happening here and how he got caught up in this. One of the brothers casts an evil glance at Baiwu. He clearly hated the young man with all his soul. His eyes fill with rage. He feels strong anger also towards his grandfather, who arranged all this. The brother tries to calm him down and tells him to be quieter, because the old man is still here and can hear everything. Baiwu has long felt that these young people are very hostile to him, and wonders if perhaps they are the traitors. The elder and the expert begin to laugh loudly and call the young man with them, ignoring what happened. Baiwu says that he initially wanted to say goodbye and leave, but now he decided to stay and drink with the elders. The guy thinks that the men wanted him to stay, and they must care about him for them to insist so much. Baiwu communicates cheerfully and casually, but at the same time he thinks that first of all, he must find the traitor among them. He believes that everyone present needs to be checked, especially those who are behaving strangely and treating him terribly. Baiwu asks the system a question regarding one of the grandchildren, but it crashes again and does not respond to him. The brothers quietly talk to each other. One of them asks if the guy has gone crazy. If he wants to die at the hands of his grandfather, then he should not involve him in this. They don't notice at all how Baiwu quietly approaches them. They didn't expect this and are suddenly frightened by the unexpected appearance. Baiwu thinks that the eldest brother is quite insightful and quite brave. He offers him a drink, which causes great anger and hatred in the younger brother. The older brother praises Baiwu non-stop, trying to win him over and not give him any reason for suspicion. Baiwu sees his younger brother's angry reaction and he apologizes and asks the boy if he did something to offend him, as he cannot understand the reason for such obvious aggression. Baiwu thinks that this young man is very stupid for a traitor. At this moment, the younger brother suddenly and without warning grabs the boy's hand, showing his unfriendly determination. He asks Baiwu if he wants to explain how he met the girl and how long they have known each other, and he does so with open hostility and pressure. The guy is clearly very angry and determined. He literally glares at Baiwu, not hiding his irritation or suspicion. Baiwu explains that it is fate, and begins to tell how one day a girl wanted to sell a little thing, and he bought it, and that is how their acquaintance began. It's becoming increasingly difficult for the boy to speak, as his younger brother begins to squeeze his hand tighter and tighter, as if testing how much pressure he can withstand. Baiwu pulls his hand away and says that he and the girl are just acquaintances and not even friends. He tells his younger brother that the girl is a bit hot-tempered as well as arrogant, and it is not so easy to communicate with her because of her character and strength. Baiwu states that, to be honest, he is even afraid of the girl and is surprised by her enormous strength. This statement causes many of those present to laugh loudly and sincerely. The older brother quietly says that the boy is afraid of Lao because the girl beat him for pestering him, and this seems quite fair to him. After which he states that people like Baiwu will never understand expensive wines. This comparison and example greatly surprises the guy, making him think. A boy asks his brother where his sports car, which he bought last week, is, curious about how the car performed in action. The brother replies that it is of no use because the car has been given a speed limit and, in addition, he constantly gets huge fines for it. He then turns to Baiwu and asks the boy if he's into racing, as if to test whether he shares his interest in speed and risk. The man standing behind him tells the young man that all he does is drink and party all day long, and does he really want to involve Master Baiwu in his dirty deeds? Baiwu thinks that these guys do nothing but have fun, and they don't look like bandits at all, but rather like spoiled young slackers. Their lives depend entirely on their elders, So the young man decides to look for a traitor among the older ones, because it is they who hold the real power. One of the women approaches him and suddenly asks if he really knows how to tell fortunes, putting into this question not only curiosity, but also a hidden challenge. The young man begins to communicate with women, but he becomes extremely uncomfortable because of the topics they discuss with ostentatious importance. All these people are rich and only talk about how to earn even more money and spend it on meaningless pleasures. He realizes that he hasn't gathered any useful information and has wasted a huge amount of time without getting any closer to figuring out who the traitor is. Baiwu leans back in his chair and sighs heavily, feeling irritated by the pointless conversation and his own inability to move forward. His reaction is noticed by the elder, who calls the young man master and asks if everything is okay with him. Baiwu asks to be addressed simply by his first name and immediately begins to think about how he could find some way to help identify the traitor. He turns to the men and asks them to recall today's conversation, in which a certain group of scammers and their possible involvement were mentioned. At this moment, Hongtai approaches them and announces that Miss and Uncle have arrived, after which a slight tension sets in the hall. The doors open and a striking woman in an expensive evening dress enters the banquet hall, accompanied by a silent man. She looks around the room with a calm, confident gaze and apologizes to those gathered for being a little late. The girl explains that they are stuck in a traffic jam. Baiwu immediately notices the angry and wary look of the man standing behind her. The guy carefully examines this man, and rather quickly comes to the conclusion that he does not at all look like a decent citizen. Suddenly, the system reboots and starts functioning again, giving out the information that this man is 88% a bad person. Fen happily approaches the woman, then calls her sister and says that she is incredibly happy to see her in this house. The brothers also begin to actively support the conversation, cheerfully informing the woman and her husband that they have arrived just in time for the final part of the evening. The family members are genuinely happy to meet, communicate with visible pleasure, and only the son-in-law stands aside, immersed in his dark and disturbing thoughts. Baiwu watches what is happening and gradually comes to the conclusion that the man looks like a real outsider in this family, as if he does not belong to their circle. He starts asking the system clarifying questions, but it breaks down again, and now the guy will have to deal with this son-in-law on his own. Baiwu asks the elder who these two are, to which the man calmly replies that they are his granddaughter Ruyu and her husband. Ruyu walks up to his grandfather, hugs him tenderly, and apologizes with a sincere smile for being a little late. Baiwu points to his brother-in-law and asks one of the brothers why his sister's husband is in such a gloomy and distant mood. The most aggressive of the brothers angrily declares that this man is just trash, and if he were not part of their family, he would have died of hunger long ago. Baiwu is genuinely surprised by such a rude family attitude. At this moment, the young man standing next to him quietly says that there is nothing to worry about. He explains that the son-in-law is not as simple as he seems. He managed to charm his sister and has an excellent education, but in fact he is absolutely useless. Baiwu believes that a person who can be an accomplice to a dangerous group cannot, by definition, be completely useless. The guy is used to trusting the system. This man is 88% a bad person, and now we need to figure out if he's a small-time thief or a big fish. Meanwhile, the son-in-law slowly and angrily looks at everyone around him, his fingers nervously touching his wedding ring. The brother tells Baiwu with a hint of pride that, unlike his brother-in-law, he has promise, reminding him of how many dreamed of being with his sister. Ruyu overhears part of this conversation, and what is said immediately attracts her attention. She turns around and begins to look closely at Baiwu. The woman looks closely at the young man and quickly realizes that she has never seen him in this house before. Baiwu believes that his son-in-law is not taken seriously here, but in order to confirm his suspicions, he needs to find a way to verify this. Suddenly, Ruyu comes up to him and calmly puts her hand on his shoulder. This behavior sincerely surprises the young man. Her reaction is strange. She admits that she expected to see an old man, not a young man, and does not understand why her grandfather invited him. Baiwu thinks that this woman will be much more difficult to deal with than Fen, and thinks fondly of how cute and silly Fen is. Baiwu understands that he needs to find a common language with the woman, and decides to shower her with compliments in order to gain at least superficial trust. At this time, the son-in-law stands to the side and carefully watches their conversation. He begins to be eaten away by ever-increasing jealousy. Suddenly he turns around and walks sharply towards the young people, clearly intending to interrupt their conversation at any cost. He roughly grabs his wife's hand, but Ruyu abruptly pulls it away and states that she is genuinely interested and wants to continue the conversation. The woman asks what Baiwu does, indicating that she wants to get to know the new guest better. Baiwu honestly answers that he does not have a stable job yet, but now he is engaged in antiques and is actively developing in this field. Suddenly, the elder intervenes in the conversation, speaking with approval and claiming that Beiwu does indeed have real talent. The son-in-law can hardly contain his rage, not understanding what kind of absurdity this is, and why his family admires some outside swindler. Beiwu understands that there are obvious problems between this couple, and perhaps Mrs. Ruyu is not even aware of her husband's affairs, and this needs to be checked somehow. Suddenly, the guy asks the man directly if he is a member of the ancient society. The man replies that he works in finance, after which Beiwu feigns surprise and, with feigned politeness, asks if he runs some large company. The son-in-law answers with restraint that he is not the head of the company at all, but just an ordinary office worker without any special achievements. Beiwu asks if he knows anything about antiques and is a collector, but he again replies that he is not interested in that and cannot compare to his knowledge. Beiwu says with admiration that the man must earn a lot, because in order to please a woman like Ruyu, you need to be very wealthy. Then he adds sarcastically that he has completely forgotten who is the main breadwinner in this family, hinting at the insolvency of his son-in-law. The son-in-law begins to get nervous and replies that he, of course, tries his best and gives his wife everything he can within his capabilities. Beiwu thinks the man is doing well so far, but he is concerned that the system still doesn't work. The guy decides that he needs more information and offers his son-in-law a drink, hoping that his control will be weakened and his true colors will emerge. He thinks that this man is a great actor, and it is quite logical that he managed to mislead even the expert and the elder. Beiwu is confident that once the problem with the system is resolved, he will easily be able to rip the mask off this man's face and expose him. After this, he pats the fat man on the shoulder in a friendly manner and jokingly asks how he can fit so much food. Beiwu believes that now is the best time to check the reliability of the fat man and use him as a source of information. He points to Ruyu's husband and asks his comrade to focus on this man to find out as much as possible. Time flies by, evening comes, and the noisy company goes out into the street. The elder is noticeably drunk and during the farewell says that it is already quite late and the guy should not get behind the wheel, after which he suggests staying for the night. Beiwu thanks him for the warm welcome and says that he doesn't want to bother the elder, especially since he has a sober driver. The young man believes that he must be extremely careful with his son-in-law and is thinking about how he can test him again. He approaches the car and once again confirms that the system is still failing and that this problem needs to be resolved urgently. In his apartment, Beiwu takes a shower and reflects on how strange and eventful this day has been. All his thoughts are occupied with the fact that the system is not working. He does not understand what is causing the failure and when its operation will be restored. He comes to the conclusion that he made a strategic mistake in hoping to get rich by relying solely on the system's performance. Now he feels completely powerless. The guy doesn't know what to do and when the system will start functioning again. He sends requests again and again, but the system invariably fails to respond and does not provide the required information. Annoyed, Beiwu falls onto his bed and remarks out loud that such a complex system should at least have some instructions. Suddenly, a holographic screen appears next to him, informing him that there is not enough energy to operate the system. Beiwu learns that the user's vital part requires much more energy to operate stably than before. He wonders what this could mean. Another screen appears nearby, displaying a diagram of the brain and the active area of neural connections. Beiwu recalls a recent conversation with the girl and begins to suspect that the changes may have been caused by a strong concussion. To his surprise, he realizes that the system not only determines the probability of events, but is also capable of healing his injuries. There is not enough energy because the system is restoring his body in the background, and this seems extremely strange to him. He is perplexed because everything was fine before, and this is far from his first injury. Another information screen appears, which informs about the system update and apologizes. Beiwu feels irritated by the realization that he is now deprived of the opportunity to receive answers to his questions, and finds himself in a position of complete defenselessness. He bitterly recalls how much he believed in the system and placed his hopes on it, and now he is forced to come to terms with the fact that his dreams have collapsed overnight. Beiwu engages in a deep reflection on how much his connections, influence, and very life depended on the system. He tries to imagine how soon his collapse will come without the support of the system, and painfully wonders whether he will ever be able to return to his old life if everything finally goes to hell. Realizing that inaction will lead to disaster, he decides to act, and asks the system what conditions must be met to restore the lost energy. Suddenly, a screen materializes in front of him, on which lines of instructions appear one after another, explaining in detail the process of replenishing energy and possible ways of obtaining it. Beiwu recalls that he received this system only recently, and until now he had not even thought about where it came from and what purposes it pursues. Watching the screen closely, he gradually realizes that the system has started an automatic recovery process and is now looking for external energy sources. Then a shocking offer appears on the screen. The system offers to extract the necessary energy directly from him, which makes him instantly wary. Baiwu ponders intensely over what kind of energy can be extracted from a person, and most importantly, what this system feeds on if it is capable of absorbing something from living beings. A chilling horror grips him as he realizes that the process of draining energy could be so dangerous that it would endanger the host. The system reports that the probability of a fatal outcome is extremely low, but cannot give a 100% guarantee that everything will go without consequences. As an alternative, the system offers another option, to exchange his luck for energy, which sounds no less frightening, because without luck his situation may become even more desperate. Baiwu carefully studies the system menu, going through possible ways to obtain energy, such as going into the mountains to search for mythical creatures to defeat them and take their power. But he immediately realizes that his physical capabilities are clearly not up to such heroic feats. He thinks about the passive option, just waiting for the energy to accumulate on its own, and turns to the system with the question of whether, if he chooses the first method, he will be able to change his decision later. The system confirms the possibility of changing the option at any time. Baiwu, deciding to take a risk, activates option A, but requires immediate notification if an external energy source appears nearby. The thought of being able to switch methods calms him down and he chooses option A. Time is short, and the rogue group remains a threat that cannot be ignored. He feels the burden of responsibility for those who depend on him, and clearly realizes that he has no right to make a mistake in this matter, where so many people are involved. Lying back on the bed, Baiwu wonders if Fatso found any useful information. He also wonders whether he should check the data he received from the Elder. Having studied the flash drive, he is surprised by the paucity of data, and does not understand how to now predict the criminal's further actions. The phone rings and Fatso excitedly announces that he has discovered important information that could be the key to solving the mystery. Chongli explains that he has found an underground bank connected to his son-in-law and is willing to send the address, inviting Baiwu to join the investigation. Baiwu realizes that they may be exposed by a group of scammers, and they urgently need to come up with a convincing disguise to gain entry safely. After some time, the young people find themselves in a business center and enter a luxurious office that looks like a respectable financial organization. The fat man whispers that the bank is receiving large transfers from the ancient society. This clearly points to a connection with a gang of counterfeiters, and he admits that he would not dare to check this alone. Baiwu is genuinely surprised that Fatso has actually obtained valuable information this time that could advance their investigation. Chongli offers to play the role of potential investors to gain access to the data, and to leave Baiwu's ability to ferret out secrets as a trump card for a critical case. Baiwu agrees to the proposed plan because its system is extremely unstable. Even with a serious lack of energy, he sends out a request to immediately check the bank's connection with the criminal group. Once in the manager's office, the young people listen to a presentation about a time-tested project that supposedly guarantees stable profits. After a detailed explanation, the manager asks with a fake smile if potential investors have any questions. Baiwu understands that they are dealing with a company with a dubious reputation, but he has no direct evidence of its connection to a criminal group. Suddenly, Changli intervenes in the negotiations and announces his willingness to invest 10 million, which shocks Baiwu. An irritated Baiwu gives Changli a resounding slap on the back of the head, making it clear who is in charge here and reminding him that he did not give him permission to act arbitrarily. Turning to the manager, Baiwu states that he will first consult with his consultants. The young man deliberately resorts to this method solely in order to try to gain a little more time. The manager, with a fake smile, agrees to wait outside the door. Baiwu keeps a close eye on his departure, realizing that he doesn't see any obvious leads in this case yet. Left alone with Changli, Baiwu sternly asks him if he is really sure that this bank is involved in the fraudulent scheme. Pointing an irritated finger at Changli, Baiwu demands to know why he was so willing to hand over 10 million without any guarantees. Changli justifies himself by claiming that such a large sum could help track down the criminals, but his arguments sound unconvincing. Baiwu, clearly unhappy with such excuses, continues to scold Changli for his irresponsible behavior during an important operation. Doubts gnaw at Baiwu, and he directly asks how confident Changli is in the veracity of the information he has gathered. Looking Changli in the eye, Baiwu reminds him of how much he has done for him and demands the same dedication and seriousness in his work. Changli is visibly nervous. Begging Baiwu not to worry and promising to coordinate all actions in the future, he admits his mistake. He admits that he did not find any concrete evidence, but noted that a lot of money was indeed being invested here. The guy even thought about investing for a while, but eventually became afraid of possible fraud. A frustrated Baiwu demands that Changli learn to prioritize and stop being driven solely by greed, jeopardizing the common cause. Baiwu reminds that they plan to earn money together, and not become victims of scammers who could rob the fat man and disappear with the money. Changli stubbornly counters that his friends have already invested in this project and made a solid profit. Without taking his eyes off Changli, Beiwu shows obvious irritation at his naivety and thoughtless actions. Changli, looking down, admits that he has achieved a lot thanks to Beiwu, but now he wants to ensure a stable income without risks. Harshly calling the fat man a fool, Beiwu demands to remember once and for all that he will personally take care of their common well-being. Suddenly softening, Beiwu reminds a surprised Changli that they are still a team and asks him to just trust his decisions. After sternly ordering Changli to stop fooling around, Beiwu resolutely heads towards the exit, expecting the fat man to follow him without objection. As they enter the corridor, they immediately encounter the manager waiting for them. With feigned politeness, he asks if they are already planning to leave. Changli, awkwardly mimicking Beiwu's behavior, tells the manager that his older brother has deemed the organization untrustworthy for investment. The manager, maintaining a businesslike smile, begins to convince them, telling them about influential shareholders from ancient circles connected with the bank. Hearing about the ancient circles, Beiwu turns around abruptly. These words confirming that the fat man accidentally stumbled upon the trail of the forgers. Beiwu enthusiastically states that he has changed his mind because he is seriously interested in this closed elite circle. He asks the manager for recommendations to arrange a meeting with the bank owner and discuss possible cooperation. Taking out a platinum card, he casually says that he is ready to invest $3 billion if the bank confirms its reputation. The manager, instantly transformed, respectfully invites them to enter the closed office. Young people enter a room where a man wearing a mask is already waiting for them. Beiwu firmly shakes hands with the disguised stranger, who introduces himself as Mr. Ze. The young people begin a cautious conversation, expressing interest in the investment conditions. Beiwu studies his interlocutor closely, trying to determine his true status, whether he is a small-time middleman or a key figure. Suddenly, Beiwu notices movement, the man nervously twisting his wedding ring just like the son-in-law did during his visit to the elder. A subtle but confident smile appears on Beiwu's face. Now he is absolutely convinced that the very same dear uncle is hiding under the mask. Beiwu mentally compares mannerisms, gestures, and the smallest details of behavior, trying not to miss anything. With each passing second, he becomes more and more convinced of his guess. It really is the same person in front of him. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Mr. Z asks the guests' names with a businesslike air. Beiwu immediately gives out a fictitious name, introducing himself as a former coal trader who is now looking for new areas of investment. The man condescendingly explains that joining ancient society requires only 3 components: the right connections, certain opportunities, and, of course, significant capital. Beiwu, feigning growing interest, asks to tell him more, carefully watching the man's every movement. Meanwhile, the man slowly pours tea with calmness and confidence, as if emphasizing that he is in complete control of the situation and does not experience the slightest tension. The son-in-law begins to describe the super profitability of the enterprise, but immediately makes a reservation about some risks, after which he convinces the guests of the impeccable professionalism of his team. Beiwu begins to pretend to be a simple-minded amateur, feigning naivety by admitting that he doesn't understand anything at all, and just wants to make some money quickly. Having steered the conversation in the right direction, he asks his son-in-law whether it is really possible to make good money from antiques. To which the man replies with a slight smile that, although he is a businessman, he does not refuse to help others, and therefore the young man has nothing to worry about. Beiwu continues to play the role of a naive client, and demonstratively raising his voice, states that the bank, in his opinion, simply wants to use him for its own purposes, and leave him with nothing. The man immediately tries to diffuse the conflict, calmly explaining that he had misunderstood everything, and assuring that they are professionals, and all transactions they conduct are strictly confidential. He emphasizes that their reputation cannot be doubted, and any suspicions on the part of young people are based only on misunderstanding and lack of experience. Beiwu becomes quiet, pretending to seriously consider what he heard, and then he suddenly declares that he actually has a large sum of money and is ready to invest in antiques. He asks with feigned interest how much money exactly will be needed. This leaves the man at a loss, making him wonder who this guy really is: a local authority or a small-time swindler. The fat man, watching what is happening, is sincerely surprised by how easily Beiwu portrays arrogance and how well he copes with this role. He decides not to interfere for now. At this point, Beiwu casually asks if his interlocutor knows a more reliable company where one could invest in antiques with greater confidence and profit. Realizing that he could lose potential investors, the man tries to get the conversation back on track and states that there have been a lot of scammers lately, which is why one needs to be especially careful. He starts talking about a new big antique business that has recently been launched, claiming that those who invest will be given the opportunity to check everything out and make a lot of money. The son-in-law enthusiastically declares that dividends will be paid in full, and even with increased interest. Baiwu continues to play its role confidently, feigning genuine interest and clarifying whether such conditions can really be counted on, and whether everything is transparent. The man praises the young man for his foresight, and emphasizes the importance of such a quality for an investor. He assures that the bank can be completely trusted and will do everything to dispel any possible doubts. Baiwu watches his son-in-law closely, wondering if he suspects something is wrong, and tries to find out as much information as possible about his supposed antique business. At this moment, a notification from the system appears in the guy's field of vision. The probability of a connection between the bank and a group of fraudsters is 100%. Maintaining the mask of a trusting customer, Baiwu says with a slight smile that he agrees, adding that the bank director really impressed him. The young people waste no time and quickly head for the exit, abruptly opening the doors and leaving the man alone in his office. The son-in-law is convinced that the guy is a wealthy man, but he still cannot understand whether his intentions are worth trusting and whether he should be drawn into serious matters. Baiwu receives a new notification. The system has shut down again, and now he will have to figure out what is happening alone, without relying on automatic prompts. He realizes that he has relied on the system for help for too long, but now it is time to make independent decisions, relying on himself. The fat man behind the wheel tries unsuccessfully to start a conversation. Baiwu, lost in his thoughts, silently raises his hand, asking him to be quiet for a moment. Knowing that time is short, Baiwu dials the expert's number and, as soon as he answers, immediately asks if anything unusual has happened in ancient society recently. He learns from an expert that a family from abroad will soon put a large collection of rare antiques up for auction, and dozens of buyers have already appeared. Chong Li, having accidentally overheard part of the conversation, begins to become noticeably nervous when the auction is mentioned, and especially when large sums of money are involved. The guy immediately concludes that the criminals are going to counterfeit foreign antiques, and given their skill, this is practically the same as printing their own money. He comes to the conclusion that the main thing is to cut off the criminal group's source of income. And to do this, they need to ruin their bank and deprive them of their income. But it's not that simple. The problem is that Baiwu has absolutely no understanding of how to deal with underground banks. It has no knowledge in this area. He knows that such organizations are extremely cautious and use complex shadow money channels. Baiwu is clearly aware that behind this bank there is a powerful, carefully conspiratorial structure, with influence and connections in various layers of society. The guy needs to strike quickly and accurately, otherwise he will fall into a trap and then he will simply be destroyed, especially if he cannot present convincing evidence. He decides that it is necessary to discuss everything with the elder and the expert, because only they can give him clear instructions on how to act in such a situation. Baiwu dials a phone number, hoping to hear some good advice. At this moment the system screen appears next to him again, but it continues to work intermittently. After which, the system sends a message that the guy is not able to cope with this task without her support and help from outside people. Baiwu thinks about this message and comes to the conclusion that the system has become overly arrogant, as if it views him as an incapable subordinate. He believes that he is obliged to prove not only to himself, but also to the system itself, that he is capable of coping with the situation on his own, without relying on outside help. The guy resolutely accepts the challenge and convinces himself that he can destroy the underground bank without outside interference. The fat man, meanwhile, notices that his friend looks especially gloomy, and assumes that it is all due to a hard day filled with tension and discoveries. He then admits that he really didn't mean to lie to Baiwu and that he's having a hard time keeping it all to himself, especially now that it's all out in the open. Baiwu thanks Chongli for his support and says that if it weren't for him, he would never have known that the elder's family's son-in-law was involved with the underground bank. The guy tells his friend that he is acquitted, and these words cause a strong emotional reaction in Fatso. Chongli is stunned to find out if the owner of the bank is really the same man from the elder's family, and he can't believe what he heard. Baiwu asks with a hint of irony whether Fatso has only just now figured this out, as if it had all been obvious from the very beginning. But he continues to be in shock and slowly begins to put the chain together in his head. His son-in-law is the owner of the bank, and the bank is controlled by criminals. Fatso's eyes light up as if he had just realized something great, and he triumphantly declares that his son-in-law is a member of the fraudulent organization. He begins to smugly admire himself, assuring that only such a perceptive genius as he could have solved such a complex mystery. Baiwu doesn't want to ruin the moment and chooses not to answer, so as not to hurt his friend's self-confidence, only calmly asking him to focus on the road. The fat man assures that everything is under control, asks to relax, and at the same second excitedly presses the gas pedal. Chongli doesn't let up and asks the next question: when exactly did Baiwu understand everything? Because he seemed confident from the very beginning. The young man calmly replies that there was nothing complicated about it, since he knows how to correctly analyze information and connect disparate details. Changli believes that they urgently need a clear plan and suggests that they immediately contact the Elder in order to destroy all the enemies in one blow and close this story. Baiwu responds calmly that they have no evidence, then philosophically adds that if you try to squash a snake blindly, it will simply escape. Suddenly, Fatso remembers that his friend's money is in this very bank, and he realizes with horror that the destruction of the financial structure will deprive them of all their savings. He says he must warn them, but Baiwu suddenly stops him and excitedly declares that he now has a great plan. The boy asks his friend to repeat the last words, and when he does, his face lights up, and he feels like the puzzle is starting to come together. The fat man starts to justify himself, claiming that he is not a greedy person at all, he just cannot afford to watch his friends go bankrupt. Baiwu asks him not to be nervous, and says with a smile that he does not blame him at all. Meanwhile, the son-in-law quietly informs the elder that there are some small problems in the company that require attention. The elder interrupts him abruptly, pointing out that he is slouching and speaking too quietly, and orders him to straighten his back and speak directly and clearly. He is irritated by his son-in-law's appearance and angrily adds that if anything happens to the company, he will be personally responsible for everything. The son-in-law continues to speak in a hushed voice and assures that he completely agrees with the elder, after which he asks permission to leave the meeting. Once in the car, the son-in-law dials the number and says over the phone that he has already instructed that half of the agreed amount be transferred to the interlocutor's account. He says he will transfer the rest only after he receives his share of the interest, and is sure that the deal is safe. The man with the scar approves of his actions, calls him a good man, and praises him for the way he runs the bank. After this, he promises that if the operation is successful, he will promote his son-in-law and provide him with a high position in their organization. After hanging up the phone, the Scarface freezes in his chair, nervously takes a drag on his cigar, and plunges into lingering thoughts about power, money, and fear. At this time, the son-in-law, having finished the conversation, also becomes immersed in thought, his face distorted by a demonic grin. His entire appearance becomes hard and predatory, reflecting inner tension and grim determination. Toichi is confident that he is only one step away from his goal, and by taking over the entire organization, he will be able to make everyone pay for years of humiliation. He dreams of taking control of both the elder's family and the entire fraudulent network, subjugating both the light and the darkness of the collecting world. Now he is confident that he will become a figure that will be simultaneously feared and idolized by everyone who has ever touched antiques. Toichi remembers the years of ridicule and forced submission he endured, and feels like he's finally getting closer to his goal. It is at this moment that he receives an urgent call from an employee who informs him that a serious and unexpected incident has occurred at the bank. The interlocutor begs him to return immediately, as the situation is quickly getting out of control and requires the director's personal intervention. While in the elevator, Toichi slowly adjusts his tie, thinking about how he spent years hiding his claws while playing the role of the dutiful son-in-law in the elder's family. He receives the mask from his assistant, mentally imagining the antiques world bowing before him. In his mind, everyone around him is nothing more than faceless steps along which he calmly climbs to his summit. With confidence born of the belief in his own invulnerability, Toichi steps out of the elevator and heads towards the main hall. He watches with cold detachment as a huge crowd of angry depositors gathers in the reception area, furiously demanding the return of their funds. People wave contracts and shout, demanding immediate refunds of deposits, while staff struggle to contain the wave of panic. Bank employees ask to remain calm and assure that the director will appear soon, who will explain everything and resolve any issues that have arisen. The manager behind the counter breathes a sigh of relief as Toichi approaches, hoping that he will be able to calm the crowd and restore order. Toichi loudly declares that their organization has always been reliable and has not limited its investors in any way. This is recorded in the agreement. He emphasizes that anyone can withdraw funds, but in this case the bank is not responsible for any losses incurred, and will only pay the principal amount. The investors begin to whisper among themselves, clearly not wanting to lose the promised interest, and anxiously discuss what they should do now. One of them loudly asks whether it was in vain that they trusted the company and invested their savings, to which the manager replies that the company has a reliable reputation and a solid financial base. However, disgruntled people insist that there have long been bad rumors about this organization in the city, and their concerns are only growing. The manager tries to remain calm and assures that the situation is under control. He asks everyone not to worry and not to panic. Although many investors remain skeptical, most of them demand immediate refunds, even if it means losing interest. The situation becomes increasingly tense, and Toichi agrees to issue deposits, offering to draw up official documents, but warns that in this case, people will be blacklisted. This threat works. People gradually calm down, and Toichi, with feigned politeness, asks who else wants to take the money, but receives almost no answer. He notes with sarcasm that at first people themselves spread panic, and now they are cowardly retreating and are not ready to take responsibility for their actions. Toichi believes that this bluff will help cool the crowd a little and buy time. After which, he turns to the manager with a question about the invited people. At this moment, two men enter the building, loudly and ostentatiously admiring the safety of the investment and the outstanding qualities of the bank owner. The manager, with noticeable relief, announces the arrival of the right people. Toichi begins to smile broadly, mentally